It's going down like a plane crash. Y'all know what it is. Another great edition. DBN Live. We got the real new media squad up in the building all day. We got a lot to talk about. I got a special guest, my man Boxing Ego. It's about to go down, y'all. It's about to go down. We about to talk about all this news. We about to talk about Adrian Broner versus 6IX9INE. We should be talking about Adrian Broner versus Jesse Vargas, but we talking more about Adrian Broner versus 6IX9INE. We're going to talk about the cancellation of some of these fight events leading up to the fight. We're going to talk about this bet that your boy Broner just countered 6IX9INE with. It's about to go down, y'all. It's about to go down. We're going to talk about this Golovkin situation, the announcement that they're supposed to make tomorrow, if Canelo is going to be suspended, if that boy Golovkin is going to be forced to step up in competition. We're about to talk about all of it. So let me go ahead and switch this camera. Let's go ahead and get started, man. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me go ahead and introduce my man on the horn right now. Y'all already know this man. Proudly representing that new media since day one. My man Boxing Ego. What's going on, fam?
What's up? Thanks for having me.
All day, man. All day, man. That's what it is. You already know we've been telling the truth since day one. You know what I'm saying? When everybody was throwing rocks at us, everybody was, trying to hit us with the fire hose, and you know what I'm saying? And now here we are still spitting the truth, so it is what it is. So anyway, let's go ahead and get started, and you guys can call in. You guys see the call-in information on the screen right there. So let's get right into it, Boxing Ego. Now the breaking news right now is, you already know, everybody already knows this news with the beef with 6IX9INE and Broner. 6IX9INE, apparently he went on Adrian Broner's Instagram, called him a clown, and Broner, he countered back and he said some stuff. Now, they got security. This they already canceled the media workout and all kind of stuff like that. Now, see, and this all started with 6IX9INE because he said that he'll bet Adrian Broner $100,000 that he's going to lose to Jesse Vargas. Now, just recently, and I'm going to pull this image up real quick. Just recently, Adrian Broner, he just countered. And I want to go ahead and read what Adrian Broner had to say in response to the bet that 6IX9INE made. So Adrian Broner, he said to 6IX9INE, he said, just heard 6IX9INE want to make a small bet for my fight April 21st. Well, look, your check is made, bro. Just have my money ready when I beat the shit out of Jesse Vargas. See, and then he said, what did he say? See you soon. I'm pulling up to New York right now. # about millions. So that's what he had to say. Hey, so E, let me go ahead and start with you, man. So your whole thoughts on this whole 6IX9INE situation. Do you think it got blown out of proportion? And what's your reaction to Adrian Broner responding to him and everything? Your thoughts, E?
Well, first, I got to say thank you to Al Heyman and Showtime Boxing. Their schedule is crazy. And this triple header is fire. You got so many personalities, from Tank Davis to Broner to Jamal Charlo. And then now this 6IX9INE separate beef. Like, this is what people get excited for, like, in terms of the buildup. And they're all good fights. Jesse Vargas is a talented fighter, so definitely shout out to Showtime. I don't really know what HBO's planning as far as their schedule, but Showtime, they got it rocking with this lineup. Yeah. But as far as Tekashi, like I said, it's gonna help sell the fight. You got a guy who's hot right now. He calls people clout chasers. Then you got Broner. So I mean, it's gonna help sell the fight. I don't really know what started it. I seen that Tekashi put clown on Broner's page, and then Broner went off on him, and then now, everything went downhill. But just this whole betting scenario makes it interesting for the fans, because now there's pressure. There's pressure on Broner to
Major
win.
Pressure.
There was already pressure. Yeah, he's coming off a loss to Mikey Garcia, so there's already pressure for him to win. But now that you have the world of hip hop and like people in the rap game or whatnot, people who maybe don't watch boxing as much, seeing someone in the rap game challenging him and calling him out and betting him large sums of money, now there's real pressure. Mm-hmm. And Broner, he switched his training facilities with Kevin Cunningham, or he made additions. So I'm looking forward to it, and I want to see how it. I mean, you have to watch it now.
Oh,
you know what I mean, you're going to want to see who loses the bet.
I mean, yeah, like you said, it's a lot of pressure on Adrian Broner. I mean, Jesse Vargas, I mean, I expect him to be just as tough as Mikey Garcia was. The only problem I have with this whole beef is I hate the fact that they just canceled the media workout, because I was really looking forward to that media workout. You know, that would have been entertaining.
Yeah.
You know, and I just think, I mean, they doing a little too much. I understand, you know, they looking out for the security of the fighters and everything, but 6ix9ine is not really the type to just, you know, pop up and just be riding on cats. I mean, he don't have no reputation of doing stuff like that. In fact, it's the contrary from the stuff I heard, you know, where it was cats that was, you know, trying to get at him, to where he had to pull out of shows that, you know, he had scheduled. So, I mean, but outside of that, you're right. E is going to sell the fight. And, I mean, Broner, he's in a situation now where, I mean, he has no choice but to win. I mean, once again.
And
go ahead, E. Go ahead.
I just got to add this on real quick before you switch gears. Is word to the wise, all the youngsters and gangsters out there, if you decide to pull up to a media day full of journalists and reporters and cameras rolling to get some street stuff started, then that doesn't really make sense, because you will be on the viral video.
Excellent
because
point.
You know what I mean, you can't really. Everyone's going to see it. Whatever you do, if people with guns are waving or whatever happens, it's going to be all on tape. It's a media day. You've been at many media days, and you know there's cameras, cell phones, live streams. So that wouldn't be the spot to pull up and create some kind of, you know what I mean, outside of boxing type of affair.
Yeah. And on top of that, I mean, you got to remember, 6ix9ine, he said he issued a bet. So that means it's not like extremely personal. You know what I mean? Because when you beefing with someone, you don't say, hey, I bet you $100,000, et cetera, et cetera. He didn't say, you know, I got dudes, you know, on the watch looking out for you, and you know, it's going down on my mama, you know, and all. He didn't do all of that. You know what I mean? He just basically said, I'll bet money. And I like the fact that Broner came back. You know, like you said, that helps promote the fight. You know, the fact that he came back and said, oh, I heard he won a bet. Now it's sounding like it's not as personal as people made it out to be. The fact that you don't be betting with people that, you know, you want to kill or something like that. You know what I mean? So
True.
Yeah, man. So I mean, once again, hey, E, do you think when it comes to Broner, do you think this is really his last chance? I mean, his last shot? I mean, because we hear this all the time, right? I mean, you know, before the Mikey Garcia fight, before the Porter fight, you know, you have people saying this is his last shot. And we're going to take some calls in a minute, guys. So we appreciate you guys on hold right now. But your thoughts, man. You think this is his last shot or what, E?
I mean, he still has opportunities. Like, it's boxing. You look at the UFC, there's some of them guys have double-digit losses. But as far as people might not believe his trash talk. Like if he's trash talking, but he has several losses and lost to this guy and that guy, you know what I mean? People might not believe that what he's going to say, like if he's doing a build up. But I think this is, bottom line, it's an important fight, because in the world of boxing, you don't want to take two back-to-back losses, right? So that's just kind of what it is. Jesse Vargas is a guy, he has losses too. So it's not like losing to Sean Porter, who has one loss. Not like losing to, you know what I mean, like Mikey Garcia was undefeated. You would, not saying to lose to Jesse Vargas is a bad thing, but it's just not an L you want to take back to back after coming off a loss. But I will say this, I give Broner a lot of props, because if more people were doing what Broner's doing, then we would have some interesting matchups. Like, you look at the contrary, Triple G, his fight with Canelo fell apart, and we're not blaming him for Canelo having failed drug tests or whatever. But to fight Vanes Martirosyan, a silver medalist who's undefeated, and you're already training for a tough fight, why would you fight a guy who's so inactive, a guy who's moving up, versus Broner? You got to give him credit, whether you like him or not. He's coming off of a loss. Yeah, he's coming off of a loss, and he's going in, willing to go in with Omar Figueroa. That fight gets canceled. Then he's willing to take an equal or greater challenge than Jesse Vargas, coming off a loss.
And you know what?
Versus an undefeated silver medalist. Yeah, an undefeated silver medalist. And his fight fell apart, and he might fight Vanes Martirosyan.
And you know what, E? That goes back to attributing everything right back to Al Heyman. Because once again, that's one thing Al Heyman has basically set up and structured in the sport of boxing. You're forgiven if you take an L, like in any other sport, like in the NFL, the NBA. You could lose 3 weeks in a row. You guaranteed to have another game the following week. And that's basically how Al Heyman has structured things. I could tell Al Heyman, he calls up these fighters. People have to remember he's an advisor. So he calls these cats up. He tells them, like, look, man, don't worry. If you take an L, we're gonna bring you back. And I think that's the difference from Al as opposed to other promoters, because they basically tell him, look, if you lose twice, we dropping you from the contract. You know what I mean? So that puts more pressure on fighters to fight good competition. I think this is one of the main reasons why Al Heyman or Adrian Broner, he continues to fight good competition. And you touched on Golovkin. We definitely about to talk about that Golovkin situation and what's going to happen tomorrow with Canelo. So everybody go ahead and place your bets. For everybody tuning in right now, we doing the DBN live show. Special guest, my man Boxing Ego, chopping it up with your boy. So you know what? Let's go to the phone lines and see what you guys are talking about real quick. Let's see it over here. Okay, we got 845. What's going on? What's your name? Where you calling from, man?
Yo, this is Brandon Harper.
What's going on, man?
Me and y'all chat. I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling.
All right.
Number one, I'm calling from Florida, but I'm from Queens, New York. Yo, it's an honor to be on the phone with y'all. You two brothers, big in the new media, big movement. I'm with y'all, the LDBC. I'm with all y'all. But I wanted to just touch on 3 topics, if that's cool. Y'all can stop me when I'm going too far.
No, go ahead.
One of the topics that you brought up, as far as that whole 6IX9 Adrian Broner shit, I wrote it in the comment section, because I've been in y'all comment sections heavy. I wrote it in the comment section, I don't want to spend too much time with that, because it don't be necessarily 6IX9 or Adrian Broner that will be the one to do the dumb shit, but somebody watching and seeing the hype, some dumb person who ain't even got no bread, just trying to come up. That's why I don't even promote it, because I remember when that Tupac Biggie thing was going, it was really just like a media-driven thing. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was getting on airplanes doing drive-bys from 20,000 feet in the air. You know what I'm saying? But people on the street was taking that to a different level. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say about that. I don't want to put a lot of promotion into that part of it because of that reason. But with Joshua, real quick, with Joshua and Wilder, the other day Ego had did a live stream where he was talking about how Eddie Hearn basically is saying Wilder got to take whatever he give him, basically, Mm-hmm. And I'm taking it. It sounds to me, this whole thing sounds like
they don't
them
want to fight.
And the people that follow. Not only that, but they just feel like they're better than Joshua. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Wilder, excuse me. Like they're just above him. You know what I'm saying? Like he's so low down. This is how they talking, even in the comments. And it's crazy because these are the same people who saying Wilder just take whatever he give him was the same people saying, oh, how can Mayweather offer Pacquiao $40 million? Oh, that's not fair. The same people that were saying, oh, how Triple G only getting $10 million on the flat fee from Canelo? That's not right. But these same people are now saying, oh, Wilder should just take it. Mm-hmm. It's more than he ever made, but they not even remembering this is more than Joshua ever made.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
That's common
and
sense.
They talking like Al Heyman ain't involved. Like Al Heyman ain't already been involved with the biggest fights ever. You know what I'm saying? They talking like, oh, Wilder, his team don't know what they do. Are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. Like, all we know is Wilder wants to fight. That's what we know. That's a fact. It's been stated. And what we see, because we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but what we see is Joshua must not want to fight. You know what I'm saying? And the last topic I wanted to touch was about Triple Stink. Abel Sanchez was on your show, Dante, remember, talking about how black guys don't sell, and he made Terry Norris into a Hall of Fame fighter by teaching the Mexican. Remember all that shit he was talking? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Now you look at these guys now. So this is the same guy who just finished telling you he creates Hall of Fame fighters, right? Telling you Triple G is this top monster who touch people and they die when he touch them. But yet, now he has the actual opportunity to pick and choose who he want to fight. Do he pick Demetrius Andrade? No. Now, some dude the other day, and one of y'all in the comment section was arguing with me, oh, Andrade is a bum. Andrade is a bum. I'm saying to him, if Andrade is a bum, you realize he beat the dude Triple G trying to fight, right?
Oh, boy, here we
go.
go.
Now, the guy didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
The guy didn't even know that.
He didn't even
and then
know.
I'm telling him, he didn't even know that. And then I'm telling him, do you even know who Triple G beat for the WBA or the IBF or the WBC belts? Do you know how he even got them belts? He didn't even know.
Hey, but
you know, and if you look at this guy's history and you look at what they've been doing, we shouldn't be surprised by what they're doing right now, because this guy is an absolute 2K19 created player. Mm-hmm. That all they did was build him up, right? Mm-hmm. He got the protection from the complexion. Mm-hmm. And like you were saying, I remember you said this a while ago, how Abel told you that the reason he really got with Golovkin was because he was white and he knew he could sell him. You know, it wasn't because he was the greatest thing he ever seen. Mm-hmm. And we see right here, Golovkin has never been what they try to sell. And I never was buying it. Because for me, when you say somebody's great, and these dudes try to call Floyd a cherry picker, when you say somebody's great, you got to look at, all right, who did they beat and how did they beat him?
Absolutely. And
right?
And I
Floyd
gotta,
dominated the best.
And I got to jump in, man. I got to jump in, man.
Go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, great points, man. Excellent points. I mean, Boxing Ego, this is exactly what we talk about. I mean, let me just go ahead and just throw you this alley hoop real quick and ask you, how does that logically make sense for fans to say that Andrade is a bum when he's going to fight against Vanes Martirosyan? And on top of that, if fans, and this is what I mean when I say these fans, exactly. Golovkin is making it difficult for the fans to even defend him. They're making it extremely difficult to defend him, because if fans believe that Andrade is fighting, or Golovkin is fighting a bum if he fights Andrade, then what does that mean about the opponents that Golovkin is choosing to fight? You know what I mean? So I'm asking rhetorical questions, but try to explain this situation, man. When it comes to him choosing Vanes Martirosyan over Charlo, over Darren Yevchenko, over Andrade, and over Danny Jacobs rematch. I mean, it seemed like the walls are closing in when it comes to Gennady Golovkin. What's your thoughts on the whole situation?
2 words. New media. That's my thought. That's my
New media.
New media all day.
New media
all day.
Honestly,
man,
like my man's on the phone says, you can't justify it. Demetrius Andrade beat Vanes Martirosyan. Fact. Right? He knocked Andrade down. Andrade got back to business and beat him fair and square. Mm-hmm. And Vanes admits it. Vanes Martirosyan did an interview where he felt Jermell Charlo didn't actually beat him. It was controversial in the decision. And he says, Andrade truly beat me. I'll accept that loss. Mm-hmm. So if the fighter has accepted the loss, then there's nothing the fans can say. Andrade is an Olympian, just like Vanes Martirosyan. Andrade is undefeated with the fight at middleweight. Vanes Martirosyan's been inactive with no fights at middleweight, no ranking at middleweight, right? You guys do know that Demetrius Andrade is ranked like top 3 with one of the same.
That's what I was. He's the next available fighter, top rank in 3 out of the 4 sanctioning bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's ranked. Vanes Martirosyan's. I didn't even know he was with Don King. I know he had problems with Al Heyman, but I didn't know.
I didn't know that either.
With Don King.
Yeah.
So I mean, I didn't even hear any news articles or anything about that. So it's kind of politics. But the thing is, at the end of the day, when you got ESPN calling Triple G versus Vanes. And ESPN, in my opinion, has been very vocal and supportive of Triple G's whole career. Uh-huh. But you have them calling the fight raw sewage.
Sewage.
I mean, it is what you know. That's the type of stuff that was reserved for the Floyd Mayweathers and the Andre Wards of the world back in the day from ESPN. Right. But now even ESPN can't deny that that's not the fight that people are checking for.
But that's y'all. That's y'all. Y'all did that. They not one. Y'all did that.
Oh well, yeah. That's
y'all exactly.
Media did that.
And that was his point.
Y'all did that, man.
And I tell you, man, that's like your mama.
Force people to.
That's like your mama turning on you when your mama start talking bad and telling people about you. Like, I'm telling y'all, my son ain't shit. I can tell y'all that right now. Don't loan him no money. Don't do nothing. He ain't shit. If your mama say it, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Mama. It's a wrap. And that's what Dan Raphael is. Dan Raphael was Golovkin's mama. He was mama and daddy. You know what I'm saying? So when he say,
I got a question for you.
Go ahead, E.
My question to you, both of you guys, right, is how come Dominic Wade, no one really knew who he was? He was the IBF mandatory.
Oh, my goodness.
Right? And that fight gave little struggles, stripes, and resistance. But now Derevyanchenko is an undefeated, just like Dominic Wade. See, you got to know your history. Dominic Wade was coming off a split decision win over a 40-year-old Sam Solomon, who had a bum knee and double-digit losses. So that mandatory fight got made easily. So how come this mandatory Derevyanchenko, they're threatening to strip Golovkin if they don't get their opportunity? So Lou DiBella is absolutely serious. Derevyanchenko on late notice clearly wants to fight. So my question to both of you guys is, why did the Dominic Wade mandatory get made with no
hesitation?
Here you go. I got the answer. Okay. I got the answer. It's the same exact reason why the Charles Martin unification happened in 15 seconds. Because when these dudes see the path to least resistance, that they know that the dumbass casual is going to be like, yeah, they going to jump on it. It's the exact same reason. But of course he going to jump on Dominic Wade. Who the hell was Dominic Wade? I didn't know who he was, to be honest. I didn't know who he was in that fight.
Has he fought since Golovkin?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Look at the dude who he beat for the WBA belt. Have you ever heard of that guy before or after that fight?
No,
and he's not beating champs. He's fighting for vacants. And then how did he get the WBC belt? He didn't fight. Who did he beat for the WBC belt?
And I'm gonna tell you,
gave it up.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you right now.
Saying. It's not like he's earning this stuff, this accolade.
I mean, once again, it goes. The fact that Dan Raphael, once again, the fact that he said that he dropped a Hiroshima bomb on Golovkin and HBO, because when he says that, it's very, very difficult, to rebut it. You know what I'm saying? To refute what he just basically said. So when it comes to Gennady Golovkin, it's getting to the point to where now even his allies, if they're pressuring him, he's going to be forced to do two things: either retire or fight better competition. HBO, and this is funny because once again, like we just said, new media is the reason why you hear Dan Raphael saying word for word what me and Boxing Ego is saying. He's saying word for word. He's repeating it verbatim almost. Because I said in my video on the 12th, the same day he tweeted that, I said in my video, HBO can put a stop to this. HBO, they can pressure Golovkin to fight better competition, just like they forced Andre Ward to move up to 175 and fight against Sergey Kovalev and leave Gennady Golovkin alone, according to Virgil Hunter. That's because that's what Virgil Hunter said. He said they forced him to fight Sergey. So if they can force Andre Ward to move up to a higher weight class and fight against Sergey Kovalev, you don't think HBO could have stood in? You could have stepped in and said, hey, Golovkin, we're going to need you to save this pay-per-view card and fight better competition. We're going to need, because they save money. They save money if they would have kept it a pay-per-view and if it would have been a viable, significant opponent like Danny Jacobs' rematch.
But Dante, if they do that and they force that, look at first of all, Danny Jacobs is a good fighter, but he is not the best fighter in the world, right? Neither is Canelo's an excellent fighter. And my point is, if they try to force Triple G to fight tough fights, he's gonna be exposed real quick. And then that whole dream that HBO was selling you is going to look stupid. So they ain't going to play themselves. They want to sell you the great white hype.
That's obviously.
Now that I said it, I know that the comment section is going to be, race baiting and all that dumb shit. But the reality of it is, if you look at Triple G's resume and you look at Demetrius Andrade's resume, it ain't going to look too different.
Yeah, and
the guy that Triple G chased down and got the fight with is the guy that Andre was chasing and didn't get the fight with. Remember?
Yeah.
Canelo was the guy Triple. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to add on to what you guys are saying good stuff. The thing I was going to add on is this. when Andre Ward, Dante has an interview with Virgil Hunter, and he says they forced him to move up, but he still did it. It's like pulling teeth to get Triple G to fight someone not named Jaime Munguia, not named Broner Monterosa, not named whoever, Spike. Who the hell is that? He lost to Chris Eubank.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He lost to Chris Eubank. He lost by stoppage. He lost to Billy Joe Saunders. So those aren't viable options. And a good point is this is the standard they set. They said Triple G is number one pound for pound.
Right.
Go look
exactly.
at ESPN. Their last pound for pound rankings for the last couple, they've had Triple G 1, 2, or 3, somewhere in that line. So he's an Olympic silver medalist, undefeated. You were training for a hard fight in Canelo. Why regress to fight? It's not that Vondas Monterosa is terrible, but he's not active. 2-year layoff, lost to another guy calling you out, not a mandatory, not ranked at middle. Why?
And
why fight him?
And
that's right. Because if you're saying Triple G is a number one pound for pound fighter, if you're telling me that dream, then you're telling me you think he could beat anybody else. So then it shouldn't really be a debate about who we pick. It could be, we ain't got to pick Andre. It could have been Andre Ward.
And on top,
right? Because he could go up a one weight class and beat him. It's nothing. He beats guys at 175 all the time in sparring. Right? Isn't that what Abel told us?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have any problem if the people, the detractors, old media, if they kept it fair. If they held Andre Ward when he's fighting Alexander Brand because he's fighting Kovalev and he's just trying to get some fights at the new division.
Right.
And Sullivan Barrera, if they kept it consistent, it wouldn't be that big of an issue. But they trash Ward, trash Jamal Charlo, say he fought a guy with a bum knee and all this stuff. His leg was broken. So why fight Vondas Monterosa? You got to make it make sense.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I talked to Lou DiBella. I had him on the show the other day, and he brought up an interesting point. He said that Golovkin knows Darren Yevchenko very well. He said they were friends in the amateurs, and he said Darren Yevchenko was one of the best amateurs at the time, from Ukraine. So the fact that he knows him like that, and he's his number one contender, and he's in rotation when it comes to all the mandatories, and Golovkin is trying to fight Sullivan. Well, what people don't realize is no matter how you try to defend these opponents that he's facing, there's no way you can justify Sullivan getting a shot at Golovkin before the mandatory IBF contender gets one. It's logically not making sense. And once again, new media has shined the light on this, and it has put tremendous pressure on them to do the right thing. And as a matter of fact,
Dante,
go ahead.
I want to say this real quick. The other thing is, by Triple G, who's one of the flagship fighters left on HBO, by him fighting the right type of opponent, that would make for better programming for HBO. Do you guys get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like how you go from Canelo Triple G, which everyone was looking forward to, a lot of people, a rematch, a significant fight for the division, to maybe Vondas, who's been inactive, not of the division, hasn't fought, and coming off the loss. That's like, Dante, if I owed you a meal and I say, hey, I'm going to take you out to the best steakhouse, I'm going to buy you filet mignon, asparagus, and mashed potato. And then I was like, you know what, I'm tired. I'll get you this cup of noodle. You'd be like, what? How we go from filet mignon steak now juicy steak to cup of noodle? So it would help. It would help HBO's programming, which is struggling, if they put on something that the fans would really get behind, like Derevchenko, you know what I mean, Boo Boo, Jamal Charlo, try to pull Danny Jacobs for a rematch, but. You know what I'm saying?
And on top,
give us that cup of noodles.
They're trying to give us a cup of noodles.
It seems like HBO don't even care though. It's like
no, they want to keep him. They want to keep him undefeated. They want to keep him undefeated. That's the reason.
That's what I'm saying. That's the reason. Blatant with it.
That's the reason.
They're not even hiding it. Like they right in your face, like yo, fuck y'all. And we still and these dudes. This is what I'm saying about Joshua. Eddie Hearn told you. He said, "Why would I have my guy fight a tough fight when he could fight an easy fight and make damn near the same money?" So he telling the people buying the fight, I could give you what you want to see, but why? You're going to pay me the same shit for some bullshit. He's telling them, and they still on here like, yo, cup of noodles is good. Y'all bugging.
Yeah.
That shit is low in sodium.
Yeah.
I'm
Now
like,
now all of a sudden, matter of fact, they'll try to tell you, they'll now try to promote and tell you that cup of noodles is way better than filet mignon. Like, man,
right,
that filet mignon is overrated. High cholesterol and all kind of stuff. Got clenbuterol in it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Dante. They gonna make you feel like the cup of noodle got real shrimp, like quality shrimp. Shrimp flavor. Like, have you ever seen that cup of noodle shrimp be so dried up? That ain't no.
Nah, they gonna get the beef flavor. They gonna get the beef flavor and be like, "That's all the steak you need, right there. That's all the steak you need."
And you know what's
bubble gum shrimp. I need that.
And you know what's
crazy.
And what's so sad about this is exactly the spin that they put on this stuff. They will try to justify once again the cup of noodles, which is munguia, which is Vinus Monterosian. They will all of a sudden say. Matter of fact, I remember
they did with some dumb shit
with
though.
munguia.
Like, if you got any sense,
they would say oh, munguia got power. I just looked him up.
Right.
I just looked up his highlights.
Right.
Munguia got power once again. That them noodles. Oh no, this is some good top ramen. This is like the best season right here. You put some eggs in there, and it's way better than filet mignon. That's exactly what they saying right now. Hey,
They telling us.
But Dante, you guys listen to this. This is the monster that they create. Don't tell me Chocolatito's pound for pound number one. Lomachenko's pound for pound number one. Triple G's pound for pound number one. And then when it comes down to see them in pound for pound fight, they're like, nah, you got to fight Munguia.
Yep.
Either they struggling when they get to fight them. Either they struggling or they losing. Like they told us, Chocolatito was pound for this. How the hell Chocolatito was pound for pound number one, coming way out of left field for like a month and a half. Now, where the hell is Chocolatito now?
Yeah.
You just told me this guy was pound for pound number one. Now you don't even talk about him no more.
Not only
what's going on here?
Not only
Jim Lampley, he dissed him too after Rungosai knocked him out. He said he can't come back from this. It's over. Bang.
Yeah.
He can't come back. That's kind of foul. That's turncoat.
They parasites, man. They jump from one host to the next. I mean, this is what they've been doing.
Right. As long as the hosts don't look like me. Mm-hmm. As long as the hosts don't look like me or you, then they're going to jump to it. If it looks like me or you, they jumping. Like, we questioning Terrence Crawford. We questioning Floyd. We questioning Andre Ward. We questioning Boo Andrade is a bum. We questioning Charlo. We questioning Errol Spence on steroids. I mean, look, man. Yeah. This whole shit is crazy. Listen. My name is Brandon Harper. I'm on y'all super chats. I'm in y'all comment sections, fighting y'all fights for you in the comment sections on your video. My name is Brandon Harper.
I done shot you. I done shot you out a couple of times, man. I appreciate it.
Doing your thing, man.
I don't know how I even got on, because honestly, when I called, I was like, man, I'm gonna be on hold again. And then I got on, I was like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to be. I want y'all to know, man, keep doing what you're doing, because it's y'all foot on these niggas' necks. Excuse my language for those of y'all who don't talk like that.
All good.
It's y'all doing it. It's y'all doing it that's making Dan Raphael talk real shit. It's y'all doing it that's gonna force Eddie Hearn to get up off that sucker shit. Y'all gonna do it. All y'all gotta do is keep doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have plenty of people telling you what you're doing is wrong or whatever, but if everybody was with you, you know you ain't doing something right. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to walk to the fire.
The foot on their neck.
Hey, man.
New media, Ego, Dante, I appreciate y'all. Brandon Harper, much love to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing what you're doing, man. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, I appreciate it, Brandon. Hey, once again, E, it just goes to show you, man, the message is resonating, and all we doing, and E, isn't it crazy how just speaking the truth, it's people, they give us the credit, as if, we don't realize what we actually doing until we get that type of reception. And then we realize, wow, just telling the truth, it really, it really resonates. You know what I'm saying? So
I guess there wasn't a lot of people who were necessarily doing what we've done. You know what I mean? Like,
because they didn't want to deal with the backlash. I remember. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
When Andre Ward was kind of linked to fighting Triple G, they didn't want that, right? They didn't want that. The fans, the network, whatever. And they said around that same time where Andre Ward's like Little G and stuff like that, they told Ward, hey, we'll renew your contract, multi-fight deal. You got to fight Kovalev and move up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And to this day, we've never seen Triple G at 168. And this is a range of weight classes that he and his team said they can fight at.
That they said they could fight at. I mean,
and then, like I said, you'll get a guy like Terrence Crawford, and they'll question the legitimacy of his resume. Oh, who is Thierry Jean? Who is this guy, Thomas Delorme? You know what I mean? They'll try to take whatever name. Oh, who is Julius Ndongo? Okay, who is Vanes Matarosin in regards to the middleweight division?
Who's not even ranked in the middleweight division. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's coming off a loss 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Bro, just to put it in perspective for all the fans, he fought Erislandy Lara in a rematch and lost the same month that Canelo knocked out Amir Khan. Amir Khan's getting ready to fight this weekend against Phil LaGreco. And he had a surgery, a long layoff. That was a while ago. We covered. Remember, we were at the weigh-in and all this. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In regards to boxing, that was when Canelo, the same month Canelo knocked out Amir Khan.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the last time Vanes fought.
And this is the dude that he wants to fight. And just like we talked about a couple days ago, right? You remember what we was talking about when it came to Andre Ward and when he was inactive? They basically punished this man for being inactive. You know what I mean? So now, by way of contrast, they'll go ahead and credit Gennady Golovkin for fighting an inactive fighter. I mean, it's amazing, man. It's truly amazing. Hey, but let me go ahead and shout out some of the lieutenants in the DBN Tank Super Chat showing that love. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and introduce my man, Lieutenant Gary Benson. I say lieutenant, one of the DBN lieutenants. He says, shout out to the 2 top new media kings who forced mainstream media to take notice and finally start reporting the truth. Keep the pressure on my brothers. That's what it is. And then my man D215, he said, Ego and my dude, DBN, he said, Ego and my dude, DBN and Ego, new media need to put together a pound for pound new media list. Okay? I appreciate that, D. And then D, he sent, and then D, he sent another message. He said, Ego said, cup of noodles, my dude. Okay? SS Solo, hashtag new media. Okay, Black Fight Fan TV. Oh, man, I appreciate it, Black Fight Fan TV. He says, shout out to new media from the LDBC. Ain't no plex. What's the ain't no plex? It's all love. That's what's up, man. Appreciate it.
Shout out to Black Fight Fan TV. Man, everybody's working. Real people know what's going on, who's reporting this information the correct way. Hey, and Dante, I wanted to say to you, King Corleone, he's a moderator on my channel.
Oh, okay.
You should probably make him a moderator.
Definitely let me know who I should make moderators. That's what I need. Matter of fact, we're going to get that done right now.
He holds it down on my life. He holds it down on mine, and he knows about. He's from Texas, King Corleone. He definitely holds down my live streams.
Well, King, you just got endorsed by Boxing Ego, man. So I just went ahead and made you a moderator because I'm always looking for some good moderators, man. So yeah, that's what it is right there. Hopefully, I got the right.
Yeah, man. I feel like we helped clean up this boxing game because before, for a while, there wasn't a lot of people speaking the same message. You know
there's no doubt about it.
You know what I mean? You didn't even see a lot of people that necessarily even looked like us at the media day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And the ones that did look like us, they was they was out there, Uncle Ruckus and Stephen A. and doing. I'm using them like verbs, boy. I tell you.
Like, if you say anything bad about Golovkin, you're racist. What?
Yeah. I mean, the one, once again, going back to adding on to what you just said right now, E, the thing is, when we first started doing this and we started telling the truth, it's so crazy because they had this built-in narrative that everyone was so used to hearing that even people that wasn't for the BS and they weren't biased or anything, you keep hearing something so often, and you become hypnotized and you start to become indoctrinated and you start to think it's normal to just say, even though Floyd Mayweather, he's doing unbelievable things, but hey, everybody is telling me he's boring. Everybody is telling me he's this and he's that. Al Heyman, he comes out and he basically brings back free fights on TV and all kind of stuff, doing crazy views. You got old media writing articles, he's a disease, he's infesting the sport, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We went against this. And when we went against this, of course, you deal with the racist fans coming out calling you the N-word, the monkey, filling up your comment section, throwing rocks, racist, slurs, up the yin yang. And that's the reason why, right? That's the reason why a lot of people, especially a lot of black people, let's just be realistic, a lot of black people who were covering fights, doing YouTube videos, it was very difficult for them to deal with that line of fire, and they didn't want to be called the N-words, the monkeys. Speaking of, it's a reference you could use with, once again, going back to the civil rights struggle, getting, rocks thrown at you, having dogs sicked on you, having the water hose, put on you or whatever. Or, you fighting for a cause so you don't get on the bus, so you walk to work. Or you say, I'm gonna stand up for what's right. My feet hurt. I got blisters all on my feet. My shoes all tore up, but I'm gonna walk to work. And then you have these other cats like, damn that. I'm about to get on that damn bus. I'm about to get on the back. Y'all just, wasting time and all this kind of stuff. And this is why it's easier. That's my point. This is why it's easier for people to go with the grain as opposed to fighting for what's right, because you got to go through pain to fight for what's right. And me and my man Boxing Ego, we've been extremely consistent since day one. And it's not, and I want people to understand this too. It's not so much of just agreeing with someone just to agree. No, it's about standing up for what's right and what's wrong, regardless of the backlash you deal with. That's what it's all about. Being sincere and genuine with telling it like it is. Just like that Starbucks story with the black kids that was sitting in Starbucks. And you have to shout out to the lady who recorded it, and then the lady who put it on her Twitter. And she was just saying that today. She was like, more people, and this is a white lady. She's like, more people need to stand up for what's right, because she put it up, because she's on the hope list, and she put it up. It got the attention it deserved. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's a whole lot to talk about when it comes to this stuff, but that's pretty much what it is. Hold on, one more person, and we're gonna go take another call. And because I know it's late, y'all. We got y'all up late right now. We won't be up here too long. But
the other thing is, I was gonna say, sometimes you have to take a step back to realize how far you've come. And I remember we were on the front line, like you're saying, and all I heard was PBC sucks, cherry pick, mismatches.
Yep.
Al Heyman's the cancer. See, me and you, we've covered HBO fights. We've covered ESPN fights. We've covered Showtime fights. It's not anything against any network, but you got to call it how you see. And a lot of people weren't doing that. Anything associated with PBC was negative, right? Now, fast forward to the future, they said Showtime was going down. Al Heyman can't pay his fighters, and they're bankrupt, and this and that.
Wow.
The numbers aren't where they need to be for free TV. Now, what does HBO have on their calendar versus what are we getting on Showtime? We have a triple header between the Tekashi stuff, Broner Vargas, Tank Davis, Jamal Charlo. Shout out to Texas, right? And that's what everyone's talking about. They weren't talking about Sergey Kovalev versus Igor Mikhalkin like this.
Not at all. Not at all. It's amazing how all of a sudden now HBO, their fights look like old Tuesday night fights. And matter of fact, that might be too much of a compliment. More like Friday night fights. Go ahead.
Dante, since you said that, it's crazy how a couple years changes, because I know you've been a fight fan for all your life or whatnot. And ESPN used to have, guys who were trying to rebuild their careers, or guys who, guys who were like fell off or washed up. Now ESPN even has like some good fight, Crawford versus Horn. And now the HBO, who was the leader, the flagship for boxing, and look at the fights that they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Lucas Matisse versus a random guy from Thailand, like Karam or whatever.
Yeah, dudes we don't even be knowing, man. Dudes we don't even be knowing. And
Triple G Triple G's team tried to pull a fast one with that Jaime Munguia. I cover boxing. I've literally never heard of Jaime Munguia. Like, I don't even know if I'm saying his name right. I just know he's from Tijuana.
Hey, but he got, but they say he got power though. They say he got power. Let them tell it. And that's the reason why
there's a lot of guys. Hey, Charlo got power. Shout out to Houston. Charlo got power.
Darren Yevchenko got power. He got a higher knockout ratio.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, it's too easy. Tom Loeffler, you remember what Tom Loeffler, and we got to talk about that press conference. That was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in boxing. They made an announcement to make no announcement. The announcement was there is no announcement. That's literally what Tom Loeffler said. But I thought it was hilarious that Tom Loeffler, he said that the Vanes Monterosian fight, it makes sense. Quote, it makes sense. And why does it make sense? He said because Vanes is training right now and he's interested in the fight. And he's from LA. That's why he said it makes sense. Man, I'm telling you, man, it's easier.
I mean, there's a lot of people from L.A. Snoop's from L.A. Quite Snoop Dogg then.
Man,
I mean, if you from L.A., like that, what does that have to do with
what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know if you can put it on the screen, but go to Demetrius Boo Boo Andre. Go to his Instagram. He's in shape right now.
Yeah,
go to his page. He's training.
Yeah,
so, that doesn't mean it.
Yeah, it don't.
So you can only get the fight if you're from the city where you're trying to host the fight. I mean, that doesn't really make sense.
Hey, and to go even further, you know what? Hold on, before I go further, let's go ahead and take another call, and we'll probably get out of here. Yeah, we'll probably get out of here in maybe next 15-10 minutes, because after I do my show, Boxing Eagle, he gonna do his live show, guys. So y'all can check out his show after this one right here. But let's go and take another phone call. We got 347. What's going on? What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
What's going on, man? You live.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, man. What's good? What's on your mind? What's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm calling for this True Lou calling from St. Louis.
All right, St. Louis in the house. What's on your mind, man?
Yeah, what up?
I got some breaking news for y'all. I'm glad. First, shout out to the whole panel. I'm watching y'all on YouTube right now. Shout out to you, Ego. I follow you. And shout out to you, Dante. Good coverage y'all been doing.
Appreciate it, man.
I've been following boxing all the way back from the 80s and the glorious days with the Hearns, the Haglers, and all this.
Nice.
Let me give y'all a gem right quick.
Okay.
Let me give y'all a gem.
Drop it. Go ahead.
6IX9INE done reached out to the Vargas camp, and he wants to bring them out. Yeah.
What?
And he's going to be performing.
Who?
He said 6IX9INE want to do a ring entrance and come in and bring Jesse Vargas into the ring.
Wow.
That is big news, bro.
Yeah.
That is big news.
Oh, hold up. I'm not finished. I got a little connection.
Sorry.
You know? Thanks for having me on, though. This is an honor. This is a privilege. He gonna bring them out to the song. Gosh, y'all made me lose my thought.
Go ahead.
Gumbo. And the other song that just hit the chart.
Man.
So y'all must have followed 6IX9INE music. Y'all must have followed his music.
I'll be honest. I just know the two. I just know the two big ones that came out. You know.
Gumbo and Gotti. I know.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Because I didn't know it either. Yeah, Gumbo and Gotti.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow, that's huge.
That is hella huge. Hey, and on top of it, once again, just imagine the pressure has never been this thick and heavy when it comes to Adrian Broner right now, man. I mean, there's never been pressure.
My bad.
I'm just saying that, hopefully this brings out, if Mikey Garcia didn't bring out the best Broner, if Porter didn't do it, this situation with 6IX9INE, Jesse Vargas, Jamal Charlo, going crazy on Instagram, talking about all the stuff he was saying, if that don't motivate you, if that don't bring the best out of you, nothing will, E. Nothing will, man. That's just what it is. You think we gonna see?
News.
Hey, but yeah, that's real good stuff, man. Is this like official? This is like something you heard from a friend or what, man?
Yeah, no, it's not official. That's all I was trying to let you know.
Okay. This is okay. Don't be
surprised when you see this.
Okay. I mean, that would make all the sense in the world, though. And if they didn't think about doing that, they done heard this and they probably thinking about doing it right now, and even if it wasn't facts, you know. So that damn show. Go ahead.
No, they are thinking about it. It's just not confirmed.
Who did you hear from? If you don't mind, who did you hear from?
Well, it's a source I have in Buffalo that's running in them circles in Brooklyn.
Okay.
You know, I don't think y'all would know him like that. He's affiliated with the Treyway Cat.
Okay. And I only asked who. I didn't mean like that. I was just saying, like, was it like a reporter guy? Was it like, you know, a rapper? Was it 50 Cent saying it? You know, that's what I meant. But it's all good. It's all good. But that's some good stuff. No, it wasn't. And maybe, and you know what, when you think about it, when you think about this with him saying that, because you heard how people saying, oh, they just trying to promote this. It is kind of funny now that he say that all of a sudden 6ix9ine out of nowhere, he posts something on Broner's, you know, Instagram, and then Broner, they go back and forth. And then my man calls in and he says this, that, you know, he's going to walk in with Jesse Vargas. You know what I mean? So it's very possible. It's very possible. You know, so
yeah, shit. I mean, I look at it like this too. If I'm putting 300,000 on you, I'm trying to be in the locker room with you. I want to walk out with you. I need to see where your mind's at. If I'm spending 300 racks on you.
Yeah, you ain't never lied.
Hey, but Ego and Dante, real quick, I ain't trying to take over because I am a boxing enthusiast. That's important as far as hyping a fight. But I really want to get into some more details of the comments and the facts that y'all been dropping about what's been going on as far as the politics of boxing lately.
Okay.
Going back to the Triple G and the what's this other clown? And I'm calling them clowns. Yes, I'm a melanated man, African American man, but I'm not being biased in that way. We said, we just calling it the way you see it. We know. Go all the way back to years ago when Triple G, everybody talking about he's the boogeyman. Wasn't Ward calling him out? Yes or no?
Yeah, well, yeah, Ward was definitely calling him out.
Okay, then, yeah. So he's been ducking and dodging since then. Now here it is, he got a chance to really step up. There's a lot of A-list fighters out there really ready to step in for Canelo. Obviously, Canelo's not going to fight him. And what is he doing now? And what is his trainer doing? The Sanchez, whatever his name is. They were trying to really go get some trash can fighters, and you know, and no disrespect to any fighter that steps in the ring, because it takes a lot of heart and a lot of determination and all that. But still, we talking about grade A fighters, and they're talking about putting him on the pound for pound list and all that. But yet you running around trying to fight D and Z list fighters.
And you heard what Abel.
They just.
And you heard what Abel told me. And you heard what Abel told me. He said, what has Charlo done? What has he done? He's done nothing at middleweight. See, this is why, once again, you have to be careful with the excuses that you make. Because if you're saying things based on emotion, that's going to come back and bite you. So now you say, what has he done? And now you want to fight Vanes Monterosian. And when you say, what has he done at middleweight? And he's never fought at middleweight. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, the walls are closing in, man. And I mean, hey, E, let me just ask you real quick, man. If you could put money on it, do you think Golovkin, you already know Charlo, if he beats Santino, the winner of that fight is the #1 contender. Zaleski, Jacobs winner, #1 contender. Darren Yevchenko, #1 contender. I already said Danny Jacobs. So, and then Billy Joe Saunders is out there. Do you think he's going to fight any of these guys? If he does, which ones? Or do you think he'll move up to 168 and just retire if he gets the Canelo fight first?
Can I answer that after he answers?
Go ahead. You can. Yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead right now.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. My answer is what you just said in the beat. He's going to move up just to avoid all that, because they don't want to see that dude. And I ain't trying to put the racial tone on this, but it is what it is. No, I heard what y'all saying about the noodles. They trying to feed us noodles. Mm-hmm. They don't want that light-skinned complexion person to get stopped.
No.
They don't. They don't want us to see that.
No doubt about it.
That's right. Like you said, we keeping it real and raw right now. And like I said, I ain't trying to bring any targets to y'all, because I'm still going to support y'all. As long as y'all keeping it real, I'm going to keep it real with you. They don't want to see that dude get stretched out.
And like you said, they certainly don't want it to be by somebody on the coincidental list. That's why, once again, Andre Ward, HBO, You know, they basically told that boy, you know, let me go ahead and give you this big check, this big contract. Please, man, just leave Golovkin alone. This is the only one we got right now. We need to keep us this Golovkin. You go on and you fight, you know, Kovalev, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, think about this for a second. HBO could have did the same thing to Golovkin that they did to Andre Ward. When Golovkin was saying, I'll fight anyone from 154 to 168. And at that time, there was nobody in the park to play with. Golovkin was in the park by himself. He didn't have no friends. He didn't have nobody to play with. And then all of a sudden, you got Andre Ward, who's pound for pound at the time once Floyd Mayweather gave up the throne. He was pound for pound. You would think that would be common sense that Golovkin and HBO would be like, hey, Golovkin, we need you to fight this guy, you know, Andre Ward. This would be the biggest fight, et cetera, et cetera. Just like they came to Ward and said, hey, we need you to fight this Kovalev guy. But, you know what I'm saying? So, once again, I mean, it's not so much of, you know, talking about the race aspect. It is what it is. These are facts that, you know, that we bringing up right here. These are facts.
But
Yeah, only you watch it.
Go ahead, E. Go ahead, E.
I was going to say, to add on to what you said about you have to be careful what you put out and what you release. That's like when Abel Sanchez said black fighters fight in a style that's unpleasing to the fans. Mm-hmm. Immediately after he said that, Deontay Wilder was in an instant classic with Luis Ortiz. Mm-hmm. Jared Hurd fought Edison Lara, which was a classic, instant classic. And fans would rather see Golovkin, who's looking for an opponent, face Boo Boo Andrade or Jamal Charlo as opposed to Vonda Smarter-Rosen. You know, I mean, there's other guys like Billy Joe Saunders and Derevyanchenko, but I'm just saying in reference to what Abel said about black fighters have the unpleasing style that doesn't sell, then why would more people rather see Charlo in there or Danny Jacobs in the rematch or Demetrius Andrade?
Yeah, and once again,
man, let them know.
It's too easy. Hey, man, but hey, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it, man. I'm going to get to another one real quick. We got the phone lines lit.
Hey, Dante, you got someone in the comment section saying we ducking and we don't want to accept his call. His name
really?
is Paul Smith.
Oh, that's the ones we like.
Go ahead and get that. I want to hear that one then. Hey, nice shout out to y'all. Hope I can get through again. Oh, okay.
Okay, man.
You,
hey, take care, man.
Hey,
all right.
Hey, who's this? Who's 909? He keeps saying don't duck me.
909? Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead. We about to put him on right now.
Yeah, Paul
all right.
Smith has something to
909,
say.
You there, Paul?
Yeah, hello?
What's going on, man?
Hello?
What's going on?
Hear me, brother?
I hear you loud and clear. What's going on, man?
First thing I want to say is peace, love, hotep, and black power. All right?
Okay.
All right.
What's on your mind?
I came in a little late, but I heard you say something. I got to get at you, Dante, because I heard you say something about my man, AJ, and Eddie Hearn making excuses for Wilder. How is he making excuses if he's offering them 6 times as much as Wilder ever made in his life?
Well, you know what?
I don't understand that. Y'all losing me with that.
Okay.
$12 million and he only made 2. Now I'm from the South. I know Deontay Wilder.
Okay,
Deontay Wilder ain't got it like that.
Let me respond.
He ain't got it like that.
Let me respond.
Okay.
Let me respond. So what about Anthony Joshua? If Anthony Joshua is making more than he's ever made, why is it all of a sudden? Why is it Deontay Wilder? Why are you only focused on Deontay Wilder? And if Deontay Wilder is making 12% or 15%, when Joseph Parker and other opponents, they got 30%, why is he offering Deontay Wilder, who's the other champion, why is he offering him a lesser percent than other fighters?
All right, King, I just wanted to be quiet and not interrupt you. First things first, King. Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua got 3 belts. He's in control, point blank period. He has 3. To answer your question, the short answer is Anthony Joshua has a way better promoter, so he's in control. So if
you're not answering the question,
really want that smoke, that's
you didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question.
He's calling the shot.
Go ahead, E.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Man. You just said AJ has all the belts. He does have all the belts.
He got 3. That's a fact.
Hold on. Can I say something? Listen.
Yes, sir.
So he has all the belts. Explain to the fans who he fought to get those belts.
He fought Charles Martin. He fought Klitschko for Bacon.
Let me stop you right there. Charles Martin, what did he do to get the belt?
He fought for a vacant belt, Tyson Fury vacant belt.
And what happened in that fight?
He beat him. He beat Charles Martin.
The guy what happened in Charles Martin's vacant belt fight?
He knocked Charles Martin out. He beat him.
Charles Martin knocked himself out? No, I'm not talking about
Andy Johnson.
How did Charles Martin become a champion?
He fought for Tyson Fury's vacant belt.
Okay, and who did he beat for that vacant belt?
He beat a
what?
He beat a bum.
Okay, so you just gave Joshua credit, and you just said the guy Charles Martin beat was a bum. Strike one. Two.
First of all, Deontay, first of all, I said Anthony Joshua just has a way better promoter. Y'all cannot disagree with that. That's a fact.
Okay.
He put that man in position, bro.
Okay, hold on.
That man is in position.
Okay, let's get back to the belts. Charles Martin, you said he beat a bum. This is your words, not mine. You said Charles Martin beat a bum to get a vacant belt.
Okay.
You said okay. So that's how he got one belt. Who did he fight to get the other belt?
He fought Klitschko.
Okay, how old is Klitschko?
Klitschko was looking sharp that fight.
He said,
how old is
Klitschko? How old is he?
How old is he?
He was looking sharp, man.
Huh?
He was 42, but he was looking good.
Okay.
Hey, Wilder.
Was he coming off a win? Was he coming off a win? Klitschko, was he coming off a win?
He was coming off that Tyson Fury loss.
Yeah.
How did he look in that fight?
How
did he look versus Tyson Fury?
So neither one of them look good.
Hey, you sure you don't want to?
How did Klitschko look?
Hey, you sure you don't want to concede,
Klitschko,
bro? Because this is getting bad for you, man. I mean,
Klitschko didn't look that. He didn't look that good. He didn't look that good. But I mean, it's hard to look good against somebody who's 6'9", though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but he got two belts there. That's three. That's three belts. That's three. You just said he has all the belts. So he got the IBO,
he got three.
WBA,
he got
and
three.
the IBF. And okay, so let's recap. You said
he
the
beat
first
Joseph
guy
Parker, and he beat Joseph Parker, and he got the IBO.
Hey, let's do this. 909. You said out your own mouth. You said the first guy he beat was Charles Martin for a vacant belt, and Charles Martin beat
Charles Martin was a bum. Yes.
Then you just said he beat a 41-year-old Klitschko that was looking sharp, that didn't look good versus Tyson Fury. How did he get that last belt that he has?
He beat Joseph Parker.
How did he look in that fight? Did you have him winning?
Anthony Joshua?
Yeah, how did he look to you?
Man, I had him winning down there every round.
How did he look? How did he look, though?
I did definitely disagree with that.
But what did you think about his performance, though? How did he look?
I think he looked decent, man. I don't know what you like. I like the way he looked in that fight. I think he did what he needed to win. You know, I think he won at least 10 rounds. To answer your question. Now I hope I get to answer you. I hope I get to ask you some questions after this, man.
Hold on, before you do,
okay.
Go ahead, because I want to jump in too. But go ahead.
Ask this. What was Joseph Parker's best win leading up to the Joshua fight in your eyes?
I think Joseph Parker got lucky against Hugo Fury. To be honest with you, I think he got lucky against Hugo Fury.
So what's his best win? Not who did he get
the Andy Ruiz fight that he fought,
and he got lucky in that fight too. And he got lucky in that fight too.
And he won a split decision. Some people thought Ruiz won.
I'm with you. What's your brother?
So your first argument was that Joshua has all the belts except for one, and we just went together. You said he fought Charles Martin, fought a bum. He fought a 44-year-old Klitschko.
But listen, my brother, you're proving my point for me. I just said that the reason why Wilder should take what he wants because Eddie Hearn put his fighter in position to get all of these belts, my man. And listen,
let me ask this real quick. Let me ask this real quick. Forget about the negotiating aspect. Forget about all of that. Let me just ask you this. As a boxing fan, because in every other sport, we get a conclusion at the end of the season. We get the Super Bowl. We get the finals. We get the gold medal match.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the best fight the best? Forget about the money angle and all of that. What if you know that Anthony Joshua decided that he wasn't going to fight Wilder if Wilder doesn't take 12%, right? And we all knew that Wilder wanted the fight since day one. Who do you think who you think looks better in that situation? Wait, what don't we know? What don't we know? What don't we know?
We don't know. I don't know. I think Wilder blowing smoke. Deontay,
no.
Let me tell you something, Dante.
What part? What part in particular? What part in particular do you say we don't know? Because everything I'm telling you is facts. The money that was offered. You even started off the conversation talking about what was offered. So what part are you saying we don't know? Hello?
He hung up?
I told the boy.
He did not hang up.
I told the boy to give up earlier, though.
Charles.
I told him to give up earlier.
Charles.
He
Hello.
gone.
Charles, are you there?
909 is gone, man. He drowned.
Wow.
He drowned in the water.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
But listen, D, since Charles is no longer, 909 could no longer be with us, so we could continue this. The other part to address the fans that he said, yeah, but Eddie Hearn is a great promoter. Eddie Hearn's a good promoter, a very good promoter, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't play politics because Joshua has a country behind him that is willing to give behind. UK is phenomenal when it comes to supporting their own. There's a whole bunch of Liams and different people, and I'm like, man, I never even heard of it. They love him out there. You know what I'm saying? So props to the UK for that. But that's like saying Canelo, earlier in his career, he was a fair pigmented, light-skinned Mexican fighter who spoke Spanish with red hair. So some of the options that were available to him, right, were because of his fighting ability, but also the way he looked. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
also
absolutely.
the way he looked. So we can't say, oh, but Canelo, he got to fight Sugar Shane Mosley at a young age. He got to fight Floyd at 23. That's also part of the business. Golden Boy promoted him right. He had the look that they were going. They put him on Floyd cards to build Canelo early on. So same thing with AJ. Nobody's mad that AJ actually is making the money that he's making and stuff like that. And like you said, at the end of the day, it's just like if the Golden State Warriors and the Cavs or whoever are the best team, you want to see them play.
Yeah.
Hey, you got calls, bro. They try to hear.
It's crazy when you think about it. Once again, using that, the reference, the Super Bowl. Can you imagine a football, fan saying, "No, man, we don't need to see the Super Bowl this season unless my team, get the money that they deserve." And I'd rather not even watch the Super Bowl if they not gonna get, 75%, and the owner of the team should be getting this and should be getting that. Football fans are not saying that. You know what I'm saying? So why are fans calling up, trying to say what a fighter should get and not get, et cetera, et cetera? It doesn't add up. And then something else that my man kept saying. He kept saying, "Well, you can't blame Eddie Hearn is just a better promoter." How does that make Eddie Hearn a better promoter? Because Deontay Wilder wants to fight right now, and Anthony Joshua doesn't want to fight right now. Or he's saying, either I get this or I don't fight you. That's like, remember when Leo Santa Cruz, when he was saying, I want, what was it, $3 million to fight, against Rigo? You remember when he was saying that? And when Keith Thurman said, give me $10 million, I'll fight Errol Spence. Does that mean he has a better manager? You know what I'm saying? Does that mean he has a better manager or a better promoter or whatever just because someone is asking for a ridiculous amount of money? You know what I'm saying?
And the other thing is this, to add on to what you're saying, the other thing is this, is if you look at the whole scenario, is we know how the boxing game goes. There's guys like Luis King Kong Ortiz, they may never get a title shot. Luckily, Wilder was man enough and champ enough.
That's the only reason he got a shot. Yeah.
He was with, listen, Dante, he was with two other promoters, Matchroom and Golden Boy, and he didn't get one, not near title opportunity until he got with Al Heyman and Wilder stepped up. So is it because Ortiz is not a good fighter or he has a shitty promoter? It's that he's so high risk, people don't want to fight him. You know what I mean? People aren't looking to fight him for the type of money they would get paid, because he can definitely beat any top level guy on any given night. You know what I mean? It could be a dangerous fight. So we can't go off of that. Oh, but AJ has all the yeah, he did, because that was his course. You know what I mean? That was his course of action.
Yeah.
His promoter seen the opportunity with Charles Martin and has been on and popping since.
And something else, E, if everybody used that approach, if every fighter and every promoter used that approach, we would get none of these fights. We wouldn't see none of these great fights that we seeing right now. You know, it's legacy versus just you looking for a check and severance pay. You know, because that's realistically what it is. And E, didn't you?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you had an interview with Abel Sanchez that I checked out, and he says he didn't sound too big up on fighting Charlo. He said, "What has Charlo done at middleweight?" Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about promoters having the best promoters and stuff. Triple G might fight Vanes Matarosen, and ESPN's calling it raw sewage. So does Charlo have a better promoter because they're putting Charlo in the fight this weekend with Hugo Centeno? That's an eliminator.
Excellent point.
You know what I'm saying? So we can't say it really. And the thing is, it doesn't have nothing to do with the promoter, as in terms of we want to see these fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I could care less who's promoting. If DeBella's doing it, or if Shelly Fink, you know what I mean? I don't really care. Eddie Hearn, I don't care who's promoting. I just want to see it because they're the best.
Yeah, that's it. And E, didn't you just do a video where you were, because I didn't report on this, but I think you reported on this. What did Eddie Hearn say exactly again? You said he basically implied that Anthony Joshua's not ready, you know, or it's too much of a risk to take that fight. Go over that.
Oh, what did he say? Hold on. I got this. See, we all set up new media. We high tech over here.
All day.
I'm going to play it for you.
Dope.
Okay. Make sure everybody hit the like button. We're going to play it right now.
Nice.
I go, let's just pull numbers from Tyner's guy. You're making $20 million a fight. Now, you're going to make 26, 27, 30. Or you can have a no-risk fight and make another 20. Yeah.
He says if you're making $20 million on your own, and then you can make, let's say, $26 to $30 million, why do that when it's a dangerous, massive fight, when you could make $20 million just fighting a low-risk fight? That's what he said.
Yeah. So he admitted.
So, I mean, yeah.
So
he said Anthony Joshua. Yeah, he said, okay, I'll read. I typed it out. If you made $20 million a fight, now you're going to make 26 to 30 million, or you can have a no-risk fight and make another 20 million. Then he says, yes, Anthony Joshua wants greatness, but it's also a business. I wouldn't expect you to take a job that was much harder and much more risk for similar money.
Mm-hmm.
End quote.
Yeah. See, that once again, that means that Anthony Joshua is not willing to prove that he is the best if the risk is not worth it. That's basically what he just said right there. I'm glad you just read that, because I didn't report on that. So I'm glad you just read that right there. See, once again, that's the difference from Wilder. And we heard Wilder say this at all his press conferences. He didn't have to take the Ortiz fight. That fight right there was high risk, low reward. Or you could say high risk, high reward, however you want to put it. It was definitely extreme high risk, because for all we know, according to Wilder, he believes that Luis Ortiz is a better fighter than Anthony Joshua. So he could have easily said, you know what? I'm not going to fight this Ortiz guy before the Anthony Joshua fight, because what if he beats me? Then I'll never get the Anthony Joshua fight. And that's the exact approach that Eddie Hearn and Anthony Joshua is using. And E, I'm going to go a little further, man. Me personally, I think that this is more of Anthony Joshua than Eddie Hearn. I just think that Eddie Hearn, because remember, E, you remember going all the way back to when a couple fights back, when Eddie Hearn came out. Remember when he came out and said Wilder, Anthony Joshua will knock him out in 3 rounds, right? And then like the very next day, Anthony Joshua, he came out with the contrary. He was like, hey y'all, calm down, slow down. I'm gonna fight when I ain't gonna be forced into a fight. I don't work too hard to get here. I'm paraphrasing, but this is pretty much what he said. He said the opposite of what his promoter said. So that personally leads me to believe that Anthony, just like the Kell Brooks situation, it's same thing. Eddie Hearn was saying at first, Kell Brook is ready to fight him, and it was Kell Brook, and the Kell Brook will come back and he would counter and say, well, I don't know, and this and this and this and that. They're not on the same page. So, I mean, what do you think, E? I think it's more Anthony Joshua, especially when you listen to how he responds when he's interviewed, because he ain't like no pit bull and Eddie Hearn is holding him by the chain, and Anthony Joshua's like, let me at him, and and Eddie is pulling him back. When you ask Anthony questions about Deontay Wilder, that's unfiltered stuff that he's saying right there. You look at his body language and everything. Your thoughts, E? Who do you think is more? You think it's more of Anthony? You think it's more of Eddie Hearn? Is balanced? What do you think?
I think it's both. I mean, I don't know who it is. I just know it's inconsistent. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's inconsistent with, like, okay, they're saying that Wilder is not allowed in the ring. Okay, Wilder said, I'm not coming in. And then they switch it and say, oh, he could have gotten in the ring, but you don't just tell me you're going to jump in the ring. Right? I'm like, hey, this could have been resolved. Wilder was going to come. There was no reports that he wasn't coming until you said he couldn't get in the ring. And then there was bad criticism like, hey, why can't Wilder get in the ring to promote the fight? They said they didn't want fake hype. And then now AJ did an interview with Sky Sports, and he said he likes face-to-face confrontation. So, if you like face-to-face confrontations and a motherfucker said they're going to get in the ring, I mean, what more face-to-face is there than that?
Yeah, and on top of it, for them, before they were saying the fight has to marinate. It has to build up. Let the fight build up. Let the fight build up. Once again, why would you turn down free promotion? You don't have to pay for the promotion. It doesn't come out your check. It's not a commercial that you had to pay for. None of that. Why would you turn that down? That would be a great way to let the fight marinate, So, like you said, it's not adding up. And still, Anthony Joshua or Deontay Wilder didn't even have to show up. And Showtime, they still they opened up the broadcast with an interview on Deontay Wilder. So it's not making sense at all. It's not adding up.
Not adding up. I'm gonna kill the decaps with the point you brought up. You know how you just said Eddie Hearn said that AJ would knock Wilder out in 3 rounds. That's what you just said. That because we all heard that interview, right?
Yep.
So in this current interview, he says, yes, Anthony Joshua wants greatness, but it's also a business. I wouldn't expect you to take a job that's much harder and much more risk for similar money. So how is it much harder if AJ will knock him out in 3 rounds?
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
How if you just said why would AJ fight this guy for this amount of money when he can make $20 million fighting this guy, and then you say it's a high risk, high reward. Yeah. But then you said he'll get knocked out in 3 rounds. That doesn't sound like much of a risk. Yeah, if your guy knocks him out in 3.
Yeah, if it's that easy of a fight, then by your own logic, you guys should be rushing to fight this man. By his own logic,
Here's another thing Eddie Hearn said. This is what I'm talking about to the fans. They could get mad or whatever. Eddie Hearn said that Joseph Parker is a tougher fight than Deontay Wilder. So why is he currently saying that I wouldn't expect you to take a job that was much harder, much more risk for similar money? How is it much more harder and risk if you just said Joseph Parker was a tougher fight and then we just seen AJ beat Joseph Parker? So if that was the tougher fight, how is it much more risk and much harder of a fight?
Absolutely. It's not adding up.
I don't get it.
It's not adding up. And let me go ahead and introduce some more cats or shout out some more cats showing that love in the super chat section. So let me see. Let me move up over here real quick. Make sure I got everybody over here. Okay, my man Brandon Harper who called in. He said, thanks for taking my call, brothers. Hashtag ego DBN LDBC. My man Marcus Garvey. I appreciate that, family. He said, we have 2 of the great ones collaborating tonight. I appreciate that, Marcus. My man Cesar Lanez. He said, shout out, hashtag new media. Shout out DBN and Ego, my 2 favorite channels. I appreciate that, family. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Gregory Wyatt.
Hey, do you have any more calls?
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to some more calls. Yeah. I just want to get these.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, yeah. We about to get it back. We about to get right back to him. And my man Gregory Wyatt, I appreciate that. D215. He said DBN and Ego, the Tupac and Biggie without the beef, the two best. Yes, sir. All day, new media. Appreciate that, man. And then he also said Ego cooking fools in the hot seat all day. That's what my man D215 said. Appreciate that, man.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Hey, let's go ahead and get back. Let's get back. The phone lines are lit, man. The phone lines are lit right now. We got 817. What's going on? What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Dan, and I'm calling from Dallas.
What's going on, Dan?
Okay.
What's on your mind, man?
I want to talk about Golovkin. Three things. When he came up, HBO hyped him up, and Abel Sanchez and K2 said that he was concerned about three things: fighting often, so activity level. Number two, he was about legacy, and number three, he was about all the belts. And he frequently said, "Floyd, businessman. I'm not businessman. Ha ha ha." All three of those points have been proven to be wrong, and he's been proven to be a fraud here recently. We know last summer he had a chance to fight Billy Joe Saunders. They were about to send the contract to Billy Joe Saunders. He was waiting on the text, and Tom Loeffler pulled out at the last minute because they were afraid of offending Oscar. So he wasn't about all the belts. Number two, the last 2 years, the last year and a half, how often has this guy fought? He last defended the IBF in 2016 against Dominic Wade. This whole time with Canelo, he could have had a legitimate opponent signed for the next fight. Frank Warren and Billy Joe Saunders offered him to fight for June, again, a year after he ducked the fight the first time to become undisputed. Okay? And now the third point, going on about legacy, he's ducking his mandatory. So people got to remember, he's ducking Sergey Devrichenko. People got to remember, Golovkin came in between the middleweight division being hot before him, and then now it's hot now. So he came in when Martinez was on his way out, when Kelly Pavlik was gone, when Winky Wright was gone, and he was facing guys like Daniel Gill, Adama, Monroe, Wade, Macklin. These are C-class fighters. He wasn't going toe-to-toe and taking Kelly Pavlik's punches. I guarantee you he wouldn't have gone Mexican style with a prime Kelly Pavlik, because he would have gotten knocked smooth it out. Now we're in an era where the heavyweight division is tough. And his activity level has gone way down because he's chasing that Canelo payday. Everywhere you look, he's got a tough fight. His WBA mandatory, Murata, that's a tough fight for him. Jacobs rematch is a tough fight for him. Deverenchico is a tough match for him. And Charlo's a tough match for him. So no, he's not about the legacy. He's not all about the belts, because he turned down 2 times now the chance to fight Billy Joe Saunders.
And he's about to get stripped.
He's likely going to get stripped of the IBF, waiting on Canelo.
Yeah, they're about to strip him. And you know what? Great points, man. And
wow.
Yeah, and E, I mean, since he just brought that up, let's talk about this crazy ass announcement that press conference that they did the other day. Tom Loeffler, and I got the image up right now. Tom Loeffler and Golovkin. And he starts off the press conference saying the announcement is there is no announcement, and I mean, let me ask you this, Ego, do you think that he's going to end up getting stripped of the belts? Because my man made a lot of good points. I thought Golovkin, he wanted to unify all the belts. Now he's in a situation where all of the number one contenders, they're lions and sharks. So, I mean, your thoughts on that crazy press conference. Why did they have that press conference, E? And do you think he's going to get stripped of any of his belts by the end of this year or whenever?
Now, I don't know. I don't work for K2, so I'm not sure why they had the press conference. It doesn't make sense if you don't have an announcement. That I don't know. I'm not sure on that. But if Lou DiBella and Derenchenko don't back down, yeah, he probably will get stripped, because you can't force these sanctioning bodies' hand, you know what I mean, and say, hey, I'm a mandatory, I've earned this spot. They're trying to fight someone who's not even ranked instead of fighting me. You know what I mean? So what is the IBF going to do? Are they going to break the rules? I don't know. I don't know all the parameters and details, but it doesn't really make sense that you would not enforce the mandatory. Like, see, to me, the best thing Golovkin could have did, him and his team, is Canelo's no longer in the equation, cancel the fight.
Yeah.
Because then I don't think he could be stripped. If he's not fighting on that particular day, then I don't think they would have stripped him. But the minute he tried to fight Jaime Munguia, Spike O'Sullivan, Vanis Matarosan, stuff like that, now the people that are raising their hand, especially one being a mandatory like Derevchenko, now you open that Pandora's box.
Can I just say one more thing before I go?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one more thing. It's the IBF, so they're very strict. They were never going to sanction the Martirosyan. If you notice Dan Rafael's tweet, the WBC and the WBA were going to sanction that because they're just all about money. They came to Canelo's defense even before the test results came back. But the IBF is very strict. So it's coming down to this. Golovkin had the people in behind him when Canelo came up positive for the clenbuterol. But then through his actions, and still to this day, letting Oscar and Canelo dictate his career, the fact that he's lining up these safe opponents, and there were reports that Golden Boy wanted one of their fighters to fight Golovkin. So who was Gary Spike O'Sullivan with? Golden Boy. This Falcao guy from Brazil, nobody's ever heard of him. He was a Golden Boy fighter. Munguia was Mexican, and it was something to please Golden Boy. And so now K2, Tom Loeffler, and Triple G have turned a net positive for them to a net negative, where they're still waiting around for the fight. They don't want to fight any of these sharks, like Dante said, or lions. WBA has two. Murata from Japan just knocked out somebody this past weekend. He's a mandatory for Golovkin. They don't want to fight any of those guys. Even Andrade is a tough fight. And they just want to hang around, wait for Canelo. Saunders said, again, you ducked me last year. I'll fight you in June. Out for my injury. I can't go in May. And they're ducking every opportunity and waiting around for that Canelo paycheck. Why haven't they announced the Dennis Metarodizium fight before tomorrow? Well, tomorrow's the hearing. So they're still getting dictated to. So they turned a net positive into a net negative. All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
Hey, good stuff,
Thank
man.
you.
Hey,
Shout out to Dallas.
Hey, the word is spreading.
Hey, he had to get that up. He had to get that off his chest. I felt it. It is.
It's been building up. It's been building up. And you know, you know what's funny is a lot of people.
He dropped the mic on us. He dropped the mic. He said, "I gotta go, guys. He said, I gotta go. I'm out." He just did a mic drop. Shout out to Dallas.
He wanted to get it out, and you could tell. You could tell a lot of cats. You know, once again, you know, they weren't even thinking like this, you know, until they start putting stuff together. And once again, you know, with the help of new media and everything, you know, cats are putting everything together, and they like, yeah, this is not making sense. And once again, going back to Dan Rafael, you know, that's when you know things are real bad. You know, let's try to take another one real quick. Let's try to take another one. 214. What's going on? What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's happening, man? This is Running Truck.
Who is it?
Appreciate the work, fellas.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up? I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate the work, fellas. Y'all really doing something that I don't even think that y'all realize fully what you're doing. Man. You know, you're pushing a lot of influence. You got ESPN responding to you on the finesse side of the game. You know, he's watching that, and he just CC'd you in on it without telling you. In my opinion, what's going on now is systematic. It's another black murderer's row. You got all these talented, you know, fighters coming out the hood, you know, or from wherever their background might be, and they got some skill sets, and they're very explosive. And you have a lot of fighters that's being protected. But check this out. It's not happening not only in the fight game over there with the boxing. It's going over there with Tyrone Woodley.
Oh yeah. Definitely in the UFC.
And a lot of other fighters. And so just like Mayweather went ahead, a lot of people talking crazy about Mayweather going into MMA. I just look at the brother, he's constantly evolving. So I think that, you know, one of the reasons why you and Ego, and I alternate between y'all channels, don't nobody get no views with y'all two when it comes to the boxing game.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
So I'm always up in them channels. Y'all must evolve too, because evolution is attached to staying power. And y'all been doing this consistently for a certain level of time. This is how y'all, able to capture so many people calling, so many people checking in on you, thousands of views, depending on the subject, within an hour. Y'all are drawing influence. And that's what social media, I think, is so powerful, because getting people's attention, grabbing constituents. If it wasn't for constituents, we wouldn't have a government. People paying attention, voting, jumping in on the situation.
And consistency is
interest.
Yeah, and consistency is key, man.
Please continue. I noticed. Shout out to Dante on the Muscle Nation thing. I'm looking forward to that, on how to build some muscle and get healthy.
Good looking.
That's what. I don't know when that's coming, but I'm looking forward.
Yeah, it's coming, man. It's coming, man. But thanks, man.
And so I just appreciate y'all. Just please continue to evolve, and wherever y'all see, people trying to ditch, dodge, and duck, and minimize, people's talents, whether it be because I'm gonna tell you right now, if it wasn't for Anderson Silva and John Jones, I wouldn't even be looking at the UFC. Look at that shit Conor doing over there, man.
Oh yeah,
man, that boy got hit with a felony, and he still got a job.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Nobody even knew what happened with John on the hit and run scenario. Yeah. But even before he got charged, hey man, I'm finna get rid of this guy. He's a piece of trash. He's this, he's that. And you got Conor running around here, blowing smoke, picking and choosing the spots. Because he had a chance to get with Woodley on the spot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of. Go ahead.
It's a lot of obvious double standards, and we're gonna keep exposing it. I mean, because you done touched on so much. I'm tempted to jump on all of it right now, and we be here for another 2 hours. But
yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm just throwing a little feedback.
No. You good. I'm just.
I know. Ego. Every now and then he'll grab a couple of pennies in on the situation.
Oh, of course.
We got some major talent, boy. I mean, Anderson Silva at one time was throwing jabs with his feet. That's how fast he was. Now he got a little ungrateful, and and slipped into a little situation from playing around too much. But at the same time, he's still one of the greats, and he did some amazing things. And if it wasn't for those guys that I just mentioned, I wouldn't even. Nobody would really watch the UFC.
I hear you, bro.
There's a lot of people. I'm gonna put it to you like this. There's a lot of people that watched Martin. It was a very, very popular show, but he never got no awards.
I hear you. I hear you, man.
Something about it's something about that melanated man.
I don't mean to cut you off, man, but you done touched on a gang of great points, man. I appreciate it. I just got to get to another call, though, man. But thanks, though, man. I appreciate it. All right, man. All right, man.
Peace and bless.
Thank you.
Take care, man. Take care. So
all right.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get somebody to here. Let me see before we get up out of here. Let me see. Let me take another call. We got 404. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, Dante? How you doing, Ego? This Q from Stone Mountain again, bro.
Q, what's going on, man? What's good? What's good?
Hey, man. First off, hey, this has been a good one tonight, man. I'm glad y'all got together once again. Every time y'all get together, man, it's great. So please keep it up and keep doing that. Next, man, I really think the IBF should just go ahead and script him. Like, they script Fury, what I'm saying, before he even set up a rematch, his belt was taken.
They stripped Rigo too.
With Mikey Garcia.
Go ahead.
And then Mikey Garcia was just they was giving him an ultimatum too, basically saying, hey, yo, you got to fight this guy right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is again that Triple G and HBO is getting these passes. HBO, I've noticed is that they put all their money and resources behind foreign fighters. If you was from America and black, you didn't get no. They forgot about you.
Mm-hmm.
The only person they recently picked up was just Danny Jacobs. Everybody else, they just said, hey, Chocolate Chacovito or all these European fighters that's coming up. No one cares about that, man. We don't even know half of these people. And your last caller, Paul Smith or whatever, a couple of that, he was talking out his ass.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way you.
That's why he hung up. That's why he hung up.
Yeah, seriously, like the dude fought Chacom, and Chacom got a bigger percentage. So you're not gonna sit here and tell me that. And then you're talking about, well, we'll fight Big Baby Miller, or we'll fight, like, it's everything but Wilder. So if you're going to fight Big Baby Miller, you mean to tell me he's a bigger name than Wilder?
It's not making sense. It's not making sense at all.
Like, that's just ridiculous, man. So, I keep hearing now that Wilder is possibly going to go ahead and face, what is his name, Molina or whatever?
Dominic Brazil.
Yeah, Dominic Brazil. So is that going ahead? Is that true? Have y'all heard anything else other than that?
I heard it. I don't know how.
I heard Eddie.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie Hearn says it. Dominic Brazil says.
Yeah, that's the only person I heard.
Yeah, he's the only one I heard say that. But listen, if he does fight Dominic Brazil, it's because he can't get the fight he really wants.
Absolutely,
Joshua.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Hey, and the question: are both of you guys going to go ahead and be at the boxing? I know Boxing Expo. I know you're promoting it, but are both of you going to be there before I fly away out there?
They canceled it, bro. I'm glad you
Damn.
They postponed it. Yeah, because Canelo messed it up, man. Canelo he called me up. He called, me and Eagle was both promoting it, obviously. And he called me up and he said he said Canelo messed it up, man. So it ain't gonna be no Box Fan Expo. I'm glad you brought that up, and that's why. But I haven't been pushing it or promoting it anymore because there's not gonna be a fight out here on May 5th anymore. Golovkin is gonna fight in LA, so there's no reason for them to have a Box Fan Expo. They're trying to push it to September. So, and I don't know. I guess once again they riding on Canelo. They hoping that Canelo doesn't get suspended for a year or whatever, because that's the only way they could even host the Box Fan Expo that September is if they get the Canelo Golovkin fight, and that's what Tom Loeffler is waiting for. He said that's one thing he did say in the press conference. He said that they're waiting to see what happens with Canelo Alvarez, but like Dan Rafael said, and I never thought we would be, well, I mean, he's agreeing with us. I ain't gonna say we agreeing with him, but like Dan Rafael said, you need to stop waiting for Canelo. Stop waiting for Canelo. There's way too many opponents. He didn't say that, but I'm paraphrasing. But he just said stop waiting for Canelo. So, what do you think is gonna happen tomorrow with that situation? I don't know if I asked you that already. What do you think is gonna happen with Canelo?
I think he's gonna get fined. I think he's gonna get a year suspension. But I was reading there's basically like when you go to prison and they have good behavior and you can get out early. They have something where if you go through whatever drug testing and whatever you have to do, like a course or something, then you can get it cut in half. So he's probably looking at 6 months to a year.
6 months to a year.
Right. And then Adonis Stevenson, man, what is going on with that? Bundu Jack and them, they still haven't came to an agreement on the fight, or I'm hearing issues with that. I know.
I heard Alida Alvarez.
Lou DiBella spoke on it when y'all was. Yeah, go ahead.
I heard Alida Alvarez was holding it up. That's what I heard. I heard that he's trying to step in the way, and that's the reason why they haven't announced it yet. So, I'm gonna try to get Badu Jack in the studio, man. So he cool people's man. So I'm gonna try to get him in the studio to talk about the situation. But yeah, is that the same thing you heard, E? The Alvarez is kind of holding it up.
Yeah, it's the same thing when Wilder was trying to fight Luis Ortiz the first time, and Bermane Stiverne was like, "No, I'm a mandatory. Give me my shot."
Yeah,
I think Alida Alvarez is doing what Bermane Stiverne did, like saying, "Hey, I want my opportunity. Don't fight." You know what I mean? Same thing Derevchenko's kind of doing for Triple G.
Yeah,
Bonus.
Yeah. Great point.
But the difference is Adonis
been people for years.
What do you say, Q?
I said Adonis Stevenson just been getting a pass because for years he's not really boxing. He's been boxing low level opponents in my opinion too. Like because he could have been unified his division.
Yeah, and the inactivity might really, really affect him now, man. I mean, going up against a young, tough cat like Badu Jack, all that inactivity, that might really affect him in this fight. I wonder. I mean, he just hasn't been consistent, you know, so we'll see, man. And hopefully the fight happens, because that's a good look, you know. Badu going to Canada fighting against Superman, that's a good look. So hopefully that fight comes to
fruition. And Gary Russell Jr. is fighting his mandatory, unlike what Golovkin's trying to do. But on the same night as Badu Jack and Adonis is Gary Russell Jr. versus Joseph Jojo Diaz, a Golden Boy fighter. That's a cool day of boxing. And
to add on to what you just said right now, E, yeah, if you think about it by way of contrast, look at what almost all these fighters are doing, especially, of course, the fighters on the coincidental list. You know, you got Terrence Crawford, who's bold enough to send Errol Spence a direct message when everyone is avoiding Errol Spence. You got Errol Spence, who's willing to fight everybody. Wilder just fought Luis King Kong Ortiz. You got all of these fighters, the Charlo brothers fighting Erickson Lubin and Julian Rock Williams. And then you got Gennady Golovkin, who ESPN ranked as top 25, one of the greatest fighters in the last 25 years. And Chocolatito, by the way. You know what I mean? Over all of these fighters that have been fighting in the same era, the same generation as them. These are the fighters they elected and put, you know, on that pedestal of being top 25, one of the greatest fighters of all time. So yeah, man, it's just crazy. And once again, going.
And the other thing, we got to add Badu Jack to the list. He fought.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He beat him, and then he moved up, fought cleverly as a champion. Now he's fighting Adonis Stevenson, a champion. We got to add my dude Daniel Jacobs to the list. Do you realize Daniel Jacobs has fought 3 undefeated fighters in a row? He fought Golovkin, undefeated. Luis Cuba Arias, undefeated. And now he's fighting Selexky, who's undefeated, and knocked out the guy Charlo's fighting this week. Yeah, Centeno Jr. So he's fighting 3 undefeated fights, and he says he'll fight Charlo, who's undefeated. That's insane. That's 4 undefeated fighters if he does fight him. But we know at least 3 undefeated fighters in a row.
And
right. And do you guys feel the same way I feel about, like, I really didn't want to see Charlo fight Austin Trout, since, you know, he's basically been beaten by all the current champions as it stands right now. Like, we didn't really need to see Austin Trout fight Charlo.
Yeah, I'm not really mad at that fight because it's not the main event. You know what I mean? And it's Charlo. Remember, Dante, we sat next to each other. It was us and Michelle Joy Phelps. Remember at the Charlo fight?
Yeah, when he fought.
Austin Trout gave his brother a good fight.
Yeah. Oh, he gave him a real good fight. He gave. And Charlo, so it's still a compelling fight. But the bottom line is, you know, it's not like he has, you know, at 154, it's not like he really has, like, you know, another Erickson Lubin, that, you know, that's been calling him out, you know, or something like that. You know, I mean, he knocked out Erickson Lubin. I mean, he's been, you know, he knocked out his nemesis. What was the boy name from Texas? E, the boy he knocked out that he
Hadley.
Yeah, Hadley.
Hadley, you talking about?
Yeah. He knocked.
Okay,
right. Saddam Ali is going to hold that WBO title hostage, man. We all know that. He's not going to fight anybody.
He going to have to give up. He going to have to.
I got to add this. Someone's in your comment section right now. I'm looking at it, and they says Charlo Trout's a weak ass fight. My question to you is, what other promoter outside of Al Heyman is giving you double headers and triple headers where you know both of the names of the guys that they're fighting?
Mm-hmm.
Like this weekend.
Broner
Vargas, Cuellar versus Tank, Jamal and Hugo Centeno. Who's even giving us double and triple headers?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look at other people's undercards, and it's like career builder, stage builder fight. So at least we know Jermell Charlo. I'm not in Austin Trout, and Austin Trout is a veteran who has a better resume than Charlo. Canelo, he's been in there with Miguel Cotto. He's been in there with his brother. He's been in there with Jared Hurd. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that bad as people try to make it out.
And
it's not even the main event.
And tag me in, Ego. Tag me in, because see, this is something else I want to add on top of that. Now, once again, let's play trading places. Let's reverse the roles. Let's just say hypothetically, if Golovkin, if he would have went ahead and just fought Charlo next, right? He fights Charlo, knocks Charlo out, and then he fights Vanes Monterrosian. nobody will really care, if he did something like that. Or maybe I should say Spike O'Sullivan, a better example, because at least he's a middleweight, because that is, that's apples and rocks, when it comes to Vanes Martirosyan. But yeah, I'm saying, so if he went from knocking out your boy Charlo, or he knocked out Jacobs in the rematch, and then his very next fight was against Gary Spike O'Sullivan, people would not have that much of a problem. The reason why I use that example is because that's equivalent to what what you could say Jamel Charlo did. He knocked out Erickson Lubin in the first round. So that's equivalent to what Golovkin would do if he was in there. Even Sergey Derenyevchenko, it would be a better look. So, yeah, man, once again.
And Dante, I got to add this, too. My question to you is, who do you want to see Jermell? Who's realistic that you want to see Jermell Charlo fight on the Leo Santa Cruz card in June? You know what I mean? Because I was just covering the fight, Edeslani Lara versus Hurd. He just lost. So it's not realistic to think Hurd is going to be ready by June. He probably wants to take time off with his family.
And Jermell called him out. And that's another thing that makes that's also something that makes Jermell look good. He called out the only other guy in the division to fight. And go ahead.
Exactly. So who's at 54, like you're saying, that Charlo should be fighting in June, by June? That's realistic. Vanes Martirosyan might move up to 160, and then Charlo already fought him and beat him. Then you have Lara, who just lost, Hurd, who just came out of a good fight in the war. So Demetrius Andre's at 160. Who do you want Charlo to fight? To all the people that are saying it's
honestly, I would want him. I would want him to fight Saddam Ali because, and I know everyone's saying
Saddam doesn't. Not gonna take that fight. Saddam not gonna.
Right, but
Saddam doesn't want that fight right now.
And that's what I'm saying. We need to put the pressure on. Like, hey, why take the belt? Like, if you're not going to go ahead and you're not going to fight the best, or you're going to say, well, I'm on 147, so I don't need to fight those guys. They're too big. Then you need to go back down to 147, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But my question is this, because you said you didn't like the Jermell Charlo fight, is who do you want?
No. I didn't say I didn't like it. I just said, hey, it's not one that I really will want to see, just not because of who Austin Trout is, because I like. I was
who
just
do you want to see a fight that's realistic for June?
And that's.
Well, for June, I actually wouldn't know. I'm just saying because Austin Trout had already fought Hurd and he fought his brother, and then it's a lot. So I was just like, oh man, I'm like damn, bro. Like I know, but I want Hurd to give one more. Like I'm just more so for Hurd, man, because I've been seeing like that last. I know he fought in New Mexico a couple of months back, and then so he got another win after the Hurd loss. But it's just like at this point for Hurd, man, I was just like, damn, like give him some more time just to build up, man. I'm just tired of him taking punishment because that Hurd fight, he was just
Jamel.
So please, Ego, don't take it like I'm talking bad about Hurd.
No. I'm just going off.
But I was just like more for Austin, like man, like damn, like give him give him one more shot.
And no, I hear what you're
Go
saying.
ahead.
And, this is not just directed at you. There's people in the comment section saying it's a terrible fight. I'm just saying who is there available that's really realistic. Can Kell Brook fight? Does Kell Brook want to fight Jermell Charlo in June? You know what I mean? Saddam Ali's already fighting Liam Smith, so occupied. Lada just lost. Hurd just lost, and they're trying to build that for October. So, I mean, and then Charlo already knocked out his mandatories. You know what I mean? Hatley and also Erickson Lubin. And then Vanes might move up and fight Triple G. So, like, the fans got to be realistic. That's all I'm saying.
And he's calling out Hurd. Yeah, he's calling out Hurd. He said right after the fight he wants her. I mean, that's equivalent to, once again, the Deontay Wilder situation. If Deontay Wilder wants to fight the guy all the way at the top of the division and that guy is unavailable and he just beat the other top guy in the division, Luis King Kong Ortiz, you really can't criticize him for who he fights next because he's already made it apparent and obvious that he wants to fight the best. Now, if you in a situation like Golovkin where you have, that's when it's a different situation. When Golovkin has 4, 5, 6 great opponents and he's picking the weakest guy on the list, that's when you criticize. That's when it logically makes no sense at all, by way of contrast.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I wasn't necessarily criticizing Charlo. It's just like Austin Trout only had one fight since her fight. I'm like, just give him more time to fight. So that's what I was trying to say about it. Like,
no, it's
I
all
think
good,
it'd be a good fight, but I was just thinking like that Charlo just needs, I mean, not Charlo, but her just needs maybe another fight, you know, before he jumps right back in there with the lion versus, hey, you know, fight a low pet competitor and then jump right back in there to another. I'm like, that's a little quick, man.
Yeah, but the thing too, I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. You're saying he's getting Canelo, he's fighting Cotto, he's fighting Jermell, he's fighting her. But again, if you think about it, if more fighters were doing that, then this would be like, what if Triple G had a schedule like that where he was, you know what I'm saying, where Triple G just wanted to fight Hurd, and then after he wanted to fight this guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to give Trout. Right. I'm just saying I give Trout much credit. I'm not saying he'll win the fight, but at the same time, he's a warrior. So he this is what he signed up for, and he must love to fight. And he's willing to challenge his skills.
And let me just say, and let me just say this real quick too. When it comes to the comment section, for a couple cats that I've seen some decaf saying, oh, you know, playing the race car, or, you know, little stuff like that, little talking points they make. One dude saying, why are we starting a race war or something like that? I want to ask the fans that say stuff like that, and I want to say this to you. If all them comments you see where fans are calling black people N-words and monkeys and all that kind of stuff for no reason at all, you go on Instagram, you go in the comment section, a video has absolutely nothing to do with race, and then you see somebody dropping the N-word, the N-bomb, the monkey, all this kind of stuff, or you got boxers like Sergey Kovalev calling Adonis a monkey. Why are you not putting pressure on them and telling them to stop trying to create a race war? If you were doing that to the actual racist people, then there would be no discussion about race. You know, so if you basically giving the criminal a pass, but you mad at the person that's calling the police on the criminal, then you must be one of the criminals. You know what I'm saying? So I just want these decafs to understand that. You're making yourself look bad at the end of the day. You know, so but anyway, hey Q, but thanks for your call, man. I think we're gonna take one more, E, and get up out of here. Let me see. All right, Q, take care. All right, Q.
Thank you, brother.
All right, man. Take one more, man. Sorry I couldn't get to all you guys, but we'll just take one more. 917. What's your name? Where you calling from, man?
What's going on, man? This is Hakeem from Queens, man.
What's going on, Hakeem?
What's going on? Hey, Ego. Dante Boxing Nation, man. I follow you guys, man. I appreciate all the great work y'all guys provide, man.
Appreciate it, man. What's on your mind, man?
I just want to talk about the Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua, man. First off, that contract was terrible, man. $2.5 million fixed, horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely horrible, but I do believe that Wilder should have took that contract, just to expose their bluff, man. I mean, a fact is, we do know that Eddie Hearn set that contract knowing that Wilder wouldn't take that contract. You know what I mean?
That is a good point.
Plus, Wilder.
Go ahead.
You know what I mean? So I just believe that if you would publicly say, you know what, I accept that contract. Let's get it on. What's next?
Yeah.
I believe, and I could put my kids in it. I believe that even after Wilder publicly accepted that contract, I believe that Eddie Hearn and Joshua would have created another excuse not to fight Wilder, man. So I believe that just by him saying I accept that contract, that would have put them in the hot seat. So Ego would say, put them in the hot seat and, you know, put their backs against the wall. Okay, wow, this guy really, you know what I mean?
Hey, that's a good point. I mean, you like I said, he should just call his bluff. Not so much of actually take the deal, but you're right. It would have been interesting just to have him come back, you know, to the public in response to the public and basically say, okay, we'll take the fight, just to see how they respond. Just to see how they respond. Go ahead, E.
I was gonna say I see the vision. I mean, just to see, because I mean, I agree with you. It might have been another scenario or another excuse came up if he did, but if you really think about it, he almost did do that. He said, I will take whatever you give me if you take it in the rematch. And did you ever see Eddie Hearn commit to that and say, hey, we'll take 12.5 on the flip side, lock us in? You didn't see that. So he kind of, in a roundabout way, did do that. He says, I'll take 10%, whatever you're trying to throw at me, but you take that in contract, in blood, in writing, in the rematch. And we have never heard Eddie Hearn say, hey, we will take 12.5 on the flip side in the rematch. So he kind of in a roundabout way did say that.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So once again, the ball's in Team Joshua's court to accept that. Give Wilder the 12.5, and then I'll say, okay, Wilder, take it. You said you would take this deal. If Eddie Hearn promises, put it on social media, right? Show the contract where you don't have to put the whole contract. Show us that clause in the contract that says Joshua is taking 12.5 flat rate, no back end money, pay-per-view. And then I would say, Wilder, you got to take the fight. That makes sense.
Hey, E.
Because that's what Wilder said he would do. So we're just fighting for equality.
Absolutely. Hey, E, and Wilder also called their bluff when they said, why don't you go ahead and fight Dillian White? And Wilder said, okay, I'll fight Dillian White as long as Anthony Joshua's name is on the contract. And then they said, oh, well, we're not doing that. So he called the bluff on that too, because that logically makes no sense. Why would a promoter who's not even promoting Wilder say, hey, man, go fight this guy. Just go fight that guy. and say, oh, but there's no guarantee you're going to get what you want if you beat him. What sense does it make of even making an offer? And that's kind of how the $12 million offer is. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to throw this out here, but, even if you accept it, there's no guarantee we still going to, take the fight next. You know what I mean? So,
Dante, I've been to your house, Dante. You got a nice house, right?
Uh-huh.
So let's say you put your house on the market, and I say, yeah, I want to buy your house. I'll give you $5,000. I'll give you $10,000. Fine, fuck it. I'll give you $10,000. You'll look at me crazy. Like, I live in a nice neighborhood. This shit is gated, and you trying to give me $10,000. You know how much my house is. You know what I'm saying? You know the blue book value on my house. So we already know what it is with the flat rate.
Excellent.
It's an offer.
Excellent analogy.
Yeah, like, okay, and if you sold your house for $10,000 to me, then you'd be a fool because you can make so much more money for your house. Again, you live in a nice neighborhood, a gated community. It's in Vegas. It's nice new property. You know what I'm saying? So once again, it's a deal that's meant to be rejected.
Yeah.
And if you don't reject it and you actually take it, then you're a fool for taking it because now I got a house I could flip. I only paid $10,000, and now I could sell it for $300,000 or $250,000 or whatever the value of your house is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, once again, it's an offer that was never supposed to be taken in the first place. And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. It's like somebody who you ask somebody for a ride, right? You ask somebody for a ride, and that person really don't want to pick you up. He don't feel like going to pick you up, and he was like, yeah, I could pick you up, but I ain't gonna be there for at least 2 hours because I got to do this and I got to do that, and they be like, okay, I guess I'll still wait around for the ride, and they were like, damn, he still want me to pick him up. Well, you know what? Now that I just thought about it, it's actually going to be 3 hours before I get there because I got to make another run and do this and do that and do that. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to find a way out of the situation.
I could add on to your analogy. Let's say, I come to Vegas when there's a fight. Let's say I said, man, like, I don't want to take Uber. I want you to, Dante, can you take me to the airport? And you don't really want to take me? And you say, yeah, I'll take you for $1,200. And I'm like, but bro, you live 10 minutes away from the airport. You took me to the airport before. You know what I'm saying? You live 10 minutes away from the airport. That's going to run me $1,200.
You know how much gas that is to get you to the airport?
Yeah, you're like, oh. So, yeah, I mean, I bet you would take me for $1,200. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you don't really want to take me, so you're going to hike the price up. And then if you do pay it, then you're foolish for paying that.
Absolutely.
Because I definitely, I'd be like, thank you, DBN, but I'll get an Uber, I'll get a Lyft. $1,200, yeah. I'm not doing no flat rate.
At the end of the day, man, it's about legacy. Do you want to be the best in the world? I'm gonna go way back. I just to kind of connect this. I just thought about it. Oscar De La Hoya, when he lost to Shane Mosley the second time, he lost to him twice, And I know it was controversy in the second loss, but he lost to him twice. In the third fight, because Shane Mosley always took the smallest slice of the pie. He took like 20%, some real small percentage of the pie in both fights. So Shane Mosley finally said, look, man, I beat you twice. Now I should at least get 50-50. And Oscar De La Hoya, he said, no, I'm going to give you this amount, which is, a real small amount, or we don't fight. But if you think about the situation, who needed redemption more in that situation? Who needed to fight more? Oscar needed to fight more for his legacy. You know what I mean? So why would he be the one, not doing whatever it takes to make that fight come to fruition? You supposed to be showing, I could beat the guy who beat me twice, right? So in the Anthony Joshua Wilder situation, once again, history will remember that Wilder, he put all the pressure in the world on Anthony Joshua. He was like a debt collector, banging on this man's door, calling him up every day. And Anthony Joshua didn't take the fight. If the fight never comes to fruition, I hope it does come to fruition. But I think the pressure, and this is another thing I want to close out with, E. I think the pressure is getting to him just like the pressure is getting to Golovkin, because now you remember, E, after the Joseph Parker fight, you had the English reporter who was constantly asking him questions about Wilder. You had Carl Froch, who was saying, well, I think he should go to the States and fight. I went to the States. A lot of fighters went to the States. You got UK allies.
Lennox Lewis said that.
Yeah. So now it's like the pressure is on him. It's not even, they used to try to use that narrative, oh, those biased Americans, they just will say this. Now UK fans are saying it. UK boxers are saying it. Yeah. So he in a tough situation, right, E?
Yeah, I definitely think the pressure. I mean, and we live in a social media age. You got the information at your fingertips. People know what they want. And we're realistic, like you said with Golovkin. You said if Golovkin fought one of these tough outs, and then he was already training for a tough fight, and then he came back and fought a Spike O'Sullivan, people wouldn't really be tripping.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Same thing with AJ. You're one step away from legacy, undisputed, which hasn't been done since Lennox Lewis in the heavyweight division. It will be the most lucrative fight for both fighters, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're after this, the heavyweight division is not even built like that, where you see the tiers, you see who's who. It's Wilder, Joshua, and Tyson Fury, and Luis Ortiz are probably the best guys there. You know what I mean? Right now. You know what I mean? And then you have up-and-comers like Joe Joyce. So basically, if Joshua were to beat Wilder, he solidifies, becomes undisputed. It doesn't really matter. You can fight Dillian White in the rematch. You can fight Q-Brad Puller. No one's really going to say, no, you got to fight this guy.
Mm-hmm.
You just became undisputed. Because, like, if Crawford – see, this is the other thing. If Crawford became undisputed at 140, which he did, and he chose to stay and take a Thomas Delorme type fight at 140, I wouldn't be mad at Crawford. He just became undisputed. He had all the belts. But Crawford, knowing his mentality, what is he doing, Dante? What's Crawford's next fight?
Against Jeff Horn. Moving
up in weight 7 pounds.
Yeah, so, fighting a legitimate champion. Yeah.
I don't even think Crawford, he didn't have to do. He chose to do that. He didn't have to move up and fight a champion as first. That's just how he's built.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I would be realistic. If Joshua beat Wilder, became undisputed, he's the man. No one could take that away from him.
Of course.
He earned his keep. And he could fight Q-Brad Pulev or Lucas Brown, whoever he's trying to fight after that, for at least a couple fights or so. Like 2 fights. Or, you know what I mean?
No, that's
Were you mad? Were you mad at Floyd for fighting Berto?
No, we on the we on the same page. I was about to use that reference. Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather beats the guy that everybody claimed they want to see him beat or they want to see him fight. After you beat him, it don't matter who you fight. That's like after Usain Bolt, after he wins his race, if he do a little victory lap around and he just jogging and you over here trying to run past him, the race is over. You know what I'm saying? He done already won. You know what I mean? So he done already got Floyd, first place. And that's how it was with Floyd in that situation. He already got first place.
He was closing out his contract with Showtime, finishing that up. He had already beat from Cotto to Guerrero to Canelo to Maidana twice.
20 pounds bigger than him. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, all these guys bigger. And then all of a sudden he fought Berto. I'm not mad at that, and I wouldn't be mad at Joshua if he fought who he wanted to after being undisputed. Why? You know what I mean? With all the mandatories and people who get stripped and injuries, like Keith Thurman, he has 2 belts, and he may get stripped if he doesn't fight in a certain amount of time. So why chance history and being the heavyweight undisputed of this era? Why chance it to fate and have Wilder lose, have Joshua lose, when that could have been the biggest thing? We've seen Yuriorkis Gamboa versus Mikey Garcia. What'd you think of that fight? Oh, yeah, that's right. It didn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
All
We've
day.
seen Lennox Lewis and Riddick Bowe. How'd you like that fight, Dante? Riddick Bowe versus Lewis.
Never happened.
And, oh, yeah, it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So we're not trying to see these fights not happen.
Yep. Right. Absolutely.
Hey, someone's getting at you in the comment section.
Somebody
They say you just proved your bias, Dante.
and what's his name? What's Crosgra? You want to call
what
in?
did you say
Hey,
that
Crosgra, I don't know, but I would love. You want to call in because see, you may just get what you're asking for. Because I was about to end the show, but we'll extend the show a couple minutes to let you call in. Hey, you want to Crosga? You want to call in? Hey, let's pause the whole show to see if we get a response from Crosga. He ain't.
Fans put call in the comment section if you want Crosga to call in right now.
Dante,
and talk to new media.
I can handle what is. Dante, I can handle the lightweight. He got other cats in the comment section said, "Don't even worry about him. We gonna take care of him." But hey, yeah. But like I said, this is the great thing, right, about us going live like this. Like I said, we give these cats. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought he responded, but never mind.
No, he ain't responded because half the time, the majority of the time when I tell them to call in, that's when they stop responding because they used to doing tight buys. You know what I mean? They used to that. This new media stuff is too new for them. They not used to.
Look,
everybody telling them to call.
Dante.
Yeah.
Everybody look in the comment section.
Sure.
Now when we tell him to call in, he says Triple G fought Canelo fight so he can fight who he wants, like Mayweather. Call in.
Yeah. Call in. Call in.
We're not a bunch of. We're not thieves and bullies. We just want to talk.
Hey, like I said, man, you have an opportunity to make your boy Golovkin look good right now. You could save him right now. You can make him look good. Don't you want to do that? You know what I'm saying? So if you feel that we wrong and we don't know what we talking about and you ready to educate us, we giving you the opportunity to call in and teach us. If you feel you can educate us, go ahead and call in. But they're not going to call in because deep down what they really saying is these damn bastards are always telling the goddamn truth. And it doesn't go with my damn agenda when it comes to my favorite fighter because that's what they really saying. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the damn day. But anyway, yeah, he ain't called. He done got over 100 replies of call in. And this man, he done vanished like old boy did earlier in the comment section. And for the record, I noticed Ego.
Hey, Dante, he said, what's the number? Okay.
Okay, is he there? The number is on the I still got you up on the screen. Okay, well, the number is also in the description box. It's also it's on the screen. And hey, just put your area code. Put your area code in the comment section, and I'll go ahead and take your call. The number is on the screen, and it's in the comments. It's in the description box.
Here, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
They already
I just put the number in.
They already
the access code for guests.
You see how we give you this VIP treatment? Grosger.
VIP made it easy for you.
Yeah, it's all now. Now the comment section is filled with the number now. Boy, they all want you to call in.
Make sure y'all hit the like button while we wait for this call in.
All day. Hey, we giving out. Yeah, he don't want the smoke. He turning down the free smoke. Okay, hey, well, y'all keep a lookout on him. Yeah. Somebody just called in right now. Let me see if he called in.
Hey, what's your
area code? What's your area code? Let me see. He ain't calling in. Hey, Grosger, what was his name? His name was Grosger.
Krasga.
Krav
Maga.
Krasga. Hey, put your area code in if you're gonna call in. Are you gonna call in? Yeah, he done went into witness protection.
Man. See, we'll be up here till 2:30 a.m.
That truth, man. That truth is like kryptonite to decafs, man. I'm telling you, man. They know. And you know, the funny thing is, ain't it funny how they so used to congregating with other decafs, and you keep hearing this stuff over and over and over again, and you know, you start even believing, you know, the BS. And then when someone confronts you with logic, you know, it kind of catches you off guard. And you like, but I've been taught that, you know, Golovkin is this and Mayweather is crap and Ward is a bitch, SOB, and you know what I'm saying? All of this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden when we start hitting them with logic, then they like, well, damn, my homies, they must have set me up for failure. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's easy.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you recycle other people's point, is like when they're not there to defend it with you, it's just you. It's just you versus the logic.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes, hey, E, if Jim Lampley or somebody like that had a call-in show, do you think
or
people
say, come on the fight game?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, come on to the fight game. We're opening up the phone lines. If you disagree with what I'm saying, blah blah blah, call in and prove me wrong. God damn it! If Jim Lampley says something like that,
I'll be on my Broner stuff. I'm pulling up right now.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up to New York. That's how. If Lampley said, "Come on the fight game. We got to debate this Joshua Wilder. We got. What's the address? I'm pulling up.
Yeah.
I'm near you.
We camping out like it's a new damn Star Wars movie. You know what I'm saying? That's going down. That's going down for sure. So this is how you know that deep down they know this is the truth, because you have an opportunity to basically represent all the people that believe the stuff, the rhetoric that you push. You have an opportunity to say, God damn it, finally I could call this guy up and I can tell him what the truth is. But they don't do that though.
Yeah.
They don't do that.
Embarrass us. You know what I'm saying? Like, come bring this new point, enlighten us. You know, remember when Jim Lampley did the anti-Gotti list? What if he said, Dante, Ego, call the show, debate why that list doesn't make sense in the anti-Gotti list? I'll be like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask for the number and not call.
Absolutely, man.
And the worst part about it, new media, we'll be professional. It's not about like Lampley or this, Phil Florin and Phil. We'll have a conversation.
We're not gang banging once again. Once again, like I always say, it's therapeutic for decafs, because the truth is, deep down, they know that what they say is not true. They know it makes no logical sense, but it makes them feel good therapeutically. So that's the reason why they say it. And they know if they get on the line and they start talking to us, they know that talking point gets completely shut down and they can no longer use it. And now everyone has heard, you know, that talking point get debunked. And that's what it comes down to. That's why we need another decaf on the panel. Maybe we need to get us a decaf. We need to get us a decaf on the panel. You know what I mean? So we can really just, you know, kill.
He says I'm on your phone. I'm on the phone right now. It's muted. What is your area code?
Yeah, what's your area? What is your area code? What is your area code?
Hello.
Put it in the comment section. Put your area code in the comment section.
We hold the whole show. I'm supposed to get off and do my stream.
Okay.
All up
there you go.
480.
There you go. All right, let's go ahead. Hey, I'm gonna give this man credit because he done called in, man. So you know, you other decafs got to step your game up, because this man, you know, he done called in. Let me see. Okay.
They can kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, absolutely. All right. So we got 480. This is my man Krasga. That was in the comment section. Hey, what's your name? Is that your name? And where you calling from, man?
I'm calling from Mesa, Arizona. My name's I go by Crazy Gray on there.
Oh, Crazy. Okay, Cray. All right, Cray. So tell us, man. So what did I say?
Check it out, Dante. I don't like to say that you're biased necessarily, but what you said, because you said it's all right for Mayweather after he beat Pac-Man to fight Berto, and come on, man, like Berto wasn't a match. I don't really agree with that, If that's true, then it's all right for Triple G to take any type of fight he wants. Because he already fought Canelo, and everybody knows that Triple G won that fight.
Okay. Well, let's back up.
You can't say everybody. You can't say everyone knows because not everyone believes that. You could have everyone in the comment put who you thought won.
All right.
So okay, but hold on. Before we go to Canelo, let's just go back to that comparison with Floyd Mayweather.
Well, not Canelo necessarily, but
the comparison to Golovkin and Floyd Mayweather. First of all, how do you compare what Floyd Mayweather did after moving up 5 weight classes? He's close to 38 years old. He's close to the end of his career after retiring as being pound for pound number 1, the best fighter in this generation. How do you compare that to Gennady Golovkin when he's in his prime and he has all of these fighters that we've never seen him against? The Charlos, the Andres, the Surin Derevychenko, and all of these opponents. And keep in mind, Canelo, he moved up in weight to fight Gennady Golovkin, and he was not considered pound for pound number 1, the best fighter in the world. He wasn't even considered top 5, one of the best fighters in the world. How is it the same when Floyd is towards the end of his career and Golovkin is in the prime of his career right now?
And just before you start, just to cover what you said everyone knows Triple G won. I asked the fans, and there are people in the comment section, you guys will see on the replay, that say Canelo won. I thought Canelo win. So your statement.
Yeah, there's plenty of people who think Canelo won. I mean,
but that's not what you
that's
just
a rough
said.
statement, but there's plenty of people in the boxing world, and even when you look at the high.
Okay, hold on 1 second. All I'm going to say is your initial statement was everybody knows Triple G won versus Canelo, but you just admitted that's not true.
It was a close fight.
And the people in the comment section, there are people who are vouching and saying they thought Canelo won. So that first statement, I was just correcting that for you.
Okay, I'm sure there's plenty of people that want to say that the guy won.
Hey, but crazy.
As far as what I see, like when you read even
crazy.
ESPN
Answer my question though. But
articles,
I want you to go back to my question.
They pretty much give recognition to Triple G winning the fight, but that's beside the point.
Hey, but crazy.
The original point is, and I mean, you said all of Floyd's accomplishments, but I mean, you could look at a guy like Triple G and make a great comparison because look at his amateur career.
But what does that have to do?
Oh, well,
Zab Judah. These guys. Zab Judah has a great amateur career.
What might be amateur outside of this country is kind of pro.
So
I mean, the guy's getting his head beat in either way.
Hold on.
Floyd
Crazy.
Floyd got robbed in the Olympics. He has an amateur pedigree too.
Crazy. So you saying?
Yeah, but he doesn't have nearly as many fights,
you rank?
Not even pro and amateur put together as Triple G or someone like a.
What would that have to do with anything?
Crazy. So are you saying?
It's simple. You can go back to the comparison because you were saying that Floyd accomplished all this stuff throughout his career. Triple G's accomplished quite a bit himself. And he's on the list for top pound for pound, and if I remember right, he was pound for pound number 1 at one point.
Good.
I gotta play this game. with the caller. Shout out for calling 480. Listen, let's play a game.
480, bro. Mesa, Arizona.
480.
Shout out to Arizona, AZ. I see.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, let's play a game. We'll see who
starts
first. Name a great name on Golovkin's resume, and I'll name a great name on Floyd's resume. Right? So it'll go like this. I'll say Canelo was a good win for Floyd. Now you go and tell me what's a great win for, you said Triple G has a resume. So now you go. Canelo was a great win.
You know what? Okay. Maybe he doesn't have the greatest names like
Boy, that was quick.
Canelo.
That didn't last long.
No.
At the same time, Canelo, in my opinion, is not a great.
Well,
he's not a great.
Well, okay, so now that shoots down your point. That was the best opponent he had on his.
Wait, hold on. He was the fight that everybody wanted to see Triple G fight and be tested, supposedly, right?
Hold on, let's play the game. I'll name.
Well, I'm just saying that's the same comparison as Pac-Man and Mayweather, and that's
nowhere. Whoa! Did you just compare it to him fighting Pac-Man? To Manny Pacquiao fight?
No.
Floyd
What I'm
Mayweather
comparing
fighting
is the
Pacquiao?
2 fights.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Fights.
That's
my
question.
You had Mayweather versus Pacquiao, and this era, Canelo and Triple G was pretty much the same thing, except
nowhere near
closer to their prime, as opposed to in their old age.
Canelo wasn't rated pound for pound a top 5. He wasn't even I mean, it's
yeah, he was rated a top 5 on.
Not pound for pound. Not pound for pound.
I remember specifically.
Hold on, crazy. Go ahead, E.
Hold on. Just let's play the game. I'll name a good name on Floyd's resume, and then you go. We'll see who runs out first. I said Canelo. He was 23. He was undefeated, and he was a champion. He just came off the Austin Trout. Now you go. What's the good name on Triple G's resume?
Are you speaking with me or Dante?
No, crazy. Yeah, you crazy.
Dante,
okay.
and him are on the same page. So
yeah, I know.
Canelo, that was a good win for Floyd.
Well,
it was a good win for Triple G.
Well, I mean, he beat champions. That's all that matters. It's pretty much a unified champion.
No. That's not.
Say a name. Say the name of the person that was a good win.
David Lemieux. He beat David Lemieux.
Okay, David Lemieux fought a vacant. He fought for a vacant against Hassan Indam, right? A guy Peter Quillen knocked down more times, and that was a good win. He had been stopped by Rubio, a guy Golovkin also fought. He had been stopped. Dante, what's the dude that be at Mayweather's gym that stopped Lemieux too?
Are you sure? I thought Lemieux was undefeated when he fought Golovkin. I thought at that point
who was that?
Oh, he wasn't undefeated.
I'm forgetting.
You're wrong.
I'm forgetting who stopped him
he
at the.
He had 2 back-to-back losses.
But wait. But
Hossein.
When he said David Lemieux, I mean that ends the debate. That it's nowhere near close because we know Floyd Mayweather. Well, you know what? I ain't gonna even. Let's just say if he want to keep playing this game before I name all the fighters that Floyd Mayweather done fought, because I'll make it too easy if I name all the fighters that FloydEyweather done fought.
Lemieux wasn't.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, Floyd wasn't undefeated in my opinion on that either. So I mean, there's fights that he fought that were given to him a decision.
But who are you comparing him to?
We can go back and pick it apart. We could pick it all apart. Everybody's career and who they fought, who those guys fought.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's what I want to do because you were talking about Triple G's resume being comparable some kind of way. You said Lemieux, I said Canelo. So I'll say the Diego Corrales win for Floyd. Very good win, undefeated, power puncher, most knockouts.
I believe that's the fight. I think that's the one that I think that he.
The game is not over though. The game is not over.
That was the decision.
Okay,
no, Corrales. He didn't. How did he lose to Corrales when he knocked him out and he knocked him down 4 times?
Oh, okay, that's not the one then. I got to save them my YouTube favorites.
Hey,
bro,
I'll put it in the comment. I'll put it in the comments to you guys later.
What?
And you guys can tell me whether or not you think that.
Crazy.
He won that
you
fight
just
again.
said Floyd lost it. You said Floyd lost to Diego Corrales and he got stopped. How does that even?
No, not that one. Not that one. I had the wrong one. But he fought a fight.
I know which one. I know which one you're talking about.
That he lost in that decision.
But crazy.
You don't
he
even
should have lost that fight.
Yeah.
I mean, we could. That's my point. Is we could pick apart their careers and everything about them.
Bro, you just.
You know what I mean? But there is a comparison there.
You're referring to Castillo. That's the fight you're talking.
I know, and I didn't even want to give him the answer because if he didn't know.
Yeah.
But
Jose Luis Castillo, he didn't lose.
Hold on.
Come
Yeah.
on, Arizona.
I just want to say something real quick. I want to say something real quick. Now, crazy. When E said we on the same page, you said I know you guys are. I know you guys are. So
you guys are tag teaming me over here, man. You guys don't even let me talk when I'm trying to make a good point, and then I forget it. So it's all good.
On mute. I'll go on mute, Dante. You got this.
No. We gonna all take turns.
Yeah, Dante, it's your show, Dante.
We're gonna make sure. We're gonna make sure. Is that what you prefer, Craig? You prefer just me to talk?
No, man, it doesn't matter to me. It's all fun and chopping up about boxing. You know what I mean?
Because crazy.
You know what I mean?
Because crazy.
I'm used to talking to a bunch of individuals at once about it.
But
so
crazy.
It's fine.
But crazy.
You know what I mean?
But crazy. I'm gonna say this: if I had 3 people trying to tell me that 1 + 1 was 5, I don't care how many people is trying to tell me and tag team and all that kind of stuff, because I know the facts. You know what I'm saying? I know the answer. So I mean, when it comes to what logically makes sense, it doesn't really matter, if it's one person, if it's 2 people talking. I mean, we just trying to we talking facts. We trying to figure out what are facts, and we trying to.
Okay, so look, the facts are what I posted was that I felt that it was biased because you chose Mayweather in that particular situation, but it's not okay for Triple G. Now, there's no need to compare the two as far as
how
great
biased,
their careers have been.
But how's that biased?
Better. Well, because like I said, it's as simple as this. Triple G fought a big name. He's always trying to fight the best fighter that he can possibly fight. with the exception of what's going on right now, and I think it's just because it's short notice.
But
they're
crazy.
just trying to put a fight out there.
But
with that said, I'm just saying he fought the Canelo fight, so why can't he fight whoever he wants to fight now? Just the same way as when Mayweather fought Pacquiao, well, he could fight whoever he wants to after that because there's nobody else.
But see, when you make the comparison to Floyd Mayweather, you have to remember Floyd Mayweather, he fought, and I don't have to name them all unless you want me to, but Floyd, he beat at least 5 fighters that were on the pound-for-pound list when he beat them, and he moved up 5 weight classes. And once again, you comparing what Floyd did at the end of his career to what Golovkin is doing in his prime right now. Floyd retired after he beat Manny Pacquiao. So if Golovkin were to retire right now, where do you think he would rank? Where do you think he would rank compared to Floyd Mayweather? Because Floyd retired as pound for pound, #1, the best fighter of this generation. Do you think Golovkin would be close to be considered the best fighter of this generation if he retired right now?
Overall, according to the analysts that are
according to you. According to you. According to you.
According to me.
According to
me, I mean, I wouldn't. None of those guys would be on the list for greatest. Like
none of who?
I don't even think any of them are.
None of who? You say none
of the guys that are fighting right. None of the guys that are fighting right now. Would they
we're
go
talking
down
about
as the greatest?
Floyd,
Would
but we're
Triple
talking
G
about
go down as the greatest.
No, I didn't say I said the greatest of this era, this generation, right here.
Let's say
the next. Let's just say hypothetically the next era following Floyd Mayweather. So Floyd Mayweather, he was the man of that generation. And the next guy, would you say if Golovkin retired right now, he would be equivalent to what Floyd Mayweather has been and accomplished?
I don't know. There's not enough great fighters that have been willing to fight him.
As far as I'm concerned. Wait. What do you mean there hasn't been enough great fighters to fight him? You got Charlo who wants to fight him. Andre wants to fight him.
Well, I mean,
Sergey Derenyevchenko wants to fight him. Jacobs
you got
wants
guys
a rematch.
That have belt. Wait, hold on. You got guys that fight in that division that have held titles that he took them from that are like, I mean, look at the guy that's holding the 4th title, Billy Joe Saunders. He's not that great, but he's holding a title. But he's taken the title from all these guys. But they're not great, super great names that like.
So they're not great.
Fought. He fought De La Hoya, he fought Pac-Man, but it's not like he's looking for guys that aren't great fighters. He's fighting the guys in his division.
So why is he fighting? Why does he want to fight Vanes Monterosian? Go ahead, Eddie.
I was gonna say looking for something and finding it. Like if I'm looking for my keys, but I can't leave until I find my car keys. Looking is only half the battle. You have to actually find them. The other thing is, if you look at Golovkin's resume, name someone who you would say is more dangerous to Golovkin's style than Jermall Charlo or Demetrius Andrade. Somebody that Golovkin cleanly beat, as you say, that is more of a threat to Golovkin, what he does well, than Demetrius Andrade or Charlo. I mean, Munguia.
Right now that he's beat, well, Jacobs was a good fight. I think Jacobs is in comparison to Charlo.
Yeah, so why won't he fight him?
To some people.
Why won't he fight who? Charlo?
Jake, you just said Charlo. You said you believe Charlo is a good fight for Golovkin, right?
Well, you were asking if he's fought somebody that is as good as him, and I think Jacobs was as good as Charlo. I think that he pretty much fought somebody that fights well like Jacobs.
Jacobs is a friend of the channel's. And it is a good fight, but that's also the fight that some people thought
he lost.
G didn't necessarily win. Some people
I think that Triple G won that fight, but I give it to Jacobs. I think that Jacobs fought the best fight against Triple G that anybody's ever fought, but I still think that Triple G won that fight.
So
okay, fair enough.
Anybody
else?
Let me
think of because Golovkin got almost 40.
Well, Charlo. Well, from what I read on ESPN, Charlo was actually on the list, and they denied that. I don't know if it's the commission that denied it.
No, that's
but
not.
He was on there.
I never heard.
No, that's not true.
I read it on an ESPN article on my app today.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. And
when
I'll look up right now.
I'll share that article with you as soon as I find it. I'll share it to you.
Well, no, there's somebody in the comment section. Hey, if you guys have heard about this article, put it in the comment section because everybody in the comment section. Go ahead, E.
Dante.
To be honest, to be honest, you guys don't be surprised if Triple G does end up fighting Charlo. I mean, I honestly foresee something like that. He's not a ducker. You know what I mean? He ain't ducking nobody.
You said
that's for sure.
Wait.
I'll be
See,
surprised.
you
think Triple G's ducked anybody? Triple G ever ducked anybody?
Triple G, he ducked Andre Ward. He ducked Edeslandi Lara.
He didn't duck Andre Ward. They weren't even in the same weight class.
What do you mean? But we talking about ducking. We talking about somebody calling you out and you declining the offer. What is a duck? What's considered a duck? What's considered?
No, that's not a duck.
When you say
that's not a duck, they're not even the same weight class. And if you ask me, it was a whole bunch of media hype. I don't think either one of them was talking about fighting either one.
Wait. But you
Dante,
using your own.
Ask you a quick,
go ahead.
I got to ask you real quick because you cover boxing too. How did ESPN write an article? I'm getting ready to cover this fight. How did they write an article saying Charlo didn't get approved? Why wouldn't he? He's ranked. And he's fighting Hugo Centeno Jr. So why would ESPN write an article saying that Charlo was not approved as an opponent and he already has his own fight? That doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make sense
at all. He's
already
fighting someone this weekend.
And
yeah, that might have been the reason. I'm not sure, but I know that his name was on that article today. I read it. Like I said, I'll share it with you guys when I.
But you can't just say because his name.
Read the whole thing.
Yeah, you can't just say because his name was on the article because that could imply anything. But let me go back to
his name was in the article as an opponent that was presented that was denied, I believe, by the commission. I'm not sure. I got to read the article again or send it to you.
Charlo's one fight away from being Golovkin's mandatory. So why would the commission deny a guy who's ranked and a guy who's a good fighter?
I don't know, bro. I'm not the commission. I mean,
if you don't know, but if you don't know, you have to know these things though when you call in though, because if you don't know, then we can't believe anything that you say if you admit you don't know what you're talking about. You just said that he hasn't ducked anyone. His number one contender right now, the number one mandatory who's trying to strip him of the belt is Sergey Derenyevchenko. And Golovkin has turned down that fight, and he's trying to fight against Vanes Martirosyan, a guy who's not a middleweight, a guy who hasn't fought in 2 years, and came off his last fight was a loss. Is that avoiding or ducking Sergey Derenyevchenko if he's choosing to fight a guy who's not ranked versus the guy who's his number one contender?
Like I said before, I don't honestly think that he's ducking anybody. I think he's just trying to throw a fight together real quick.
So I mean, I
don't even think he's the one that's deciding who he's fighting. I think that they're just trying to put somebody in the ring to keep the.
You didn't answer my question, but you didn't answer my question though.
My question
go ahead.
to your ESPN article is this. My question is this: why would the commission deny Charlo, who's undefeated? He's 6'1". Him and his brother have both been champions. But they're going to approve Vanes Martirosyan, who hasn't fought in 2 years. He's coming off a loss to Edeslandi Lara, and he's not even in the weight class. So they're going to potentially allow that fight to happen. But you're saying ESPN wrote an article that said that Charlo, an undefeated fighter who's big and strong and great jab, you're saying that ESPN wrote an article that said the commission denied that fight, but they're going to allow for an inactive guy in the lower weight class like Vanes Martirosyan?
There was 2 fighters on the list. I'm looking for the article right now. I'm on my.
Yeah, I think that was like maybe Jaime Munguia or somebody.
Or he's talking about the article which you touched on, where they didn't approve Charlo as an opponent, and there was another article where I remember Charlo's trainer said that they were ready. It was the contrary. Charlo's, they said that we were ready, and the WBC had told them to just wait until the Canelo fight. That was an article that just came out about a week ago. But let me.
Well, you can't just read a headline. You can't just read the headline.
Well, he said he just knows his name was in it. He said, hold on, let me go all the way back to what started this all. So crazy. If you're comparing what Floyd Mayweather has done, going back to the game, Eagle said we were playing. With Floyd Mayweather beating Corrales, Pacquiao, Shane Mosley, Genaro Hernandez, having a close fight with Castillo, coming back, giving him an immediate rematch, beating him in a rematch, fighting Canelo at age 38, who was 15 to 20 pounds bigger than him, who was 14 years younger than him, at a higher weight class, after moving up 5 weight classes. Who would you say has accomplished more if you're comparing Golovkin to Floyd Mayweather?
I would say Golovkin because the majority of his fights are knockouts. He actually engages. He doesn't run.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait. You said so who did he knock out? Name the opponents that he knocked out. Because hold on. See, this is the thing. You know Floyd Mayweather has knocked out better opponents at the smaller weight classes than Golovkin has, right? You know that, right?
Dante, also,
Golovkin fought middleweight. His whole pro career, he fought middleweight.
That's my point.
Right, didn't Mayweather move
up
from
5
the
weight
light
classes
to the welterweight?
Has Floyd has Golovkin ever knocked out a Corrales type of opponent before? Because you said he gets a lot of knockouts. So has he ever knocked out a fighter equivalent to Corrales?
I don't know. He's knocked out some tough opponents. I can't measure Corrales against any of his opponents.
The answer is no. The answer is no. It's not an opinion when it comes to this. The answer is no. Go ahead, E.
Dante, using this logic from crazy, I see why you chose crazy for the name because
we're not hanging up. We're not hanging up.
You guys are gonna bang on that one.
We're not hanging up on them. They keep saying hang up. We ain't hanging up. We having too much damn fun. We ain't got to pay for this. This is fun and this is free. Go ahead, Ego.
Dante, using the logic Crazy just told us, he just said, yeah, because Golovkin will engage people. He knocks fools out or he doesn't run or whatever, right? So Deontay Wilder, by default, is TBE because he's knocked out everyone he's stepped in the ring with. If it doesn't matter who you're fighting, why are people saying Wilder fights bums? And if it's just about knockout. If it's just about knockout.
Wilder did fight a lot of bums. The best guy he fought was Luis Ortiz. And that guy was a challenge. And Luis Ortiz is probably going to be a bigger fight than if he fights Joshua. Joshua's not going to put up that big of a fight that Ortiz did. Ortiz almost knocked out Wilder. Wilder was stunned quite often in that fight.
Well, this is boxing. I mean,
everybody's seen that.
Wilder fights bums, and then Triple G's resume is impeccable. But you just said you like guys that they should be rated all-time greats for not running and engaging and getting the knockouts. Who has Triple G knocked out in the same fashion that, let's say, Wilder knocked out?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that I said it like that. That's a good twist on words.
Just clarify what you said. You said Dante asked you about Mayweather, his resume in its totality, and Triple G, and you said, yeah, Triple G because he doesn't run, he engages,
he gets knockouts,
and he goes for the knockout.
Well, he asked as far as who accomplished more. And as far as I'm concerned, like there was a good point in Mayweather's career when I noticed that he stopped being the aggressor and he did more of a defensive thing. And you haven't seen Golovkin do that. So Golovkin hasn't backed up.
Golovkin has backed up. He backed up in the Danny Jacobs fight. He backed up in the Danny Jacobs fight. He backed up in the Lemieux fight too.
I'm talking about becoming an overall defensive fighter and stop trying to be the aggressor. He still pursues the aggression.
Floyd Mayweather was more aggressive when he fought against Canelo, who was 15 pounds bigger than him at a higher weight class. Floyd fought more aggressive.
I think he was more aggressive in his career before he fought Victor Ortiz, and then after Victor Ortiz, I think he kind of
hold on. But let me just respond to his point real quick. Hold on, let me respond to his point. Canelo was more aggressive against Canelo than Golovkin was against David Lemieux. David Lemieux, boxed.
Say that again.
Mayweather was more aggressive against Canelo than Golovkin was against David Lemieux. You remember that fight, right? When Golovkin he boxed.
You're saying Mayweather was more aggressive against Canelo than
Alvarez.
Triple G was against Lemieux.
Absolutely. Did you watch the fights? You watched both of those fights, right?
Triple G got the fight stopped. I mean, I don't see what's more aggressive.
No. That's not.
Canelo,
that's
the
not.
Fight, the fight with Mayweather, Canelo wasn't stopped.
You can move around. You can move around for 12 rounds and stop somebody with one punch. We talking about the style of fighting. We're not talking about just knocking someone out in one round. We're talking about the style of fighting. So when Floyd Mayweather fought against Canelo, Floyd was pushing him back. He fought an aggressive fight, is what I'm saying.
Canelo was on the ropes getting hit with uppercuts, with sweeping rights. And the other thing is this. If what you're saying is true, Golovkin hasn't moved up 5 weight classes. If Golovkin moved up 5 weight classes, then the knockouts would get diminished.
Yeah, but typically the guys that move up in weight are usually smaller, and they move up to welterweight, middleweight, and then they stop moving up. A lot of smaller guys move up more often than the guys who start up higher. And if you look at Golovkin, he started as middleweight, and he's stayed middleweight. That's one of the things I respect about Golovkin.
So how do you compare?
He fights near what his regular weight is, so it's never hard for him to make weight. So he's not bullying guys smaller than him, by trying to drop down 2 weight classes in his natural weight.
Gabe Rosado was a 54-pounder with no experience at 160. Ishida was a 54-pounder who hadn't fought at 160. Canelo had one fight with Chavez Jr. at 64.5. But
if I recall right, a lot of these guys took those fights because there was nobody stepping up to the plate to fight Golovkin.
But he still fought him.
You guys remember that? You guys watch boxing.
Laura called him out.
You guys know a lot of people were ducking Triple G, and you guys are trying to make it out like
Laura
all
called
the
him
best
out.
teams were stepping up to fight him.
Laura called him out. Laura called him out. Andre Ward called him out.
Floyd moved up 5 divisions, so yeah, rightfully the knockouts maybe don't come as easy because he's fighting bigger guys, as Dante mentioned. So let's say we don't even have to use 5 weight classes. If Gennady Golovkin moved up to 175, do you think he'll knock out the likes of Kovalev, Adonis Stevenson, Vodstick, Dmitry Bivol? Would he be getting the same amount of knockouts that you're saying he's getting now? Because Floyd moved up 5 weight classes. We're not even using 5 for Golovkin. We'll just say moving from 160 to 175. Would he knock out Andre Ward at 175? Those are the types of things. He didn't even move up the same amount, but would Golovkin's knockouts keep coming at 175?
At 175, I mean, that's a big jump. He's at, 160 right now? That's 15 pounds.
And Floyd moved up 5 weight classes. And Floyd moved up 5 weight classes.
Moved up 5 weight classes, and he's fighting guys at 54 that are naturally bigger than him, at 47 that are naturally bigger, and didn't start in the low weight classes like him and Pacquiao.
You know what's funny is like you guys pretty much proved my point that you guys are more biased to Mayweather because you guys want to dissect like everything about Mayweather's career compared to Triple G's career, and that wasn't the point.
You compared them. You compared them. You compared those 2 fighters though. You were the one that compared those 2 fighters though.
No, I compared the 2 statements. The 2 statements that you made.
Okay.
Previously, you said before that it's not right.
Okay.
He's trying to fight. Like,
tell me this.
The pressure.
Name me. Tell me somebody. Hold on. Tell me someone who would basically see things your way as far as like ESPN or some organization, because you said that it's bias for us to give Floyd Mayweather more credit than Gennady Golovkin. So who in this situation would not be biased? Give me some examples.
That like who wouldn't be biased is like not even the point. Like none of that.
Then it's not biased then, right? If you don't have anyone that's disagreeing with us, that there's someone who's a media member or whoever, an organization, a website, or somebody you know personally. If you don't have anyone that disagrees with us, how is what we're saying biased?
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of people. I'm sure there's plenty of people that would disagree with that.
Like who?
If you think it's all right that after Mayweather fought Pacquiao, that he can just fight like.
But you're not answering.
And it's not all right for Triple G, who had his opponent fail a drug test.
So you believe
to throw an opponent in the ring to keep his date.
So okay,
that's all he's trying to do is keep the date.
Okay,
so he can keep the fight on TV. He's got to keep his name fresh.
Dante, I gotta say something. Why is it so important? Because he did this with Kell Brook. His excuse for fighting a welterweight was because he had to keep the date when Chris Eubank Jr. fight fell
Kell
apart.
Brook was one of the only people that was willing to fight him, if you remember right.
Okay.
So, man, you leaving yourself open with too many, man. Hold on.
Dante, I gotta get it.
Yeah, bro, you left yourself open right there.
No, because hold on.
What?
Wait. You said Kell Brook. Hold on. You said Kell Brook was the only one that was willing to fight him, right? A welterweight.
At that time.
Okay, exactly. Hold on. So if Kell Brook was the only one that was willing to fight him because Chris Eubank had pulled out or whatever, or negotiations fell apart. So Kell Brook stood in, right? So now when Canelo falls out, Sergey Derenyevchenko and Demetrius Andrade, they said, we'll fill in. Just like Kell Brook said he'll fill in.
And Gilberto Ramirez. And Gilberto Ramirez.
And Gilberto Ramirez.
Gilberto Ramirez is a super middleweight. He's
okay.
Up there already.
So let's go back to Andre. Then let's go back to Andre.
He should be fighting David Benavidez.
Then let's go back to Andre.
Berto should be fighting.
Okay, so let's go back to Andre and Sergey Derevyanchenko.
Oh, why you trying to throw Golovkin in the mix with Zerto? Zerto should be fighting a Benavidez.
Okay, so let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back to Sergey Derevyanchenko and Andre. Let's go back to Andre and Sergey Derevyanchenko. Why wouldn't he fight them? Because they said that they'll and Derevyanchenko is his number one contender. So why is he not fighting him? And he wants to fight.
What? I don't have the answer for that. I mean,
exactly.
You have to ask Abel Sanchez or Tom Loeffler that one.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And that's my
but,
and that's my
some
point.
Of the stuff you guys are putting out there is just, pretty obvious.
What?
You know what I mean? Like
obvious? What? In what way?
Dante, I gotta step in.
Go ahead, Ego. Go ahead, E.
How you're saying this is so biased, but you have not proven anything wrong. How is it biased if we're saying truthful things and then you say, "Oh, you're nitpicking"? You guys are just.
I didn't say you guys were nitpicking, but it's a simple thing. It's a simple comparison, bro. Like, look if Mayweather fought Pacquiao and that was like his biggest opponent that everybody wanted to see, and then he fought, Berto. What's wrong with Golovkin because he has to throw somebody in there in the ring with him, just taking the fight? What's so much different?
So
he's not actually. I don't even think Golovkin's picking the opponent. I think it's probably his promoter or whoever is doing whatever behind the scenes.
Hold on.
So why is it the promoter's fault? But then when it comes to Floyd versus Berto, that it's all Floyd's fault. Why that?
Well, Floyd is the one that picked the fight. He picked the Berto fight, and everybody knows that he picked Berto to fight him.
Okay,
it's not like Golovkin's out there saying, "I'm gonna fight this guy."
So let me.
You know what I mean? He's not the one saying this. These are names that are just being thrown out there by the promotions that we're seeing in the articles. Like I haven't heard Golovkin say personally on any interview that he wants to fight name such fighter. You know what I mean? Or any of them.
Golovkin's just a victim of circumstance. They're eating you alive in the comments.
I'm not saying I don't care what the guys in the comments are saying. It's the truth of the matter. They're just trying to put the fight together so they can make it.
Okay, hold on. Dante, let me talk about truth of the matter. Berto was ranked at welterweight where Floyd fought him.
Yeah, but Berto was coming off of what, like a couple losses on top of that? Everybody knows it.
No, he knocked out. Listen, you got to say fact. You're calling us biased. You got to speak factually.
Yeah,
he knocked out Victor Ortiz in a rematch.
You see how you making stuff up? Yeah, you see how you making stuff up?
So Berto was ranked at welterweight. Vanes Matarosin is someone that Golovkin may face, and we'll find out probably tomorrow. He's not ranked in Golovkin's division. So explain that. You call Berto trash, a two-time former champion, or whatever word you said. I thought you said a bum or something, right? So a ranked guy.
He was on a decline, bro. When he fought Mayweather, everybody knows he was on a decline.
Hey, but the comparison.
He wasn't that caliber of a fighter that should be fighting Floyd Mayweather.
Is he on the decline? We haven't seen him fight in 2 years.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know nothing about that guy.
You keep saying you don't know. You keep saying you don't know about all the stuff you're talking about. You lose credibility for everything you're talking about.
I don't say I don't know about all the stuff I'm talking about.
When I ask you why is he not fighting against his number one contender, that should be an obvious.
You know?
Of course I know. Yeah, I know.
Speculating?
No, I'm not speculating at all. If you fought against
speculation.
Hold on for a second.
All of this is speculation.
Okay. So why?
Most of it is speculation and opinion.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just say this. So if Floyd Mayweather, because you never answered this question, so Floyd Mayweather's retired. He's already considered the greatest fighter of this generation, number one. If Golovkin retires right now, forget about why he didn't fight these guys. Would he be on the same level as a Floyd Mayweather if he retired today?
In my opinion, yes.
Why?
100%.
Why? Because name the five.
Because he's had a lengthy career.
Name the 5 fighters. No. Name the 5 pound-for-pound fighters that he beat in his career. That's equivalent to.
I'm not going to go through any of that.
Thank you.
Why? He's had just as well of an accomplished career as
against
Floyd
who?
Mayweather.
Against what 5 opponents?
Right now.
So okay, if his career is accomplished like Floyd's, why do you refuse to name the top 5 guys that he beat? why you say, hey, I'm not going to go through any of that?
And
Why?
you yourself
It's
said
an
Canelo wasn't even that good of an opponent.
And Floyd beat Canelo before Triple G, and he beat him more decisively with no question.
With disadvantages.
Nobody's out there except for C.J. Ross saying that Canelo versus Mayweather was a draw. But there are people in the comment section that do think Canelo won. Some people think Golovkin won. Some people think it's a draw.
So okay.
So
I
why
mean,
do you
that
refuse to answer the 5 names if you say they have comparable resumes or accomplishments.
And let me just throw this on real quick.
Well, the fact
and since we're biased, who would sound more biased? Now we're both reporters. Both me and Eagle, we're both reporters. If we go and we interview, and I don't care who they are, from what country, from what state, city, wherever they're from. If we go to Mexico right now and we ask professional trainers, boxers, et cetera, who has a better resume? Who's a greater fighter? Floyd Mayweather or Gennady Golovkin? Who do you think they're going to, because I know the answer because I've interviewed some of these Mexican trainers, some of these trainers from El Salvador, from different cities, wherever. Who would you say they would say is a greater fighter, Floyd Mayweather or Golovkin?
Honestly,
not
honestly,
being biased.
I don't know. That's a good question. I would have to.
Well, let me tell you.
I would have to think that
if I asked Nacho Beristain,
I would have to think that you would. I would have to think that you would probably get a pretty good percentage for both.
Okay, so if I ask Nacho,
you're gonna have trainers who respect each.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you just said that because I have asked these trainers. Ego has asked these trainers. Dan Rafael has asked a lot of these fighters, and guess what? None of them have ever said Golovkin is equivalent to Floyd Mayweather. Let me ask you, if I ask Nacho Beristain, who's a great trainer, trained, Juan Manuel Marquez, the Marquez brothers, if I were to ask him, what do you think he would say? If I asked him, who do you think is a greater fighter, Floyd Mayweather or Gennady Golovkin, what do you think he would say?
I'm sure he's going to say Mayweather, right?
Yeah, he said Mayweather.
Okay,
so is he biased? So is Nacho biased?
Look, man.
Thank you.
I didn't say anybody is biased just because they like somebody more.
No, you said biased because we were comparing Floyd. You said we're biased because we're comparing Floyd to Golovkin.
When you make a comparison like that and you give an allowance to one over the other, when it's the same situation, regardless of how great one may be over the other one,
it's not the same situation. It's not the same situation.
You're being biased, Dante. Look at. That's the simple fact of the situation. Whenever you do make a comparison of two situations and you give one a pass where you wouldn't give another one a pass, it's being biased.
So you believe that.
And you know what? I'm going to help you guys out. You guys obviously are biased because you think Floyd is the greatest fighter of this era.
Okay. So ESPN. Who disagrees with that? Go ahead, Ego. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's fine if you guys love the guy so much that you think that he's the greatest fighter of the era and you're willing to be biased, but admit it.
So who's disagreeing with that? Go ahead.
I got it.
Calling you out on your own show, bro.
Oh yeah, you calling me out because Nacho Beristain. He said the same thing. So you saying that Nacho Beristain, who's from Mexico, trained Marquez, you saying that he's biased? You calling out Nacho Beristain too? Is he biased?
I don't understand how I'm calling out Nacho Beristain.
No, because my point is he's saying the same thing. If I were to interview Nacho Beristain about what you're talking about right now, he would say you're crazy, just like your name, right? He would say you don't know what you're talking about. If I were to ask Mikey Garcia or Mikey Garcia's father, who he thinks is a greater fighter between Golovkin and Floyd Mayweather, what do you think he would say?
none of this was the topic.
No, we're comparing. No,
on who was the greater fighter.
Okay,
you guys turned it into that.
No, hold on.
You turned it into who was the greater fighter. My point was that you're biased because you give a pass to one guy, but don't give a pass to another guy. That's in a real similar situation.
So if I were to
a real legitimate similar situation.
Hold on.
I got a question for you. What do you do for work? Just the industry. What industry do you work in? Like for
automotive?
Automotive, right? How long have you been at your job?
Yeah, my current job, a little while, not that long.
Okay, let's say you've been at that job for 15 years, right? And I come to that same auto body shop, and I've been there 90 days. Is it being biased because you have more vacation time? Is it being biased because maybe your manager will give you the day off when you need it because you have to take care of your kids or take someone to the airport? Is that being biased when you earned your stripes and you've been there for 15 years and I'm new to the situation? I've only been there 90 days. You keep calling.
Check it out, bro. I'm not new to the boxing game, and I'm not new to the media game either. I actually went to school to be on the radio. And it so happens I'm a 5-time felon before I can be on the radio. But I mean, if we're comparing like industries and times in the industry, I mean, bias is bias, bro, and it doesn't matter if you're biased to the fighter, it's fine. But admit it.
No, I'm not saying
you guys are over here raking Golovkin over the coals, but it's it was all right that Mayweather, when I knew tons of people that thought it wasn't all right that Mayweather fought Berto, regardless of his resume.
We're not talking about you being in the boxing game. We're not talking about media. I'm talking in reference to Mayweather and Golovkin. Mayweather has been a professional, accomplished professional, 19, 20 years. Golovkin had management issues earlier in his career.
Golovkin was an Olympian just as well and had a huge amateur career and is a well-accomplished fighter regardless of whoever he fought. He's got 3 of the world titles out of the 4 in the middleweight division. And the only reason he doesn't have the 4th is because Billy Joe Saunders is over there like hugging on the motherfucker and don't want to get out of bed to get in the ring with it.
So okay,
I mean, let's be real. You guys want to talk about somebody that's not taking the fight?
So
you don't believe Saunders.
So you don't. Since you like being real so much, the divisions Floyd conquered, did they have better competition in there? Like if we look at Floyd when he's at 47, if we look at the guys he fought at 54, or Golovkin when he first started on HBO at middleweight, did he have better competition? So Adama, Rosado, those guys.
I don't know. I would have to say that Floyd probably had a little bit better competition.
Thank you.
Actuality. I mean,
the truth is coming out.
In that era,
so you're biased. So now you've been just as biased as us, because that's what it comes down to. If Floyd Mayweather has better competition, he's faced better competition. That's what we've been saying. And once again, you cannot say it's the same situation, because like I told you, Floyd is at the end of his career. Do you think Golovkin at age, after moving up 3 to 5 weight classes, you think he would be beating the Manny Pacquiao's, the Canelo Alvarez's, if they were, especially like I said, after he'd have moved up weight classes, he's fighting pound for pound, top 3 fighters? You think he would be dominating them and beating them at that age if he was in the same situation as Floyd?
I don't honestly think that Floyd dominated a lot of those fights. I think he just played good defense.
Do you think when he fought against Canelo, was that an aggressive performance when he fought against Canelo?
I just thought it was pretty much the same performance. Like I said,
answer the question. Was it aggressive?
He changed a lot of his.
Was it aggressive? Because he was pushing him back. He was pushing Canelo back. So was he aggressive in that fight, or was he defensive in that fight?
I mean, one fight.
Well, what about Cotto? What about Cotto?
I mean, he's aggressive when he's got to be aggressive. For the majority, after Ortiz, he was pretty much.
So what are you talking about? So once again,
what are you talking about? You're the one that keeps going back to Floyd. I'm not. Like the whole situation that I laid out for you.
You brought up Floyd.
Like the same scenarios. You're biased to one than the other. I'm not the one going into all this stuff about the resume. None of that really even matters.
You are the one that brought up the comparison. You're the one that brought up the comparison, though. You brought up the comparison. And you were the one that just said Floyd
I didn't
is
bring
not
up
aggressive.
the comparison of who they fought and like started breaking down if they fought pound for pound.
But why do you bring
fighters?
up? But you were the one that brought up Floyd not being aggressive. So of course, if you say that, and I say, well, let me show you.
Everybody knows he wasn't that aggressive. I mean, like, come on now.
But was he aggressive
He's
in
a
the Cotto?
defensive fighter. This is like real well known.
Was he aggressive in the Cotto fight?
Like I said, none of that even matters. It doesn't have to do
Wait,
with
but
what we were talking
how
about
does
in the first place.
How does it not matter if you were the one that said he's a defensive fighter? How can what you just said he's a defensive fighter? So how does it not matter?
He is a defensive fighter.
Okay, so was he, once again, do you want me to name all the fighters he was aggressive against? Was he aggressive? Was he aggressive in it?
He was aggressive against.
Okay,
it doesn't stop what you see when you watch his fights.
So wait, I don't understand what you're saying. So if he fought against Cotto, what are we seeing in the Cotto fight? What or the Zab Judah fight?
Look, you want to break it down. You look at Golovkin and look at Mayweather. One's an aggressive fighter, one's a defensive fighter. Which one do you think is the aggressive fighter?
Come on,
Dante.
Floyd Mayweather. Wait.
You can twist it up all every which way
when
you want, bro.
When Golovkin fought against, hold on.
You know Mayweather's a defensive fighter.
Respond.
Like that's
let
what
me
he
respond.
was.
Well, let me respond to that. When Golovkin fought against Danny Jacobs, he was not an aggressive fighter. When he fought,
he was an aggressive fighter. He still banged on Jacobs, but Jacobs banged back.
It was a chest.
He had to.
My point
he
exactly.
Had to check himself a little bit as far as how aggressive.
Why did he have to check? So when you checking yourself, what does that mean? When you're checking yourself, that means you have to be more defensive. That means you cannot make as many mistakes. That means you respect.
Not necessarily. It may just mean that you have to slip more, move more, bob and weave more while you're going in. It doesn't necessarily mean you got to be defensive where you're backing
Listen to what you just said.
Laying against the rope.
You just said move
he didn't
more.
Do that.
You just said move.
Back up and lay against the rope.
Up.
He just switched. He switched up the way he moved.
Do you want me? Do you want me to play?
Do
you want me to play clips of? Do you want me to play clips of the Danny Jacobs fight and show you him backing up?
Did you?
Well,
did you watch Mayweather
there's a couple times where he.
Oh, so I thought you said he didn't back up.
A couple times.
You said he didn't back up. Dude, you making yourself look bad, bro. You making yourself look bad right now.
I'm not making myself look bad.
All right.
Everybody's seen the fight. They know what I'm talking about. Come on now.
Did you watch Mayweather versus Pacquiao?
He continued to move forward, and that's all that matters.
Who continued?
Did you watch Mayweather versus Pacquiao?
Did I watch that fight? Yeah, I believe I did.
You don't even know if you watched Mayweather versus Pacquiao.
I'm sure I did. It wasn't what it didn't live up to the hype. Come on now.
How do you?
So yeah, I mean,
watch. Hey, are you trolling? Because you said you didn't know if you watched it, and then you said it didn't look.
No, I'm not trolling you, man.
He been saying he don't know.
I know I watched the fight. I don't remember it.
He been saying he don't know.
It wasn't that great of a fight.
How do you not remember the best fight of, or not the best, the biggest?
Come on, bro, the best fight, man. It didn't even live up to the hype. Let's be real.
Calm down. I corrected.
It didn't live up to the hype, though.
Go back.
I watched it, and you know what? I give the fight to Mayweather. I watched the fight.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter if you like the fight. It
wasn't that great.
It doesn't matter if you like it. That's not what we're talking about. I don't want to get distracted. Go ahead, E.
Watch round one. Mayweather comes out and starts bombing on Pacquiao because he's a southpaw and he starts throwing hard shots. What did Triple G do in round one versus Canelo? Who did you give that round to? Canelo or Triple G? Round one. Watch round one of both of those fights.
The first two rounds, I remember they were pretty slow. I'd say they were pretty even.
In which fight?
The Canelo Triple G.
So did you?
I think round two he came out more.
Was Triple G his aggressive self versus Canelo in round one? Because Mayweather came out extremely aggressive against.
Well, Triple G doesn't always rush in the first round either. I mean, he fought his normal fight. He fought his aggressive fight that he normally fights.
But then why? Okay, he fought his normal fight, but he landed 8 body shots. How is that his normal? That's CompuBox numbers. Triple G versus Canelo landed 8 body shots in 12 rounds. So how's that his normal
I give it
fight?
to Canelo. Canelo actually moved real well. He moved real well, and I think that's
no, but he was on the ropes. But Canelo was on the ropes too. Canelo was on the ropes though.
Yeah, why are you giving it to Canelo and Nacho and stuff? But we're biased when it comes to Ego and Dante. You never given us nothing.
Do you believe you're biased, bro? Do you believe?
Man, hey,
do you believe you're biased? Do you believe you're biased at all?
How well you remember like reading the comments or whatever? But I give Dante his props when you know what I mean. And when I'm on Ego, like if I see something I agree with, I give you guys your props. But
it's not about that.
You know,
though.
I gotta admit when I saw when I heard what I heard earlier, I kind of felt, I still do, that it's biased. Like you favor one scenario over the other because of the fighter, but the scenarios are
they're not the same
similar.
fighter with the same career.
They're not
if you go to a
doesn't matter. It's the same scenario.
No, you have to compare
so
Floyd. Go ahead.
You're
Eddie.
from Arizona. I'm sure there's some good restaurants. So, what kind of food do you like? What kind of food?
Man, I like everything. Everything.
Okay, you like. Let's say there's an American eatery, and there's one place that has a whole variety of food. If you go to another place and the food is not as good, or the food hasn't proven to be as good, then are you going to say they're equal restaurants, or otherwise you're biased? If you go on Yelp, are you going to rate them the same 5-star rating?
That's not comparable to the situation because
yes, it is because Mayweather has accomplished what
he has, but Triple G's accomplished a lot too. So that's what my point is. They're both in similar situations.
So you don't believe?
We never said Triple G hasn't accomplished anything. So what we're saying
he's accomplished enough to get the pass on this fight.
So why?
Why
isn't Dan Rafael?
He fights some guy who's not the caliber you want this fight. But the next fight's going to be. Why isn't
Dan Rafael, who is his best ally, why isn't he giving him a pass? Why is he calling this fight?
Rayfield doesn't want to see him fight anybody that's not up to par.
So what's the difference? The difference from us?
I agree with Rayfield. I don't want to see him fight somebody that's not that great.
So why isn't Dan Rafael biased? He's saying the same thing we're saying.
At the same token, what I'm saying is if you can give Mayweather a pass, then you can give him a pass.
Hold on.
Because he's an accomplished fighter.
Let me respond to that.
Top list. He's on the list for top pound for pound.
Okay, let me respond.
He deserves it. I mean, he's proven himself.
I got you. Let me respond to what you just said because I'm about to explain to you that Dan Rafael has done the exact same thing. Do you know who rates Floyd Mayweather as the number one best fighter of this generation? Dan Rafael does. So this was your whole argument, right? You just defended Dan Rafael. I said that Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter of this generation. You said I was biased for saying that. Dan Rafael, who you just
say that. No, that's not what I said.
You said that earlier. You said that earlier. You said you believe that he's the best. You said you believe he's the best of this generation. That's what you said. It's recorded. You said you believe that he's the best of this generation. You're biased. Dan Rafael said the exact same thing. He rates him as the number one best fighter of this generation, and he's saying that this fight is raw sewage. What did I say that was different from that? I'm telling you, this fight, I agree with Dan Rafael. This fight is raw sewage. I agree with Dan Rafael that Floyd Mayweather is the best fighter of this generation. What part do you disagree with?
No, what you said was that it's okay for Mayweather to fight Alberto because he's so accomplished, but it's not okay for Golovkin to fight somebody as a toxin right now. And I said that's a biased opinion.
Why is
not
it biased?
That he's the greatest and that makes you biased. Because, like I said, Triple G deserves a pass if Mayweather deserves a pass.
Well, okay,
he's an accomplished fighter.
Okay, listen. But if we give Golovkin a pass and we say, you know what? Yeah, that's right. Golovkin deserves a pass. Why does he could do the same thing Floyd Mayweather does? Because, hey, Floyd Mayweather fought Berto, so why doesn't Golovkin just fight whoever he wants to fight? And then Golovkin, he retires just like Floyd Mayweather did, right after he fights Vanes Martirosyan. Be honest with yourself. Don't be biased. Be honest with your own self. If he did that, would anybody consider him as great as Floyd Mayweather?
That wasn't the topic. None of that was the topic.
No, I'm asking you personally. What do you think?
If you're asking me personally,
because you said it's the same thing,
like that and he retired. No, he wouldn't. I mean,
so how is it the same? How is it the same as Floyd Mayweather fighting against Berto? If you personally believe he would not be ranked like Floyd Mayweather if he did the same thing, because that's what the argument is. You're saying that if they did the same thing, so you can't criticize Golovkin for doing the same thing. So if they're doing the same thing, then that means after Floyd Mayweather beat Berto, he retired. Golovkin would have to do the same thing. After he beats Vanes Martirosyan, he would retire. Because that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about them doing the same thing, and they should be treated the same, right? That's what you were saying, right?
Yeah, but that's also not part of the scenario. Him retiring is not part of the scenario.
Then how is it the same?
More to the subject to try to justify being right.
Okay, so that's...
I mean, it's not a right-wrong thing. I'm just saying you guys are biased because you don't think that Triple G deserves that same path.
Bro, you just admitted.
The thing about the Triple G situation is he's not retiring after that.
That's my point. So it's not the same.
After this
so it's not the same because Floyd retired. Golovkin is not retiring.
Situation. It's a similar scenario.
So no, but
scenario.
But if Golovkin is going to continue to fight, how is it the same? Why are you comparing him to a guy who's close to 40 and he moved up 5 weight classes and Berto was his last fight? How are you comparing that to a guy who's still in his prime?
Close to 40 right now too.
Yeah, but he hasn't moved up 5 weight classes and he started his career later.
He fought more fights than Floyd's fought. Overall.
What do you mean he's fought more fights?
Olympian.
You can't compare his amateur career.
He has a huge amateur career.
But you can't.
That's still a lot of fights, bro. You're still banging.
Hold on. If that's the point, then I can name a whole bunch of amateurs that got knocked out as soon as they turned pro that had like 400 fights. I can name tons of fighters that had like 400 fights.
That doesn't have anything to do with the situation.
And they won a gold medal.
That got knocked out?
I can name fighters.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're talking about the amateurs. We're talking about Floyd Mayweather fighting someone like Berto and then retiring. And you just said right now that if Golovkin, if he fights against Vanes Martirosyan, he's not going to retire. He's going to continue to fight. That was my point. So how is it the same thing? If his career is still going on, he still may fight about 5 or 6 more times. And you got, like I said, you got people like Charlo, Andrade. You got the rematch with Danny Jacobs. You got Billy Joe Saunders. You have all of these fighters. What if Golovkin fights none of those guys? What if he decides to fight none of those guys? Or he loses to those guys? Is that the same thing as Floyd Mayweather's accomplishments? When Floyd was around that age in his career?
Well, obviously not, but none of that happened.
Thank you.
So it's all speculation.
No, but you're agreeing with me that it's not the same situation. That's all I'm saying. Your logic, the logic you're using would suggest that you're being biased as well.
I'll tell you what though, when and if he does fight Charlo at his age, he'll have fought a better caliber fighter than I think Mayweather fought at his old age.
Abel Sanchez said he's not going to fight him. He said he most likely won't fight him. He said he didn't like Charlo's behavior, and he said he may not even get a shot at the title. Now, I mean,
I hope he does. I hope he fights Charlo.
Okay, but once again, let's see, because when it comes to being biased, the majority of people, they're going to tell you you're being biased. I'm talking about credible people. The difference between you and me is if I go out and interview, which me and Ego, we have access to all of these fighters that are doing this for a living. If we go interview all of them, they're all going to corroborate what we're saying, hands down. I already know it because I already have interviews confirming it. Like I said, from Nacho Beristain to Mikey Garcia. Mikey Garcia's father said that Floyd Mayweather is arguably the greatest fighter of all time. Not just this generation.
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay, no,
we know that one.
I know,
true.
but is he biased? Is he biased for that though?
That's an opinion on who you think is the greatest.
But thank you. So
I still look at.
So how is he not biased?
Check it out. We're obviously not going to agree, but I'm just going to lay out.
No.
I think it's biased when there's 2 similar scenarios. And you think that one person deserves a pass, but the other person doesn't.
Well,
it's not about the greatest that we're going to say this guy's greater than this guy, so he deserves a pass, but this guy doesn't. But this guy's an accomplished fighter too.
Okay, well, we're going to end it like this. You just said that Golovkin is going to continue to fight, as opposed to Floyd Mayweather, who retired after he fought against Berto. And on top of that, like I said, if you look at Floyd Mayweather's resume, he fought once again.
Yeah, but look at Floyd. Floyd didn't really retire. He came back to also fight some chump named Conor McGregor, who's not a boxer, and exploit boxing because he knows all the people across the world want to see that fight, and it's not even a real boxing match.
Okay.
And that I don't have respect for. That I have zero respect for.
So you saying if Gennady
well, it didn't turn, but
so you saying if Gennady Golovkin, hypothetically, he beat Charlo, he came back, rematched Jacobs, beat Jacobs, he beat his number one, he beat Billy Joe Saunders, right? Then retired. Now you already said if he beats Charlo, you believe he's better than Floyd. So let's just say if he beat Charlo and then he retired, then he came back and he beat Conor McGregor. You're going to say that you give him no credit and you have no respect for Golovkin anymore?
I wouldn't respect that decision if he did that. No, I wouldn't. Not at all.
So you would take all credit. You would take all credit away.
And also, Golovkin wouldn't make a fight like that because he makes fights like normally he's looking for the fighter that everybody wants to see him fight.
So why is he fighting Vanes Monterosian? Why is he trying to fight that?
I don't know.
Thank you.
You have me stunned.
So you just contradicted that too. You just contradicted what you just said right now.
At all. I never once contradicted myself.
You said
I
Golovkin.
never once contradicted myself.
You said Golovkin likes
Never
to
once.
fight. You said Golovkin likes to fight the fighters that the fans want to see him fight. Why would he
on
be
the
fighting
regular? This situation, I don't know. This scenario, I have no idea.
Oh, you said
the
on the
only
regular.
thing that I could speculate on. That I can actually
but we're not going
on
off
is
of
that
speculation.
They're just trying to throw somebody in the fight.
We're not going off of speculation. We going off of what we actually see in front of us. We going off of the facts. The facts are they are trying to fight Vanes Monterosian, who's not ranked, when Sergey Derenyevchenko is ranked number 1. That's a fact. That's not speculation. Those are facts right there. So, hey, but you know what, man? Hey, we're gonna go ahead and let you go, man. But seriously, it's just boxing talk, man. And I appreciate you for calling in. It was a great conversation. You know, it was hard for me to get off the phone with you, but I appreciate you calling in. All right, man?
Yeah, same here, Dante, man. No hard feelings. You guys keep doing what you're doing, man. You guys entertain me.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you, family. I still appreciate you. It's just boxing talk.
I'll be on your channel. You
right.
Guys stay up.
All right, man. Take care.
Later.
All right.
God damn. You see, y'all can thank, you see this, Eagle, and y'all can thank your man Crazy because we was going to end the show an hour ago. Because hey, E, I mean, let's real quick before we wrap this up, man. How funny, and we got to take another call because I want to get somebody's response to that whole situation. I don't know if everybody. I can't believe we still got the phones are still lit. After that, hold on, E. Hold on for a second, E. Because I got one of my regulars. I'm gonna bring him on. Hey, Reggie, what's going on, Reggie?
Man, what's happening, man? Oh, man, I love the lesson you and Eagle put out there, man. And I'm glad as hell you guys doing this late show.
Hey, good looking.
That was good. Good TV, man. That was good stuff right there.
Yeah, man. I enjoyed it, man. I really enjoyed it. And I'm gonna go back real. You got something else, Reggie? Before I say something.
Yeah. I was just tripping about the caller speaking about the weight thing with Floyd Mayweather. When you're speaking about the 5 weight division thing about Floyd moving up, but he also forgets that there's been people of Triple G same weight that have moved up multiple weight classes. We've seen Andre Ward do it. We watched James Toney do it. We watched Roy Jones do it, and the list goes on. So his speech on that is null and void. Like he can avoid even have a conversation with anybody else going forward.
Yeah, no, I mean, bro, it was just too easy. You know, I mean, it's like he was just leaving himself open. You know, it's like a criminal, a suspect. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he done left DNA evidence. He caught on camera. He done recorded himself saying, "Yeah, y'all, I did it." And if anybody tell you I didn't do it, I'm telling y'all I did it. I mean, it's like what do we use? Wow. We can use whatever type of evidence we want to use. You know what I'm saying? It's a free free for all, basically.
You know what I didn't understand?
Go ahead.
You know what I didn't understand about that whole situation? Is when we would bring up logical point, sound argument, he would say like, "I don't know," or "We're not talking about
Thank
that."
you.
But it pertained to what we were talking about.
It was a lot of I don't know. It was a lot of I don't know. It was
it's a cognitive dissonance stuff, man.
And let me just say this because I wanted to respond to because it was a dude, some dude named Zapata. I don't know if he's still in the comment section, but he was saying He was saying something like, I just seen stuff pop up like black channels and, they love black fighters, et cetera, et cetera. I want to touch on this because when they say stuff like that, they just love black channels and et cetera, et cetera. If that is the case, or they like black fighters, if that is the case, because we're talking about Floyd Mayweather, why does ESPN have Floyd Mayweather ranked as number one, the greatest fighter of this generation? Why does Mexican trainer Nacho Beristain, why does he praise Floyd Mayweather more than any other fighter of any race? He says he's the Michael Jordan. He's simply the best. He was praising this man even when they were promoting the Marquez fight when he was going against Mayweather, right? Why is it Mikey Garcia, he's on record saying Floyd Mayweather is my favorite fighter? Why is it Mikey Garcia's father said that Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter of all time? Why is it Oscar De La Hoya, who we never see this happen? When do you ever see a guy who lost to somebody say, the guy I lost to, he can arguably be the greatest fighter of all time? None of these people are black. So if this was just a black narrative that's being pushed, why isn't all the other people who aren't black, why aren't they coming out saying, no, you guys are all wrong. The greatest fighters of all time is Gennady Golovkin and this guy and that guy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, Sergey Kovalev is better than Andre Ward. I don't care what you say. Why is no one arguing that point? So, I mean, it's not adding up. So are you telling me that Errol Spence, that anyone that says that Errol Spence is arguably the best fighter at welterweight, or if you say it's out of Errol Spence and out of Keith Thurman, is that something a black person would say, or is that something somebody telling the truth would say? Because I can guarantee you ask anyone who's not black, they're going to agree that either Errol Spence or Keith Thurman is the best. They're going to agree that either Deontay Wilder or Anthony Joshua is the best. They're not going to say Lucas Brown is the best. They're not going to say Tyson Fury is the best. So how is this making any sense? And it doesn't make sense. The difference with us, with me, Ego, and everyone else, the difference with us is we could put a microphone in front of a boxer, a promoter, a fighter, whoever, a manager who's not black, and they're going to corroborate 95% of everything you hear me say, you hear Boxing Ego say. That's the difference. So once again, if you believe that it's just black people that would praise a Floyd Mayweather or a Terrence Crawford or somebody like that, please call in and stand up for the people that you believe you defending. Please do that. So yeah, man.
Yes, do that.
Yeah, that's all I got on that. Hey, go ahead, E.
I got disconnected, so I had to call back in.
Oh, okay.
But I don't even know what you guys said.
I went on a rant. It's all good. But hey, let's take, because I want to get some more responses before we get out of here. E.
Okay.
Let's take another call. We got 718. What's your name? Where you calling from, man?
Lionel.
What's going on, Lionel? Where you calling from, man?
From Brooklyn, New York. Dead side.
Damn, it's 3 a.m, boy. You still hanging out with us, huh? It's 3 a.m. out there. God damn. What's going on, man?
Dante, I love you so much, man. That's why, I have to go to work early in the morning. I was in my bed. I almost fell asleep, Dante. I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. Man.
Oh, man. Love, man. All love. I appreciate you, family. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you. First of all, I want to talk about, Adrian Broner.
Uh-huh.
So talented. But unfortunately, this guy is destroying himself. He's not focused. And you guys make a lot of points, tonight. I listened to everything you guys said. As a foreigner, as somebody who live in the United States for a long period of time, and I watch boxing very closely, one thing I realized, when you come to other people, even the good ones, we call Max Kellerman, right? A lot of us say, he's a great guy. But, at the same time, if you realize that he never put pressure on Triple G to fight or to move higher than he is, right? Tell me that's not true.
Of course that's true. Of course that's true.
True.
And that
I always forcing, Mayweather to move up. Always forcing Andre Ward to move up, or to move down. Tell me that's not true.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
At the same time, Triple G, Lomachenko, they never touched them. Tell me that's not true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's sad. One thing I want to say to my other brother here too, also, Wilder. I love the man so much. I think, he has to be the voice for our people. And sometimes people do not like him because he tells the truth. And I want to tell him, the Haitian community is behind him. Me, as a Haitian person, the last time, he was fighting my man, Steven, I was for him.
Mm-hmm.
The last time, Mayweather was fighting Berto, I was for Mayweather. The reason why, as a black person, I don't see myself as Haitian only. I see myself as black, any black all over the world. The reason why I was for Mayweather, I didn't want him to get a zero, to lose the zero. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I didn't want the Wilder, to lose his zero also. Because if you look, even in England, all those black fighters, they are supported by England. Except in America, when I see the injustice.
Absolutely.
Like, you see the young black guys, and sometimes, we are not even supporting our own, which is sad.
Yeah.
So I just
because they get brainwashed because
we are.
Yeah. Not in great points, bro. Great points, and it's because once again,
that's why I just want them to know, the Wilder. Although you beat Steven, you know why the Haitian community is behind you. I don't know, maybe because we are fighters. We were the first black republic, and they call us shithole. Guess what? We the shit that make American prosper.
The shit.
And what America failed to realize. Like, what America failed to realize. They're talking about France that give them the Statue of Liberty. But guess what? We give them Louisiana. It was the Haitian that was fought in Louisiana who defeated, the three empires. And most of the United States do not know that. And if you look at the history of the America, I'm going to go back to boxing. If we look at the history of America, why we have a monument for Haitian in Savannah, Georgia, where we have the United States get their independence. Nobody talk about that. It's just like boxing. To us, why we are the black boxer living in the United States where nobody give a damn about us.
Yep, absolutely.
So I just want you guys to know, Dante. Go ahead.
And shout out to Haiti because that's where Toussaint Louverture come from. Just in case you guys don't know, one of the first leaders of a revolution that went to war with France and all kind of other countries and overturned
we defeated all the three empires.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for us, why United States will have an English accent.
Yeah, and on top of that, they basically overturned the country and they took out the slave masters. They killed the slave masters and they took over the country. It's a great story over there. When they were slaves, they went to war with the slave masters, took the country over, and then they went to war with, like you said, 3 different countries, and won. You know what I mean? So you got me talking about all kind of stuff. But anyway, man, hey, good stuff. And once again, man, when people say, "Can we not talk about race?" When is it okay to talk about race if there's a racial double standard? I never understood that. Like when can we talk about it? Can we only talk about it 2 times a year? Because nobody said, because when Kovalev called black people monkeys, I didn't hear these same people say, okay, now we could talk about race. They still didn't say we could talk about it. So
definitely.
They want to talk about it on the 32nd.
Even the t-shirt he was wearing also too was very disrespectful to the black community.
When what? Say that again.
The T-shirt he was wearing. Wearing. But nobody say anything about it.
Yeah. The T-shirt. Yeah, he's talking about Kovalev. Yeah, that's my point. They defended it, actually. They actually said that's not racism. They said, oh, that's not racism. You know, he looks like a monkey, et cetera, et cetera. You know, but once again, you know, these are all, you know, opportunities, and this is a way for them to basically try to suppress the message because they know we speaking the truth. So all they can really do is say he's speaking the truth, but all we can do is try to shut them up. You know what I'm saying? Stop them from telling the truth. That's all we can really do. So let's try to make them feel uncomfortable. That's why they come up with terms. That's why they come up with terms like playing the race card, you know, race baiting. Because coincidentally, when racist people actually put signs up that said whites only, you notice those terms were never used. Hey, you guys, why are you playing the race card and putting these cards on in front of this restaurant? You know, they didn't use those terms when real racist people was playing the race card. But now when it comes to reporting racism, now it's playing the race card. It's kind of like a woman reporting, you know, that someone is trying to rape her and you saying, hey, stop playing the rape card. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so many ways to debunk this stuff. And really, what it really comes down to is trying to suppress the message. We know you telling the truth. We just want to shut you up. Go ahead.
Dante, let me give you a good example, please. Okay? First of all, you know, I'm a teacher in the United States.
Nice.
I'm a teacher here.
Nice.
And what people felt when they spend, they talk about, like, you know, our behavior. They can talk about Broner. You know why? But you have Andre Ward. They treat him the same way as Broner. Tell me that's not true.
Yeah. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
So
Tim Bradley.
Andre Ward is a role model for any black man in the United States. Well-behaved family man, very respectful, and never talk bad about anybody, black or white. Tell me that's not true. But yet, the treatment, you know, Triple G is receiving, Andre would never receive it as an American who went out there to defend the United States of America. Tell me that's not true.
Absolutely. Hey, man, but I got it. I don't mean to cut you off, man, but I got it. I'm trying to get to some more calls before we get up out of here, man. It's a whole bunch of people on hold, man.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you, man. Thanks for calling in.
Shout out to Haiti.
Good stuff, man. Sorry about that.
Haiti, for real. I like that history.
Yeah, man. I mean, once again, I mean, it's just ridiculous, though, man. It's ridiculous, you know. If there were no racial double standards, there would be no reason to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if there was no news, there would be no reason to report news. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it just doesn't make any damn sense. But we're about to get up out of here. But let's, all right, I'm going to try to take one more call. We got 281. What's your name? Where you calling from? 281? Man, they done fell asleep on the phone. I mean, we got cats that been on hold. I could hear him snoring. We got cats that been on hold for hours because of homeboy from Arizona. Let's take another one real quick. That'll be the last one. 630. What's your name? Where you calling from, man? 630. You there?
Everybody fell asleep.
Yeah,
they fell asleep waiting.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Well, I can hear you, so I seriously, because it's a gang of people on hold right now. But you know what? Here. Let me see. All right, I'll try one more. 443. You there?
Hello.
443. What's going on, man? What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's going on? Hey, what's up, Dante and Ego? This is Sam from Baltimore.
All right. What's good, man? What's on your mind?
Nothing much, man. Listening to your show, man, I gotta tell you that one guy from Arizona, I don't know what the hell that guy was talking about. He lost his damn mind. Everything he was saying, the rate he was getting ready to go, he was gonna say Conor McGregor's boxing record is more impressive than Floyd Mayweather's. The rate he was going. I mean, man.
He like I said, he was trolling, and I know a lot of people was like, man, just hang up on him. But I like. And Ego, you know, he can attest to this, you know, but I like talking to these cats because what we get to do is through one decaf, we get to talk to all the decafs. You know what I mean? It's like killing 3,000 birds with one stone. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna all use the same talking points. So this is the reason why they don't like to call in, because they know if they call in, we're gonna kill their talking points for all the other decafs. You know what I mean? So
when he said Floyd Mayweather lost to Diego Corrales, we
could have hung up right there, honestly.
I knew what he was trying to say, but I wasn't trying to help him.
I knew he wanted to say Castillo. I knew he wanted to say Castillo, but I'm like, if you don't know, I ain't gonna even help you out because you're supposed to know this stuff.
And by the time Ego was asking him, did you see Pacquiao versus Mayweather? And he said, I don't know.
Yeah.
He didn't see that
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah.
Come on. He didn't see that fight. So,
and I slipped up. I said the best fight, but I meant to say the biggest fight.
The biggest
and then
fight,
I corrected myself. And he was like, no, that's not the best. Come on. He ran. Oh,
he wouldn't even let you correct yourself.
Yeah,
jumping on, cutting you off.
Let me
so
tell
he knew he was wrong.
Let me tell you what type of person he is. I remember after Floyd Mayweather beat Manny Pacquiao, I went to the store and I was talking to this dude, and he was like, "Yeah, that fight was boring. It was a boring fight. I didn't really like it, and he didn't look, blah 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 blah." So I'm talking to him about the fight, and about 2 minutes into us talking about it, why did this man say, "Oh, I didn't watch the fight. I just heard about it." I'm like, wait. You've been sitting over here telling me you didn't like the fight. This is what I mean when I say, how they say a judge's his mind is already made up before the first round? That's basically that's the type of caller we had. You sitting over here, like I said, no one will agree with you. Like I said, people straight from Mexico, nobody is agreeing with anything that he says. And this is why, me and Ego, we're in a great position because we could talk to these guys. We could hear from the horse's mouth. We could talk to the professional trainers from Mexico, from America, from Japan, from, wherever, from Kazakhstan, from Russia, you know what I mean? And all of them are confirming everything we saying. Like I keep telling people, it's a difference from opinion and telling the truth and facts. You know what I mean? So and that's what we was giving him was facts. And every time dude ran into a fact, what did he say? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It was 2 hours of I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
And then he said, I'm not talking about that, but we're saying points that relate to what you are talking about.
That's exactly what we were talking about. That's exactly what we were talking about.
See, he was trying to say that Mayweather should get the same preferential treatment
as
but
Golovkin.
Golovkin hasn't accomplished what Mayweather accomplished. Yeah. And then we said, name Golovkin's top 5 wins. Oh, I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do
that. Exactly. We talking about a guy 50-0, fought God knows how many Hall of Famers, moved up 5 weight classes, beat everybody virtually in their prime. Golovkin hasn't moved up a weight class. His best fighter is Daniel Jacobs, and he lost that fight, arguably. I mean, come on. There's no way you can compare Diego Corrales to, like, Marco Antonio Rubio or whoever he beat. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy for that.
Well, like I said, man, it was like he was trying to basically tell us, that 1 + 1 is 5 or some shit like that, and do it for 3 hours. I mean, that's pretty much what it was. Like, I don't care. Go ahead, E.
No, I was just gonna say the thing is he kept pointing the bias on me and you, saying you guys are biased, and then you would bring up these points like, hey, I interviewed Nacho or I interviewed Robert Garcia or Mikey Garcia, and he was like, I'm not gonna say Nacho is biased.
I'm not gonna say Dan Rafael. He said I'm not gonna say Dan Rafael is biased. But Dan said all the same things we said.
Why is it just me and Dante? Why are we just the biased ones?
Because he wanted to.
I'm trying to join the club like them.
Yeah. We can't get no hope insurance. How come we can't get on the bus? We can't get no hope insurance. You know what I'm saying?
And then, man, like Floyd said, backing off the blocks, he said something like, I was just so confused by it all. It really has me tired.
Oh, my God.
He said something about, he said Vanes Martirosyan is a bad fight, but it's just something they're trying to put it together, and I don't even want to see that. So what are you arguing? You admitted you don't even want to watch the fight.
Before that,
you're calling us biased for saying we don't want to watch the fight. and there's better options out there.
Before that, he said Golovkin he fights the guys that the fans want to see him fight. So so I said, why are you fighting? Why is he fighting Monterosio? I don't know. I'm talking about other fights, and one talked about Floyd Mayweather. All he does is run. Did he run in the Canelo fight? Crickets.
No.
Did he run in the Cotto fight? Crickets.
No.
Yeah, man.
He was backing them up.
And then he said earlier in his career, like the HBO days when he first came, he said no one wanted to step up and fight Golovkin. So you brought up, okay, Derevyanchenko's stepping up now. Demetrius Andrade stepping up now. Gilberto Soto Ramirez. Oh, Ramirez is at 168. Okay.
That's all he wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
See, but that's what they try to focus in on that. But I didn't get to address it because it was so back and forth. The only reason fans would expect Golovkin to go to 68 is because his team said they would go to 68. They said nobody at 54 to 168 can go 12 rounds with Golovkin. Abel said we can fight from these range. I didn't tell Golovkin to move up to heavyweight because they never said he would go up to heavyweight. But they did say he would move up to 68.
Listen,
didn't they even say a couple of light heavyweights? Didn't they even say some 175-pounders?
Yeah, Adonis, Ward. And see, this is the other thing, is Golovkin, we all know, the real boxing fans that watch, he tried to fight Chavez Jr. at 168. He tried to fight Carl Froch at 168.
My goodness.
If he wants to fight Froch and Chavez, then why is it off limits to fight Gilberto Soto Ramirez, who's calling you out? And listen, Gilberto Ramirez is Mexican. He's a big dude. He's undefeated.
And that's what Tom said.
And it's Cinco de Mayo.
It's Cinco de Mayo.
Bro, it's Cinco de Mayo weekend. That's a perfect reason to barbecue and get the carne asada, get some Coronas.
Even his deflections can easily be exposed. You see what I'm saying? I mean, this is what I mean when I said it's too much evidence. It's way too much evidence. He trying to change the subject and he brought up Gilberto. Let me just talk about that and we'll forget about Andrade and Sergey. But even his deflections are easy to expose. You know what I mean? So yeah,
all of them. He said he basically. I forgot. I got to watch it back. He said Berto was basically trash or a bum. He's a 2-time champion ranked in the welterweight division. Vanes Martirosyan ain't fought in 2 years, and he's not ranked at middleweight, and he's coming off a loss.
And he was like you.
Berto is trash. That shout out to the Haitian caller. Why is the Haitian dude? Why has he got to be trash? Yeah. And he's at least ranked in the champion. And he's like Berto was coming off losses, but Berto was at. He just knocked out Victor Ortiz. Do the research. He knocked out Victor Ortiz. How is he coming off losses?
So how?
And according to that guy, Berto was nowhere near on the level as David Gill. According to that guy, though.
Yeah. I mean, once again, his weak. Every single direction he went, he was cornered. Just like Ego just said right now. Even if you make the Berto versus Vanes Martirosyan comparison, it's still not congruent. It's still nowhere near the same situation. Because just like E just said, he came off of a win. Berto was coming off of a win. On top of what he just said, he was active. He came off of a good win. And he was a natural welterweight. Compared to Vanes Martirosyan. Go ahead.
I got a correction because I keep saying Victor Ortiz, but that was after Mayweather. It was Josecito he knocked out. Josecito and Steve Chambers.
Okay. He came off of a win. That's what we know, and he was active. So all that is the same. Yeah. He came off of. And how many years was Floyd Mayweather was pro for how many years? He was pro
19.
for since 1996. So so that means he was pro for over 20 years. He was pro.
Yeah.
I mean, not 20 years, but he was pro. Listen, the point is, when it comes to Gennady Golovkin, he has not been dominant for nowhere near as long as Floyd Mayweather has been. He's still in the prime of his career. You cannot just look at the age. And basically say because Floyd Mayweather, because Gennady Golovkin is around the same age because he's 36, Floyd Mayweather fought to age 39, I believe. So if he fought to age 39, and you look at his resume and you look at Gennady Golovkin's resume, it's nowhere near the same. Nowhere near. It's not even close. And what's crazy is, like I said, they hate Floyd. So why do they always try to compare the fighters that they defend to the fighter that they do not like and they completely discredit. How does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think that you would compare Golovkin to another fighter another one of your favorite fighters? Why are you trying to compare him to Floyd?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's not making any sense. It's not making any sense. You know, so.
But the thing I didn't understand is how he kept calling us biased, and he would turn around and agree on stuff.
Yeah, but because
like he said he don't want to see Vanes fight. So why am I biased when I say I don't want to see Golovkin Vanes? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's just like what Dante always say: the truth will always set you free. It will find a way out eventually, and that's why he was cornered. But I have one quick question, Dante, because I know you and Eagle are trying to get off the phones. I was talking to a friend about Keith Thurman in the situation that he's in, as far as his belt and his second injury that he sustained. And seeing as though you guys are on the platform and you guys talk to people inside of sanctioning bodies and whatnot, my question is, can you be stripped from injury inactivity?
Yes.
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt about
Demetrius Andre got stripped for inactivity.
Yeah.
But I thought that was just regular inactivity rather than like an injury.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, see, how would they differentiate if somebody, like, I could just keep, no one's seen pictures of Keith Thurman injured or doctors know. So, you know what I mean?
Which is true.
Someone ideally could just say, hey, I'm injured. So they're only going to give you a certain amount of time to deal with your stuff. And if it keeps happening to you, they're going to have to move on.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like Kell Brook, when he had his orbital bone broke when he fought Triple G. I mean, sure, we've seen pictures. He had surgery. He was in the hospital. But then they filed like some type of medical exempt or something like that for that. And that's why I was thinking, like, if it's different as far as inactivity compared to being injured and being inactive.
Yeah, well, I think that's up to the organizations. I think really it's a discretional type of situation. Obviously, I think they could kind of do what they want to do in a situation because we've seen inconsistencies when it comes to certain fighters getting stripped real quick and other fighters them getting a pass. You know what I mean? So I really think it depends because right now, Gennady Golovkin, realistically, and I don't know what's going to happen with Gennady Golovkin, but clearly there's a very good chance that he's going to get stripped of that IBF belt, and that will make Golovkin.
Dan Rafael was.
Yeah, Dan is saying it, and not only with Dan saying it, but then when you listen to what Tom said in that weird ass press conference they had, he said, we're talking to Lou. He said it real quick and he kind of skipped on, but he was like, we're talking to Lou and we're looking for we're looking for the best situation or something like that. And something else, with old media. Ego, did you notice? Did you even listen to any of that press conference? By the way, Ego.
I got snippets and you
didn't miss
the whole thing straight through.
You didn't miss anything. But the point I'm trying to make is in this whole press conference, no one put pressure on Tom and said, "Well, why won't you just fight your number one contender?" Because some people kept asking, "Do you think they're going to strip you? Do you think IBF will allow you to, keep the belt to fight, et cetera, et cetera?" Nobody was saying, "Why don't you fight your number one contender?" And by way of contrast, I just want to say I was on a conference call when Adonis was fighting Sakio Bika, and let me tell you, this was around the time when everybody was trying to, push the Adonis Kovalev fight. Every single reporter on the phone line, they were saying, "Why don't you fight him? Well, why don't you fight him? Well, why don't you fight him?" And Sakio Bika's people got so upset, they was like, "Man, why are we even on the phone? We're going to hang up. All you guys want to talk about is Kovalev, et cetera, et cetera." And even after Adonis said, I'm not going to answer any more questions about Kovalev. I'm fighting Sakio Bika. And right after he said that, the next caller, "Why don't you fight Kovalev? When are you going to fight Kovalev?" By way of contrast, nobody put this pressure on Golovkin. Why don't you fight Charlo? Why don't you fight Andre? He said he'll fight you. He said he'll step in. Why didn't you fight Andre? Why didn't you fight this guy?
Darren
Yevchenko. All of these guys. All of these guys.
Ramirez.
Yeah.
Dante, I got a simple question to you. We're media. Did you get an email to go cover that press conference?
Not at all. I don't think so.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't.
Like you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So maybe I wasn't. I guess I wasn't invited to go, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
no,
it was
because
a small private gathering.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Because that's
they only had select people there. So
that was because it was an old media. It was an old media press conference, is what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't be asking no damn tough ass questions. You know, if you come, you better not ask me no crazy tough ass questions. No logical questions, I should say, not crazy questions. Logical questions.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't want to hear about no boo boo Andre.
Yeah. and let me introduce another lieutenant in the DBN tank. My man Justin Kudo. He said Triple G does not get a pass. You don't go from fighting Canelo to fighting Vanes Martirosyan, who's been on the shelf for 2 years and not a true 160 pounder coming off of a loss. He should fight the mandatory. Yeah, man. You definitely wouldn't get no invitation to that press conference talking like that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But
and then,
good looking, Justin.
And then
go ahead.
The thing that threw me off with the guy from Arizona, he was talking about Billy Joe Saunders holding the WBO belt hostage over there in England. But didn't Billy Joe Saunders call Golovkin out?
Yeah.
So didn't he say he wanted to fight the winner of Triple G and Canelo when they fought the first fight? And then all of a sudden, he's holding the belt hostage. Like, what facts do you have of that? What evidence? What evidence do you have? He was just you guys just backed him up in the corner, and he was just trying to defend himself by any means necessary, man.
I mean, he eliminated his argument when he admitted he himself doesn't want to see Vanes Martirosyan. But he's been a lifelong boxing fan, he said.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to see it, then why am I biased? Because I don't want to see it either. We agree then, right? You know what I'm saying? If there's a place, Shakey's Pizza, and Dante's like, man, that pizza's nasty. I'm good off that. And I'm like, I don't like Shakey's Pizza. I'm not gonna say Dante's biased because he don't like the pizza place, and I don't like it either. You know exactly. Well, it's like, hey Dante, how's the Black Panther movie? Oh, it was real good, stand-up film. And then I say I like Black Panther. I mean, is Dante biased because he liked Black Panther when I liked it too? You know,
not at all.
That makes sense.
Excellent point. He the type of guy to walk around with a gun on his holster and shoot his damn self in the damn leg. That's the type of person he is. You know,
somebody in the comment section. Someone in the comment section said he's a 5-time felon, so he might really have that strap.
Yeah, he might. and he probably
might got the strap.
And he probably went to jail for attempted murder on his damn self. He probably damn near accidentally shot his damn self. You know, the way he be messing up and screwing up. You know. But
he took my question the wrong way. He's like, yeah, I'm basically media, but I can't be because I'm a 5-time felon. Like,
hey,
what
you know,
what do you
E. Until he said that, you know, I started to think he was our boy that we used to have, our decaf panelist we used to have. I started to think that was him. You remember the decaf panelists we used to do the show a long time ago, right? He sounded just like him.
He started talking about felonies and like Takashi, whatever. I was like, I don't know what's happening now.
Yeah,
that got out of hand.
But
that's all.
But
then in the comment section, they said he was calling from jail.
Yeah.
In the comment section,
I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past him. Because
that's how you know you want to be a part of it. If you calling from jail, you want to be a part of this new media stuff.
Oh, no doubt about it, man. Oh man, that was fun though. I couldn't get off the phone. I know Cass kept saying we should hang up, but no, that was too fun though, man. It was too fun.
But that's all I got, fellas, man.
Hey,
that's all I want.
Good looking family.
Y'all have a good night. It's been a pleasure. Y'all.
I got a question for you. You from Baltimore? What do you think about Tank this weekend versus Jesus Cuellar?
All right, so let me get into detail. Technically, I'm really from Philly, but I live in Baltimore. So, Tank versus Jesus, I think Tank is the better fighter. I think Tank will win that fight. He might win by stoppage, actually, if he's really focused. I think he might win by, 8th round stoppage, 8th, 9th round.
Main event, Broner Vargas. You got a pick?
Ooh, see,
Oh yeah, we gotta talk about that before we.
Every time anyone asks someone about Broner, everyone's like, "Ooh."
Yeah, man.
That's how I feel. I'm not sure.
Broner is so Jekyll and Hyde. If he's, I hate using focus as the word, but if he comes out and fights like how he fought against Antonio DeMarco or whatnot, he could do damage. And as far as ability is concerned, he should be the favorite. But he has let me down so many times that I'm afraid that if Jesse is coming out throwing punches, that I'm afraid he might fold up and get in the fetal position pretty much in the corner and allow him to just tee off. I think I'm going to go with Jesse because fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And he fooled me 3 times, pretty much. So I think I'm going to have to go with Jesse. As far as Charlo, come on, there's no question who's going to win that one.
Yeah,
Charlo got that one.
Man, I'm and I'm glad you guys brought this up, man. This is going to be bad. Just think about how bad this is going to be for Broner. If you got 6ix9ine calling you a clown and saying, I bet you 100,000 you're going to get beat, especially if he does what my man suggested and walks out with Jesse Vargas in the ring walk, right? and then you got Jamal Charlo saying, man, you know, I'm a curse to you. Every time I fight on your card, you lose. And saying all this kind of stuff. Man, this is going to be bad if Broner still lose with all of that. Man, that might be suicide watch, man. I don't know, man. I mean, that's it. Once again, man, if Broner can't win in this situation, I don't know what else to say, man. I don't know what else to say.
I think he quits on the stool. If Jesse brings enough pressure and with the other mental lapse that he didn't show yesterday with the outside focus, I see Jesse making him quit on that stool.
Wow.
I think the mental pressure and everything. I think Broner suffers a lot of issues with dealing with adversity when people aren't supporting him, knowing that his back is against the wall and he's mentally weak as far as that point. I can see him quitting.
Wow.
And Jesse is not the hardest puncher, but Jesse has some pop.
His pressure.
I mean, his pressure can really make Broner, I think, like, panic in a way. Like how Mikey Garcia did to him, I think Jesse has the ability to do the same thing. And that's why I'm going to go with Jesse.
You know, I was thinking like Jesse doesn't have the most power, but he did rock Timothy Bradley in that 12th round, and I consider Bradley to have a good chin. So I'm like, maybe he got power.
He rocked Saddam Ali too, so he has some type of power. Yeah, some type.
Only thing,
it's respectable.
I mean, and Reggie, if that was you, you know, you made some valid points, but I will say, I think one thing, you know, we can't take away from Broner is his heart, especially in that Marcos Maidana fight. I mean, to me, he showed that, you know, you got to damn near, I mean, if it's the same Broner, in which that wasn't too long ago, I mean, he showed you got to damn near kill him, you know, to stop him in that fight. Because Broner was much heavier, you know, Maidana was much heavier than him and everything. And, you know, he hurt him so many times. And Broner ended up hurting the man in like the last round or whenever it was. So I don't think Broner will quit. I don't think he will quit. Now, psychologically, he can quit, you know, which in a certain instance, I mean, you could kind of say it was almost like mentally, you know, he checked out in that Mikey Garcia fight. You know, that's kind of, you know, that's kind of how that performance was, you know, so.
And I think he mentally checked out with the 6ix9ine thing. 6ix9ine not even in the same industry as you. Like, why are you focusing? I think he was saying something about the guy made a comment. That's something he could have ignored. This is a young rapper who speaks to the youth. Like, this guy should never been in the focus when you should be focusing on a make or break fight of your career. Like, and let the guy make a comment and move on.
That's my problem.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, and that's my problem. Like, where's his head game? Where's his head at? Floyd Mayweather was getting ready to go to jail when he was fighting Miguel Cotto. I ain't never seen Floyd Mayweather panic or always talk about like, oh, well, my sentence when I served this or
Good
that.
point.
He's always focused on the task at hand.
Excellent point.
Was the fight.
Excellent
Adrian
point.
Broner, I'm seeing him in multiple directions. Hey, you talking about Takashi? He had a problem. Did he say anything about Jamal Charlo when he made that comment?
Not at all. Not at all.
I don't think he
I mean, just focus on the fight, and it seems like every time something happens and he gets distracted. And that's a problem.
That's a great point. I mean, even when Floyd Mayweather had his homeboy, kill himself and kill his girlfriend, like days, a week before the fight. I mean, just imagine how traumatizing that could be. I mean, but going back to hold on, one quick. I just want to say real quick. Going back to 6IX9, I think, me personally, I think Broner, in a certain sense, Broner was kind of almost honored that he had a rapper, tagging him basically, on his post. I mean, how often do you get a rapper just all of a sudden? That's like, even if Jay-Z just sent me, said you clown on one of my pictures, I'd be like, God damn, Jay-Z is watching my posts or whatever. So, I mean, I'm just saying, I feel like in a certain sense, he was like, almost honored, I mean, if that sounds kind of crazy, but that was the reason. And it also because, the hip hop influence that Adrian Broner has, and Adrian Broner, he would love to be a part of that hip hop world. I mean, he raps and everything. So I think that was kind of why it was such a, it was such an invitation that he couldn't refuse, if I could put it that way. So yeah, go ahead, my man. What was you gonna say? Huh?
I was just gonna say that was an excellent point that brought up with the Floyd Mayweather don't lose focus, because if you guys remember, Miss Jackson, they had broke up and they had the lawsuit. She announced with that lawyer that she was suing Floyd. That was before the Maidana fight. Like she dropped it literally like fight week or something, or the week before, right before the Maidana fight, and she said, "Hey, we suing Floyd or whatever."
Yeah,
he did whatever with that lawyer. So Floyd doesn't break in those situations. So excellent point.
And when he's in the ring, when you got someone like Shane Mosley staggering him all across the ring, you've seen how calm and composed he was. You know what I mean? He never lost his composure in that situation. You seldomly see fighters that calm in a dire situation like that, where you're hurt more than you ever been. That's how he got through it. It was as if he never got hurt. He was relaxed, and by the last minute of that round, he was winning a round that he got hurt and staggered in. You know what I mean? And after that, he was backing up Shane Mosley, contrary to belief of the decaf that called in earlier. You know what I'm saying? When he talked about not too many fights that Floyd Mayweather was aggressive in. I actually pulled up Floyd's record. I was about to really annihilate him and ask him, well, what about this fight? What about this fight? People forget Floyd Mayweather has, 50 fights? If you want to call it 49, if you want to include Conor or not, whatever. If you say 49 boxing fights that he's been in there with opponents, if you cannot just all of a sudden just talk about Berto and act like you're just going to ignore all the other 48 fights. You know what I'm saying? It's too easy, man. It's too easy to kill these cats with logic. But but anyway, y'all.
Last thing about the Arizona. Last thing about the guy from Arizona is fans. Stop referencing what guys do as an amateur. That has nothing to do with their pro career. You know what I mean? That's great experience to get you to the next level. But it does, like, if I start a job at Apple, then maybe my experience working for Microsoft got me to that point. But they're not going to ultimately care what I was able to accomplish, company goals and stuff for Microsoft. If I'm at Apple, I got to accomplish those same goals as a pro or as a, as an Apple employee. They're not going to be, hey, but I was employee of the month at Microsoft. That doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's good experience and it gets you prepared. But he kept saying something like Golovkin got 350 amateur fights. Yeah. So what does his pro resume have to do with that?
It means nothing. It means nothing. And once again, he had all of these fights, but even if you're just comparing just the amateur aspect, him and Floyd Mayweather both had a bronze medal, right? They both won a bronze medal in the Olympics, right? So, I mean, it's like if me and you were driving down the street and you over here smash all in front of me, right? But we all got to stop at the same red light. We both get to that light pretty much at the same time. I mean, you ain't getting. My point is, you ain't getting to the house no quicker than me because of this damn light right here. So I mean, the bottom.
That might have been Harold.
Go ahead. What you say?
I was gonna say that might have been Harold Letterman's son because like he seems to have a fixation. He don't take a step back. Well, like what's people's fixation with he could take punches and he doesn't take a step back? That doesn't mean Ruslan Provodnikov. He don't take a step back.
Hey,
but he still lost to guys.
I don't know, man. That might be an insult to Harold Letterman, dog. Because did you say Did you say Harold Letterman? Did you mean Larry Merchant? You when you said that? Did you mean Larry Merchant when you said
Harold
that?
Letterman.
Oh,
I meant
that too.
Listen to Harold Letterman's scorecards. If you're an action fighter in his recent fight, the way he scored, okay, Jim. He promotes the action fight. If you don't take a step back, he's scoring it for you.
I got you. I got you. My bad. I thought you meant Larry Merchant when you said that, but yeah, I got you now.
No,
I got you.
Because how he scores, he scores his fights. If you're an action style, don't go back. You come forward, you'll get the round. Like Kovalev, if he's pursued, if he's more aggressive, he'll as soon give him the round than Andre Ward. You know what I'm saying?
That's why people were confused. Or when they checked different stations, it was like, okay, the British network saying Andre Ward is winning, but yet this guy's saying Sergey Kovalev's winning because he kept backing him up. He even said that against Golovkin and Canelo. He said, I like watching a guy make another person back up in the ring.
Yeah,
he literally said that.
Yeah, but it all once again it depends on who's getting backed up at the end of the damn day. Because once again. I mean, even with Jim Lampley, he came up with the Gaddy list and all this kind of stuff and talked about how fighters being aggressive, and that's what it's all about. And then I remember, I'll never forget this, when James Kirkland was backing up Molina, and he was all aggressive coming forward. All of a sudden, Jim Lampley is talking about the fantastic boxing of Molina. And we all know Molina was not an exciting fighter. Not at all. He was a real ugly type of fighter. Grab you and maul you and everything. He'll try to tie you up all the time. And here Kirkland is fighting the exact way Jim Lampley claimed he likes to see, and he's not getting any credit. And that's when Jim Lampley infamously said, James Kirkland, he's got to go ghetto on Molina. That's what he said in the fight. Yeah. Now he ain't never said that. He ain't never said that about no other aggressive fighter that wasn't on a coincidental list. But he said that about him. And Oscar De La Hoya too. Real quick. And when Oscar De La Hoya was moving around against Trinidad, he also was praising the guy that was literally moving, not even punching, as opposed to the guy who was coming forward. So go ahead, E.
Dante. You brought up a great point. It depends on who's getting backed up.
Yep.
I want to ask everybody on the panel right now, if anybody can back up Triple G as a fighter stylistically at the middleweight division, who do you think has the best chance of doing that in the current middleweight division based on their style? Okay, what do you think, Dante?
You said who has that style, the possibility of backing up any fighter?
If you had to bet your money on one middleweight, that might be able to back up Triple G for long periods of time, who would you say could possibly do it?
Charlo,
what middleweight could possibly
maybe
exactly
Charlo. Shit, I even think Jacobs would do it in a rematch even more. But yeah,
Okay, so Charlo or Jacobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is HBO promoting that fight? Because, like you said,
excellent point.
Who's getting backed up?
Excellent
HBO
point.
Saying, yeah, Triple G should fight Charlo. Is Abel Sanchez saying, yeah, Triple G and Charlo?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? If anyone can back Triple G up, it's probably Charlo or Jacobs. That's what we stylistically and power wise.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what may happen with HBO and what I watched from Dan Rayfield with him trying to jump on this new media type movement with his statements is with HBO's rapid decline and failure, they're going to have to shake that old media style bias selecting of who they like, and they're going to have to go with what the fans want and what's real, what's in the environment of this boxing segment. So
They're going to have to change their whole tone. They're going to have to start promoting across the board.
I
that's
think
what happened with them signing Jacobs.
There you go. That's what I was just about to say. They already starting to do it, Reggie. Signing Jacobs, signing Andrade, because once again, they wanted Golovkin to fill that void. They wanted him to be the new Floyd Mayweather. They wanted him to be the white Floyd Mayweather, basically. You know what I mean? And when
European experiments failed.
Yeah, it felt horribly. It felt horribly. I mean, just think about it. Look how long he's been in this spotlight, been getting this favoritism and this great treatment, and he's still not a pay-per-view star. You know what I'm saying? His pay-per-views are still low, and since Floyd Mayweather left HBO, since Top Rank left HBO, I mean, they riding on one cylinder on a long-ass road trip right now. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't looking good right now. Go ahead.
If you look at that in microcosm, listen to what the old media would say versus what we've been saying. Everybody said they hated Floyd Mayweather's guts. He's boring. He's a runner. His style sucks. Put me to sleep, right? Mm-hmm. Then why is Golovkin, who has Mexican style, Abel Sanchez said that Golovkin's style is Mexican style. He said black fighters fight in a style that's unpleasing. Why has Golovkin, to this date, never done better than Floyd versus Canelo, Floyd versus De La Hoya? No one that they've matched Golovkin with has done better on pay-per-view than any of Floyd's strongest numbers.
Yeah, never. Not even close.
You know what I'm saying? So
not even close.
It goes to show you that you can't force feed the public into making them believe what you want them, the narrative you want them to believe.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it'll be shown with time. If someone's a star, if Lomachenko's destiny is to be a huge pay-per-view star, then we'll see it. You know what I mean? You can't just tell us he's a huge, massive star, better than Muhammad Ali and bigger than Muhammad. You know what I mean? Whatever. You got to show us.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, even Dan Rayfield, that Dan Rayfield post, man, I thought he committed some plagiarism. I couldn't believe that shit.
When say it again, I got a little distracted. Say it again.
Dan Rayfield's statement, I thought he was committing.
Oh man,
I didn't think he wrote anything like that. He shocked the hell out of me.
I mean, man, I'm telling you, man, it's a new day. I mean, it's like a situation where you used to. Take a shower, you put your clothes on, you get in the car, you do this every day. And then one day you get in your car and you start the car up, all of a sudden your hood pop up and monkeys start dancing and you got zebras and all kind of stuff. It's like you in the damn circus. My point is that was the reaction. That was how surprising it was when I seen Dan Rafael say that. And credit to Boxing Ego, because he's the one that caught that. He caught it first.
Yeah.
With Dan Rafael tweeting that. I mean, that was crazy. Right. When you look at the couple years back, where once again, like we were talking about, he was talking about how Andre Ward was the most boring fighter ever, and now he's forced to call his boy raw sewage. You know what I'm saying? For fighting against this opponent and then tagging HBO in it, which was bold as hell. Hey. But see, this is the thing. Dan Rafael has never really needed them, because they all, just because ESPN, the brand ESPN, doesn't really have to cater to any of them. But it was a hell of a thing to say, and I'm sure it caused the conflict with Team Golovkin. I'm sure he got a phone call for that one. Go ahead.
Now, I think Rayfield did the right thing by calling it how he sees and not trying to justify a fight we know is not the best fight. But he still has some work to do, because remember when he blocked Rigondeaux on Twitter?
Yeah, of course.
Yep. Do you think? Okay, so my question to you think he blocked Golovkin for potentially fighting Broner? Is he having wars with?
Oh my goodness,
Golovkin, like he had with Edeslandi Lara.
Man,
Lara called him. You know what I'm saying?
Him justifying Pacquiao versus Jeff Horn. That's another one.
Yeah.
But Floyd versus Berto was terrible.
Yeah, but there you go.
Yeah, man.
He's on the right track, but he got some more. You block Golovkin like you did Rigondeaux.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of work. A lot of work to do. I mean, I commend anybody for I commend anybody for taking their hood off, but you're gonna have to do a whole lot more, to show me you done made a complete transformation, So we'll see. But like I said, realistically though, I mean, it is cool though, man. But once again, it's because of new media, man. It's because of new media. It's because we have been putting the pressure on these cats. Like I said, it's the same thing with Dan Rafael. It's kind of similar to the situation with that reporter who was interviewing Anthony Joshua. It gets to the point to where these fighters, they damn near become radioactive. And if you too close to them, you might mess around and get brought down as well. So what I'm saying is, if you sit over here and you try to defend this person and you see it gets to the point to where, you just can't defend it anymore, it's going to make you look bad. It's going to make the reporter look biased if he doesn't ask the impartial questions that all the fans want to hear and know about. So that reporter was forced to ask Anthony Joshua, well, what about Wilder? Are you going to fight him? Oh, you say you want to be the unified champion, but you got to fight against, Wilder to be the undisputed champion. What about Wilder? What about Wilder? What about Wilder? You know what I'm saying? He kept asking the question over and over and over again. And it's equivalent to what Dan Rafael just kind of did. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he just did a Twitter drive-by on Golovkin and HBO. You know what I'm saying? So I mean that's like some hip hop type tweet when all you put in the tweet is hashtag raw sewage, hashtag at HBO, hashtag raw sewage, hashtag GG, Monterosian. That was bold, man. I commend him for it, regardless of what he did in the past. I commend him for it, even if the clock is right, just once. The broken clock is just once. I commend that clock for being right when it is right, so.
I got this lastly little thing I got to say about old media is like, have you guys noticed, and I wanted to hear the responses from you guys, have you noticed when it comes to certain fighters calling out fighters, like let's say Charlo calling out Gennady Golovkin. Oh, he just wants a paycheck. Oh, he doesn't deserve it. He hasn't done anything. What's he accomplished? He beat a guy with a wooden leg, all this stuff, right? But then when Lomachenko is calling out Tank Davis, they just know that's an official call out. Mm-hmm. They just know he's not trying to clout chase or anything like that.
And Tank is ducking. And Tank is ducking, let them tell it,
Yeah, and they get mad at Tank for not taking the fight. Mm-hmm. But then, like I said, old media, let them spin it. If Charlo versus Golovkin, I think we all could agree that's a good fight, especially you put that in Texas. I think that's a big fight. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Golovkin got the Mexican style. Charlo's from Texas. You know what I mean? You could pack out a cool venue out there. And why is it that when certain fighters are doing the calling out, it's like they don't believe them. Oh, Charlo, he just wants attention. Demetrius Andre doesn't really want to fight Triple G. But Lomachenko, if he calls out Tank, you just know he's telling the truth.
Yeah, you just know he's telling the truth. I mean, once again,
That's a good point.
It goes back to that press conference. Nobody asked Golovkin, all these potential opponents, and nobody is asking Golovkin, well, Andre said he'll fight you. Surenderian Yevchenko, your number one contender, he said he'll step in. Nobody is asking these questions, so we know what time it is at the end of the day. But hey, you guys, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. We done did triple, quadruple overtime. You know what I'm saying? We 4 hours in. We had a great run. Good show, man. Good show. And I appreciate everybody because it's 1 o'clock in the morning over here. So that means it's 4 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, man. Yeah. So I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate you. Well, I appreciate y'all hanging in, man. And my man, Boxing Ego. We had a great show, man. New media all day up in here. This is what we do full time, y'all. So, hey, make sure y'all, if y'all not already subscribed, make sure y'all subscribe to my man Boxing Ego's channel. And Ego, you got anything you want to say to take us out?
Nah, Boxing's in a good place. You're in good hands with new media. Stay tuned. That's it. That's
what it is. Hey, thanks for my callers, man. For calling in, my man Reggie and my man Hassan, man. I kept you guys on for a while, so I appreciate you guys, man. So I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. We will be doing the live show, of course, once again on Sunday, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 9 o'clock Eastern. And let me give a shout out to the very beautiful Petya Petrova, representing Bulgaria. So I want to shout her out. And once again, man, y'all already know what it is. Once again, make sure you guys tune in. Tomorrow, there's going to be some news dropping when it comes to Canelo, if he's going to get suspended or not, and we'll take it from there. So, man, once again, for my special guest, Boxing Ego, you guys already know what it is, man. Hashtag new media. Hashtag decaf busters. Hashtag Dante's Boxing Nation. Dante's Cooking Nation. Dante's Muscle Nation. And Dante's News Nation. Hashtag DBN. We'll see you guys this Sunday, right after the fight. It's going to be a hell of a show after this fight goes down in Brooklyn. Broner versus Jesse Vargas. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's the nation, baby. Yep.